Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Karn. A crash echoes from the storage room. I lower my hammer, the half-formed sword on my anvil forgotten as I sprint toward the sound. Purple light seeps under the door. Luna! Nova! The door swings open to reveal my storage room transformed into a rainbow nightmare. My carefully organized metal stock shimmers in every color imaginable. Ingar bars now electric blue, ingots in hot pink, silver rods gleaming neon green. Luna floats near the ceiling, her violet eyes wide with delight. Uncle Karn, look how pretty. Nova stands below her sister, hands raised as she changes another shelf of metal from gray to sparkly gold. We're helping organize by color. When the twins first came to stay with me, I thought it would be simple. They're only 2 little toddlers. But I forgot how quickly demons grow, how at only a year most are walking, not stumbling, and showing magic. Well, let's just say I was wrong about it being simple. Down. Now. I reach up and pluck Luna from the air, her copper curls tickling my nose as she squirms. What have I told you about playing in the storage room? That it's dangerous, and we should never ever come in without you, they chorus, not looking remotely sorry. The shop bell chimes. Perfect timing. Stay here while I turn to find empty air where the twins stood seconds ago. Their giggles drift from the front of the shop. I rush out to find them circling my customer, their matching red curls flying as they spin. Your necklace is so pretty. Luna reaches for the woman's pendant. Luna! My voice drops to the tone that usually commands instant attention. Usually. Nova tugs her sister's sleeve. We should show her our colors. She points at the storage room. No, too late. The storage room door swings open, displaying my Technicolor inventory to everyone. The customer's eyes widen. I do custom metal work, I explain, running a hand through my hair. My nieces are helping with inventory today. Luna beams. We made everything rainbow. I see that. The customer's lips twitch. How creative. Nova pulls at my pants leg. Uncle Karn, can we make the sword sparkly too? Absolutely not. I scoop them both up, one under each arm. Please excuse me while I contain this magical situation. Their combined laughter fills the shop as I carry them toward the stairs, leaving a trail of glitter in our wake. Just another normal day of trying to run a business while raising twin demon toddlers with more magic than sense. I plant them on the bottom step and tell them to stay put, hoping that they'll listen. Just this once. I return to find a different customer has entered, a well-dressed merchant with a sneer twisting his face. He taps his foot against my floor, arms crossed. This is completely unprofessional. Children running wild in a respectable establishment. He gestures at the rainbow medals visible through the still-open storage room door. I need serious craftwork done, not some nursery playpen. The muscles in my jaw tighten. I straighten to my full height, letting my demon heritage show clearly. Violet eyes gleaming, pointed ears twitching. My nieces are family, Family comes first here. Then perhaps I'll take my business elsewhere. Somewhere more suitable. His gaze drops to where Nova peeks around my leg. My hope was futile, clearly. Those half-breeds shouldn't be around paying customers anyway. The temperature in the shop plummets. My vision tints purple as demon magic surges through me. The protection runes carved into the walls pulse with energy. What did you call them? My voice comes out as a low growl. The merchant steps back, finally noticing the burn scars coating my arms, the way I tower over him. His eyes widen as I let my magic build, filling the air even more than my massive frame. I simply meant... Get out! I bare my fangs. Now! He scrambles for the door, nearly tripping over his own feet. The bell chimes violently as he flees. Luna tugs my sleeve. Uncle Karn, your eyes are glowing again. I take a deep breath, letting the magic recede. Nova wraps her arms around my leg, and I reach down to stroke her copper curls. Nobody talks about my girls that way. I kneel between them. You two are perfect exactly as you are. Even when we make rainbow metal? Luna asks. Even then, I ruffle her hair. Though maybe we should work on your color choices. Hot pink isn't very intimidating. Their giggles chase away the last of my anger. I'll need to reset those protection runes later. They always flare up when I get protective. But for now, I have 2 little artists to supervise. I'm sweeping up the last of the glitter, or I tell myself that there's never an end to the glitter my nieces make when the bell chimes. Rain pounds against the windows, and a gust of wind sweeps inside with my visitor. I look up to see a woman stumble through the doorway, water dripping from her torn dress onto my floor. Dark hair hangs in wet ropes around her face. Her arms wrap around herself, shoulders hunched as if trying to disappear. She's human, small and frail and clearly underdressed and underfed. But even under all that, she's beautiful. It's hidden behind the dirt tracked with rain and the bruises modeling her skin. But her green eyes are bright, expressive, and I find myself caught on them as I speak. We're about to close. The words die in my throat as she shifts, and her sleeve slips. The brand on her wrist is unmistakable, the mark of ownership that makes my blood boil. She quickly tugs the fabric back down, but her green eyes meet mine for a split second. Terror and exhaustion war in her gaze. Please. Her voice barely carries across the room. I saw your runes outside. I just need... She sways on her feet. I move without thinking, catching her arm before she falls. She flinches at the contact but doesn't pull away. Up close, I can see the shadows under her eyes, the way her cheekbones stand sharp against too pale skin. Uncle Karn? Nova's voice drifts down the stairs. I finally got them settled in the apartment above for a few moments while I cleaned. Is someone here? The woman tenses under my hand. I keep my voice gentle, like when the twins have nightmares. I'm not going to hurt you. Though I don't really know what I'm going to do with her, but I have no problem with humans the way some demons do. They're coming, she whispers. I won't go back. I hate the desperation in her voice, and for a moment Sarah, the twins' human mother, flashes through my mind. The protective runes pulse at my words. No one's taking you anywhere. Footsteps patter above us. The woman's eyes dart to the stairs, then the door. I recognize that look. A cornered animal searching for escape. The twins need their bedtime story, I say, loud enough to carry upstairs. I'll be right there. But Uncle Karn... 5 minutes. Count the stars on your ceiling until then. The woman's shoulders relax slightly at the domestic exchange. Her eyes find mine again, and this time there's a flicker of hope beneath the fear. You're safe here, I tell her. Let's get you warm and dry first, then we can talk. I start to guide the woman toward the back room where there's a small wash area, not bothering to dry her clothes when she needs new ones, when tiny footsteps echo down the stairs. My heart clenches. The twins never disobey a direct order to stay put. Not since... There they are, copper curls bouncing as they descend. Nova clutches her favorite blanket, the one with stars embroidered on the edges. Luna leads the way, her violet eyes fixed on our visitor. Wait! I reach to stop them, but they slip past my grasp. Luna touches the woman's skirt, leaving a sparkly handprint on the wet fabric. Your hair looks like night sky. Nova stretches up on tiptoes, offering her blanket. You're cold. The woman freezes, water dripping onto my floor. Her green eyes dart between the girls, then to me. I brace for her to bolt. Instead, her lips curve up. Not the practiced smile of someone humoring children, but something real that transforms her whole face. Thank you, little one. She accepts the blanket with trembling fingers. Luna tugs at her sleeve, thankfully not the one covering the branded wrist. I can make your dress dry. Watch. Purple light swirls around the woman's skirt. I step forward, ready to contain whatever chaos my niece conjures. But the magic settles gentle as morning dew. The fabric lightens as water lifts away in glittering drops. Me too! Nova waves her hands and the woman's dark hair untangles itself, drying into soft waves. The twins beam up at her, pride shining in their matching violet eyes. They haven't smiled like that since the accident, not that pure, unguarded joy that used to light up every room. You have beautiful magic, the woman says softly, kneeling between them. Luna immediately starts playing with her now dry hair, while Nova wraps the star blanket around her shoulders. My chest aches watching them. These girls who barely speak to strangers, who cling to my legs when anyone visits the shop, now fussing over this woman like a new doll. What's your name? She asks, looking between the two girls. Luna, my niece shouts. Her sister answers at nearly the same time. Nova. The woman smiles, and I'm stunned by her. Who could look this good in a torn dress and rain-soaked hair? Apparently, her. I'm Mira, she tells them. I was just coming into the shop for a few things. Her words trail off as her eyes lift to me, and I pray to the seven that I'm not about to make a huge mistake.
Chapter 2. Mira. I hold my breath, waiting for the demon to grab me, to call the authorities. Instead, he watches the twins with an expression I've never seen on a demon before, something almost gentle. They like you. His deep voice breaks the silence. He runs a hand through his copper-red hair, loosening strands from the leather tie. Haven't taken to anyone like that since their mother passed. I keep my eyes down, hands trembling. I should go. You're running from someone. Not a question. At first I think he's referencing my earlier comment, but then his violet eyes flick to my wrist where the brand stands stark against my skin. I tug my sleeve down. I won't cause trouble. Please, just let me. I need help with them. He gestures to the twins, who are now attempting to climb up my skirts like a tree. Can't run a forge and watch two toddlers. Been trying, but... He shrugs those broad shoulders, burn scars visible on his forearms. Stay, help me with them. In exchange, you'll have sanctuary here. My head snaps up. What? Room, board, protection. Whatever you're running from won't find you. It has to be a trap. Demons don't help humans without ulterior motives. I've learned that lesson well enough. Why would you... Because they need someone. He kneels down, gently detaching Nova from my skirt. And you need somewhere to hide. You don't know anything about me. Know enough. His eyes meet mine. Know you're gentle with them. Patient. That's rare to find. He stands, towering over me. Your choice. Stay or go. But if you stay, you have my word. No one touches you. A demon's word should mean nothing to me. I've heard too many broken promises. But there's something in his voice, in the way he handles the twins with such care, despite those scarred blacksmith's hands. I'll stay. For now. I follow the demon, Karn, I'd heard the girls call him, up a narrow staircase behind the forge. The wooden steps creak under our feet, while tiny hands grip my skirts, the twins refusing to let go. Nova, Luna, let her walk, Karn rumbles, but there's no bite to his words. The upstairs opens into a modest living space that tells the story of a man doing his best. Wooden blocks scatter across the floor like fallen leaves. A half-folded basket of laundry sits abandoned on a worn sofa, tiny socks missing their matches spilling over the edge. Pots hang above a kitchen hearth, their bottoms blackened from what I suspect were cooking mishaps. Your room. Karn pushes open a door, revealing a small but clean space with a bed and chest of drawers. Was storage, but... He scratches his neck. Well, it's yours now. Luna tugs my skirt. And this is ours. She pulls me to the next room down the hall. Play with us. Luna, give her time to... Karn starts. It's all right. I kneel down to their level. What would you like to play? Nova, the quieter twin, holds up a wooden horse missing one leg. Fix him? Of course we can fix him. I examine the toy. Do you have any? Tools in the forge, Karn interjects. I've been meaning to. He trails off, gesturing at a pile of broken toys in the corner. The rest of the main room reveals more signs of chaos barely contained. Picture books with torn pages carefully mended with strips of leather. Tiny dresses hung to dry with patches sewn in different coloured threads. A rocking chair with one runner slightly off kilter. Everything speaks of someone trying their hardest, but spread too thin. Uncle Karn bad at sewing, Luna announces, pointing at a particularly crooked patch on her sister's dress. Karn rubs at the back of his neck. I'm learning. I can help with that too, I offer softly. I'm good with a needle. His shoulders relax slightly. Appreciate it. He runs a hand through his hair again, a nervous gesture I'm beginning to recognise. I probably should go finish locking up. Story first, Nova demands, already dragging a book from under a pile of cushions. I can read to them, I say. If that's all right? The look of relief on his face answers before his words do. I settle into the worn rocking chair, a twin on each knee. Their copper curls tickle my chin as they snuggle close, finally winding down. It's late for girls their age to be still up, but I don't mind the company. It's nice after everything I've run from. The leather-bound book lies open across their laps, its pages well-loved and dog-eared as I read, letting it chase away my own nightmares. One more page, Luna mumbles, fighting to keep her violet eyes open. You said that 3 pages ago. I smooth her wild curls. Nova's already half asleep, her tiny hand curled into my dress. From his spot leaning against the doorframe, Karn watches us with an unreadable expression, having come back upstairs a few moments ago. The dim light catches on the scars on his arms, mapping stories that I wonder if I should fear. I pull my eyes back to the book. If nothing else, I need the distraction that I agreed to let my guard down enough to be around this demon family. But I fear what Karn will expect in return, even if he doesn't seem like that kind of demon. The princess found her way home, I continue softly, letting my voice drop lower with each word. Following the stars just like her mother taught her. Luna's head grows heavier against my shoulder. I glance up to find Karn's eyes still on us, something almost wistful in his gaze. They never settle this easily, he whispers. I carefully close the book, years of practice helping me shift both girls without waking them. Here, let me... I've got them. He crosses the room in 2 silent strides, gathering them up with a gentleness that belies his size. The twins instinctively curl into his chest, Nova's hand clutching his shirt. I follow him to their bed, pulling back the quilted covers while he lays them down. Luna immediately rolls toward her sister, their hands finding each other even in sleep. "Sweet dreams, little stars," he murmurs, brushing a kiss across each forehead. We creep backward, avoiding the squeaky floorboard I'd discovered earlier. I hold my breath until we're safely in the hallway, pulling their door mostly closed. "You're good with them," he says quietly. "I helped raise the younger girls in my last—" I stop, unable to say the word. "Before." His jaw tightens, but he doesn't press. Instead, he runs a hand through his hair, loosening more strands from the tie. "Thank you, for today, for staying. Thank you for letting me." He only nods, and at that, we've run out of things to say. A low rumble breaks the silence. "When's the last time you ate?" "I'm fine." I wrap my arms around my middle, willing my stomach to stay quiet. The hunger pangs have become familiar friends. A few days are nothing compared to what I've endured before. "That's not what I asked." His violet eyes catch mine, holding them with quiet intensity. "Kitchen. Now." I follow him down the hall, my feet silent on the wooden floors, a habit burned into muscle memory. He fills the narrow space, his broad shoulders nearly brushing both walls. The forge work has built him like the steel he shapes, all hard angles and strength, yet he moves with surprising grace for his size. The kitchen holds more evidence of his struggles with domestic life. Pots are stacked haphazardly, their handles pointing in different directions. A basket of vegetables sits half-sorted on the counter, as if he'd started organising and gotten pulled away. "Sit." He pulls out a chair at the heavy wooden table. "Really, I don't want to be any trouble." "Not trouble." He starts pulling items from cupboards, his movements precise despite his size. "Can't have you passing out while watching the girls." My protests die as he sets bread and cheese before me, followed by dried meat and fruit. Simple fare, but my mouth waters at the sight. "Eat." He cuts thick slices of bread, his scarred hands gentle with the knife. Got enough to feed an army. Twins never finish their plates anyway. I take a small bite of bread, then another. He watches until I've eaten several proper mouthfuls before turning to pour us both cups of water. "Thank you," I whisper, the words feeling inadequate. He grunts in response, settling into the chair across from me. Despite his intimidating size, he's careful to leave plenty of space between us, angling his body so I don't feel trapped. It's a small gesture, but one that speaks volumes. "Got to feed you up," he says gruffly, pushing the cheese closer. "You're too thin." I take another bite, watching as he absently rubs at a burn scar on his forearm. For a demon known for working with fire and metal, his touch holds nothing but gentleness. "Be right back." And then he turns and leaves. The simple meal settles warm in my stomach as Karn disappears upstairs. His heavy footsteps return moments later, a bundle of fabric in his arms. "Best I can do for now." He sets the clothes on the table, keeping his distance. "They'll be big, but they're clean." I touch the soft material, a long-sleeved tunic and loose pants, both well worn. They smell of forge smoke and, like him, masculine in a way that should frighten me but doesn't. "The washroom's through there." He points down the hall. "Just touch the runes by the door to heat the water." I gather the clothes, holding them close. "Thank you." The washroom gleams with copper fixtures, runes etched into the metal glowing faintly purple. I press my hand to the marking by the large tub, gasping as steaming water flows from nowhere. Magic, real magic, not the parlour tricks my last master's pet mages performed. I scrub quickly, efficiently, habits too ingrained to break. The demon's clothes dwarf me, but they're soft against my skin. I have to roll the sleeves several times and tie the pants tight with their drawstring. My new room is sparse but clean, with fresh linens on the bed and a small window overlooking the garden. I slip under the covers, my body finally relaxing after days of running. Through the wall, a deep voice starts singing softly. The twins must have stirred, and he went to check on them. I hold my breath, straining to hear. Karn's voice is surprisingly gentle, rumbling like distant thunder. The lullaby continues, full of stars and moons and magical things. One of the twins, Luna, I think, giggles sleepily. Again, Uncle Karn. One more time, then sleep, he murmurs, starting the song over. Something shifts in my chest, an ache I can't name. I press my hand there, feeling my heart beat beneath his borrowed shirt. This demon who works with fire and metal, who bears scars from his craft, sings his nieces to sleep with such tenderness. I curl onto my side, letting his voice wash over me through the wall until my eyes grow heavy.
Chapter 3. Karn. I lean against the doorframe of the kitchen, arms crossed, watching as Mira arranges pieces of roasted zinthras and drielk into what appears to be a miniature castle on Nova's plate. Luna bounces in her chair, copper curls wild from sleep. Look, the drawbridge is drielk. Mira's voice carries a hint of playfulness as she places thin strips of green across the moat of sauce. And see these little soldiers? They're protecting the castle! My lips twitch. Those soldiers are actually diced vegetables that neither twin would touch last week. Now Luna reaches for one, popping it in her mouth without hesitation. More soldiers! Luna waves her tiny fork in the air. A few sparks of magic trail from her fingertips, and I step forward to intervene, but Mira's already there, gently lowering Luna's hand. Careful with the sparkles while we eat, little one. She moves to Nova's side, where my quieter niece studies her plate with serious concentration. What should we build on your plate, Nova? Nova points to the window. Garden, like Uncle Karn's. The request catches me off guard. The small herb garden behind my forge isn't much, just a few plants I keep for tempering oils and medicine. But Mira's fingers move swiftly, creating raised beds from strips of meat, tiny sprouts from peas, and a miniature fence from carefully arranged brimbark. The flowers are blooming. Mira places small, thin zinthra slices in a circular pattern. Nova's eyes light up, and she actually reaches for a vegetable without prompting. I've spent 2 months trying every trick I know to get them to eat properly. Mira manages it in 3 days with nothing but creativity and patience. There's a grace to her movements as she works, despite the brand I can see peeking out from her sleeve. Her green eyes catch mine, and she startles slightly, as if remembering she's being watched. Uncle Karn, look, I ate all the soldiers! Luna holds up her empty plate, face smeared with sauce. So you did. I move to grab a cloth, but Mira's already there, wiping Luna's face with gentle efficiency. Now the garden needs tending, Mira tells Nova, who's methodically eating each flower in her vegetable garden, just like Uncle Karn does. While Mira gets Luna to take down the cast and Nova to work on the garden, I clear my spot. Mira looks up at me, and I try to ignore the way her smile affects me, or her being in my shirt even though my eyes can't seem to stop moving down her frame. You have to go? I jerk my eyes back up to her face and nod. Just downstairs. If you need me, just shout. We do, Luna says. Watch! I have to throw up a sound shield as Nova screams at the top of her lungs. When they stop, giggling and nibbling on more of the veggie creations, I look to Mira. Yeah, just like that. She laughs quietly at my joke, and I feel my lips start to twitch. With a nod, I turn away from them. I descend the stairs to my workshop, the sounds of morning chaos fading behind me. The familiar scent of metal and coal greets me as I check the runes on my main forge. They pulse a steady purple. Perfect temperature for the protection charms I need to finish today. The first hammer strike rings true against heated metal when laughter filters down through the floorboards. Mira's voice carries a melody I've never heard before, followed by twin squeals of delight. And the dragon goes, roar! More giggles. My hammer pauses mid-swing. The metal cools and I curse under my breath, shoving it back into the forge. Focus! These charms won't shape themselves! I manage 3 solid strikes before Nova's voice pipes up. Again! Do the voice! Only if you help clean up your plates first. Mira's voice holds firm but kind. She's learned fast how to handle their negotiations. The metal grows too hot while I'm listening. Sparks fly as my hammer connects wrong, and I bare my fangs in frustration. 2 months I've been raising the twins alone, but I didn't realize how much it would bother me to miss out on their time now that I'm not. Luna, sweetheart, plates don't float to the sink on their own. But they could. Not today, they won't. I smile despite myself. Mira's managed to redirect Luna's magic without triggering a meltdown, a skill I'm still struggling to master. The protection runes I'm trying to etch blur together. Above, someone's singing. A soft, sweet sound that makes my chest tight. It takes me a moment to realize it's Mira. She hasn't sung once since arriving at my door 3 days ago, rain-soaked and trembling. But it's beautiful, just like her. Uncle Karn makes best dragon, Nova announces. His eyes go all glowy. Is that so? Mira's laugh flows like warm honey. I'd like to see that sometime. My hammer slips. The rune warps. I'll have to start over. Damn it! By the time I close the shop, I managed to salvage only half the protection charms I'd planned for the day. The rest sit in a pile of twisted metal, evidence of every moment my concentration shattered at the sound of laughter or song from above. Climbing the stairs as the sun sets, I roll my aching shoulders. The door barely creaks open before 2 copper-haired missiles launch themselves at my legs. Uncle Karn, we made a fort! Luna tugs at my work pants, leaving smudges of what looks like paint. Nova wraps herself around my other leg, pressing her face against my knee. With blankets and pillows, and Mira showed us shadow puppets. Did she now? I scoop them both up, one in each arm. They're getting heavier by the day. And what creatures did you see? A dragon! Luna waves her hands, sparkles trailing in the air. A Kilmar. Nova pats my cheek with sticky fingers. Like you showed us. I catch Mira's eye across the room. She's curled up on our worn couch, her dark hair loose around her shoulders, wearing another of my old shirts. The sight does something strange to my chest. The fort awaits inspection. She gestures to the impressive structure of blankets and chairs dominating our living space. Though I should warn you, the architects are very particular about proper entry protocol. You have to growl, Luna stage whispers in my ear. And show your fangs, Nova adds. I set them down and crouch, letting my eyes shift to their demonic violet glow. The girls squeal in delight as I bare my fangs and growl, crawling after them as they scramble into their fort. Perfect form, Mira says, and there's warmth in her voice that wasn't there this morning. Though I think you'll need to wash up before joining the fort properly. You're covered in forge dust. I glance down at my soot-stained clothes and nod. Give me 5 minutes. 10, she counters, eyeing the state of my beard. The fort will still stand. Promise? I raise an eyebrow at the giggling pile of blankets and twins. We'll guard it, Luna declares. With magic, Nova adds. No magic without supervision, Mira and I say in unison. Our eyes meet and something electric passes between us before I turn away, heading for the washroom. It takes less than 10 minutes, but when I return to find the fort still standing, Luna's already showing signs of overtiredness. Her bottom lip trembles as Nova clutches her favorite stuffed dragon. My turn with Fangy. Luna reaches for the toy. Nova shakes her head, curling around it protectively. You had him all morning. Want him now? Luna's eyes flash violet, magic crackling in the air. The familiar weight of an impending tantrum settles in my gut. I step forward, but Mira's already moving. "Luna, sweetheart?" She kneels beside the fort's entrance, voice steady. "I see you're feeling frustrated. Would you like to tell Fangy a story while Nova holds him? That way you both get to play together." Luna's magic flares. A pillow lifts off the ground. "No. Want Fangy?" I tense, preparing for the explosion of magical energy that usually follows, but Mira doesn't flinch. She opens her arms. "I know it's hard when we want something we can't have right now. Come here, let me show you something special." To my amazement, Luna crawls into her lap, tears still streaming but magic dimming. Shifting, Mira holds up her hands and I watch as she starts to make shadow puppets, one looking like the dragon. "Can you help me make him dance?" Mira asks Luna, who nods. Luna puts up her little hands and Mira guides her, Nova providing sound effects. My throat tightens. 3 days. It took Mira 3 days to figure out how to turn Luna's magical outbursts into teaching moments. I've been struggling with this for months, usually ending up with scorch marks on the walls and both twins in tears. "Uncle Karn!" Luna calls, her earlier distress forgotten. "Come see our dragon!" I drop down beside them, watching as the two of them make little shadows, shifting the light for them so that the shadows can prance around the room. The peace in this moment, it's everything I've been trying to create for them. "Thank you," I murmur to Mira, low enough that only she can hear as Luna climbs down to go play with Nova. She meets my eyes, and that same electric connection sparks between us. They're wonderful children. They just need a gentle hand sometimes. I watch the girls together, both yawning and slowing. They're clearly getting tired, and soon I scoop them up, Mira following me to their room. After 3 stories, 2 songs, and 1 minor magical mishap involving floating pillows, the twins finally drift off to sleep. I pull their blanket up, tucking it around their shoulders. Nova clutches Fangy, while Luna's hand reaches across the small space between their beds to hold her sister's sleeve, a habit they've had since the accident. "Sweet dreams, little ones." Mira's whisper carries such tenderness it makes my chest ache. We slip out, leaving their door cracked just enough for the hallway light to spill in. Back in the living room, the fort looms like a cloth mountain. Mira grabs one end of a blanket while I take the other. "They're so connected," she says as we fold. "The way they reach for each other, even in sleep. Been that way since birth." I smooth the creases from the fabric. Their father, my brother, used to joke they shared one mind in 2 bodies. "Tell me about him." Her question is gentle, careful. When I glance up, her green eyes hold no pressure, just quiet interest. "Ash was..." I clear my throat. "Younger than me, stubborn, fell in love with a human woman named Sarah, and didn't care what anyone thought about it." Mira stacks pillows, her movements precise. "The twins have her grace." "You noticed that?" A smile tugs at my lips. "Sarah was a healer, but I think her real desire was to be a dancer. Used to twirl around this very room with them when they were babies. Said it was never too early to teach them balance." "Luna has her uncle's protective streak, though." Mira's observation catches me off guard. The way she watches over Nova during meals makes sure she gets the bigger portions. My hand's still on the blanket. "You see, a lot. It's a habit." She touches her branded wrist briefly. "Watching, noticing, helps avoid trouble. You're good with them." The words come easier than expected. "Better than I am." "That's not true." She sets down the last pillow and faces me. "They adore you. The way Nova's eyes light up when she talks about your forge work, how Luna tries to growl just like you do. You're their whole world. Their parents should be here." The admission slips out before I can stop it. "I'm just trying not to mess them up." "You're not." Mira steps closer, helping me fold the final blanket. You're giving them exactly what they need. Love, stability, and a home filled with magic and wonder. Her hands brush mine as we finish folding, and that same spark jumps between us. She doesn't pull away immediately. I don't know how to feel about what that does to me.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 4. Mira. I'm humming an old lullaby while folding laundry in the twins' room when a stuffed dragon zooms past my head. My hands freeze mid-fold as I track its path through the air. The plush toy circles twice before joining a growing parade of floating objects trailing behind Nova, who toddles down the hallway with intense concentration on her face. "Nova, sweetie?" She turns, violet eyes wide with innocence, and the procession of toys behind her shifts direction like a school of fish. "Yes, Mira?" Before I can respond, Luna bursts from her room with her own flotilla of toys, blocks, and what appears to be her entire sock drawer following in her wake. The floating items bump and jostle for position. "Look what we can do!" Luna twirls, sending her toys spinning in a chaotic orbit. A wooden block nearly clips my ear. "That's impressive." I duck under a floating picture book. "But maybe we should get everything back on the ground before—" A crash from down the hall interrupts me. Nova's lower lip trembles. "I didn't mean to. They just started following us." "The toys got excited," Luna adds, reaching up to pat a floating stuffed Lunox that nuzzles her hand. "They want to play too." I step carefully through the aerial obstacle course of toys. "How about we try putting them down one at a time?" "But they're happy up here." Luna pouts, and 3 more toys rise from her room to join the crowd. "I can't stop it," Nova whispers, her freckled nose scrunching with effort. The toys behind her start spinning faster. Another crash echoes from their room, followed by the sound of breaking glass. I need to contain this before their magic reaches down to the shop. "Okay, new plan. Let's make this a game." I kneel between them. Who can get their toys to land the softest, like falling snowflakes? Luna's eyes light up at the challenge, while Nova chews her lip in concentration. A stuffed Rono slowly descends, touching down with exaggerated gentleness. "Like that?" Nova asks. "Perfect. Now can you do it with the rest?" Nova concentrates, but it's clearly difficult for her. Still, the toys start to drop closer to the floor. "That's right, just like that." I make a gentle falling motion with my hands as more toys drift down. Luna, not to be outdone by her sister, sends 3 stuffed animals floating gracefully to the floor. "Mine are dancing," she declares, making a pink Rono pirouette before landing. Nova's brow furrows as she focuses on each toy in turn. Her careful precision shows in how they descend in a neat line, like baby animals following their mother. The floating blocks prove trickier. One slips from her control and tumbles toward a vase. I catch it just in time. "Good job, both of you. Almost there." Luna yawns mid-twirl, and her remaining airborne toys wobble. "We're not tired." "Course not." I gather the last few stragglers from the ceiling. Nova's already rubbing her eyes, swaying slightly where she stands. Using magic always drains them faster than they expect. Can we do more floating later? Nova asks through another yawn. After your nap. I scoop her up, and she nestles against my shoulder without protest. Luna tries to back away, but stumbles over a fallen block. No nap, she insists, even as her eyes droop. Want to make more toys fly? I shift Nova to one hip and reach for Luna. The toys need a nap too. See? I point to the stuffed Lunox Luna loves. He's already sleeping. Just 5 minutes. Luna bargains, finally letting me pick her up. 15. I counter, carrying them to their room. Nova's already half asleep, her copper curls tickling my neck. By the time I lay them in their bed, Luna's lost her battle with exhaustion. I tuck their favourite blankets around them, stars for Nova, moons for Luna, and watch their breathing even out. Glitter from Luna's earlier magical mishaps sparkles in her hair, while Nova still has traces of this morning's breakfast adventure on her sleeve. I smooth their curls back and whisper, "Sweet dreams, my little troublemakers." While picking up the last of the dropped floating toys, I bump a shelf in the living room and a wooden box tumbles down. It lands with a soft thud, its lid popping open to spill photographs across the floor. I drop to my knees, gathering them quickly before they wrinkle, when a face stops me cold. The man in the image has the twins' exact shade of copper-red hair, just like Karn's, though cut shorter than their wild curls. His golden eyes crinkle at the corners as he smiles at the camera, one arm wrapped around a petite woman with dark hair. Sarah. She beams up at him, her brown eyes sparkling with joy. "Ash," I whisper, remembering Karn's stories about his brother. The resemblance to the twins is striking. Nova has his nose, while Luna inherited his height and the way his smile pulls slightly higher on the left. I settle cross-legged on the floor, carefully sorting through more photos. Here's one of Ash in his herb shop, sorting dried plants with those long, graceful fingers both girls have. He looks strikingly similar to Karn, though not as gruff. Another shows him and Sarah at their wedding, his demon features standing out stark against her human family, but their happiness outshines everything else. The last photo makes my breath catch. Ash holds month-old twins, one in each arm. Despite their violet eyes marking their mixed heritage, they look so human, just like their mother. But their father's features are there in every delicate line, the sharp curve of their cheekbones, the slight point to their ears, the way their hair catches light like burnished copper. "They're so much like him," I murmur, touching the edge of the wedding photo. "But they have your kindness, Sarah." The words feel right, speaking to these people I'll never meet but whose legacy I help protect. A soft snore from Luna's bed pulls me back to the present. I carefully return the photos to their box, but pause at the wedding picture. Ash's golden eyes seem to meet mine, full of the same love I see when the twins master a new spell or share a secret joke. I place it on top before closing the lid. A splash of water hits my face as Luna giggles, attempting to make her rubber duck float above the bath. "Higher," she demands, violet eyes narrowed in concentration. "Let's keep the water in the tub this time." I reach for the soap, but Nova's already turned it purple with a touch of her finger. Heavy footsteps on the stairs signal Karn's arrival just as Luna decides bath time is over. She launches herself out of the tub, grabbing her towel like a cape as she makes a break for freedom. "Got you, little troublemaker." Karn's deep voice rumbles with amusement as he catches her mid-escape. His broad shoulders block the doorway, while Luna squirms in his grip, dripping water everywhere. "I'm a demon warrior." She waves her towel cape. "Warriors don't need baths." "Even warriors need clean clothes." Karn's violet eyes, identical to the twins, crinkle at the corners. Soot from the forge still streaks his copper hair, tied back in its usual mess. Nova stands in the tub, arms raised. "Up, please, Uncle Karn." He scoops her out one-handed, somehow managing to wrap her in a towel while still containing Luna's wiggling. Did they flood the bathroom again? Only a little splash war today. I wring water from my sleeve. Luna, those pajamas won't put themselves on. They could if I make them float. No more floating things tonight. Karn carries them to their room, his huge frame making them look even tinier. You already gave Mira enough excitement for one day. Once we wrangle them into pajamas, after they finish fighting over the dragon ones, they climb into their bed. Luna bounces on her mattress. Story time, Mira tells the best stories. Better than mine. Karn raises his scarred eyebrow, settling into the oversized chair beside their bed. You do good dragon voices, Nova offers diplomatically. I perch on the edge of her bed. Once upon a time, there were two brave little demon girls who could make their toys dance in the air. The twins lean forward as I weave their day's adventure into a tale of magical mishaps and floating toy parades. Karn listens too, his usual gruff expression softening as the girls gasp and giggle at all the right moments. And then the clever girls learn to make their toys float down as gentle as snowflakes. I finish, watching their eyes grow heavy. Just like us, Luna mumbles, snuggling deeper into her blankets. Nova's already half asleep. Do more stories tomorrow? Of course, sweetie. I brush a copper curl from her forehead. But now it's time for sleep. Night-night, Uncle Karn. Nova's voice is thick with sleep as she burrows deeper into her blankets. Luna fights another yawn. Love you lots and lots. Karn bends down, his massive frame somehow gentle as he kisses each forehead. Sleep well, little demons. I slip my hand into his rough, calloused one and tug him toward the door. His skin radiates heat from hours at the forge, and soot still clings to his forearms despite his earlier wash. When's the last time you ate? I whisper once we're in the hallway. He missed dinner with us. And suddenly, it feels like my first night here, but the roles are reversed. He runs his free hand through his copper hair, loosening it from its tie. Had some bread, earlier. Earlier meaning? This morning counts as earlier. His violet eyes catch mine, that familiar dry humour surfacing. Kitchen, now. I pull him down the hall, noting how he follows without resistance despite being able to easily plant himself if he wanted. For someone so physically imposing, he yields to me more than I'd expect from a demon. I push him toward a chair. Sit. I'll heat up the stew. You don't have to. Oh, hush and let me feed you. I busy myself with the pot, hiding my smile at his surprised chuckle. A month ago, I'd have never dreamed of speaking to a demon that way. But Karn, he's different. Safe. His chair creaks as he leans back, watching me with those intense eyes. Missed this today. Missed what? Me ordering you around? Maybe. He accepts the bowl I place before him, his fingers brushing mine. The quiet, the girls. I swear he wants to say you, or maybe I just want him to. Heat creeps up my neck. I turn back to the stove, suddenly very interested in wiping down the already clean counter. Eat your stew before it gets cold. The comfortable silence that follows feels like home, something I never thought I'd find again, especially not with a demon. But as I listen to his spoon scrape the bowl and feel his presence warm the room, I realise I've stopped seeing him as just a demon at all. He's simply Karn, and that makes me feel a way I don't expect.
Chapter 5. Karn. I climb the stairs from my workshop, muscles aching from a long day at the forge. The scent of roasting meat and herbs hits me first, then the sound of giggling. Hold still, Luna commands with all the authority a 2-year-old can muster. Yes, we're making you pretty, Nova adds, her tiny hands clutching sections of Mira's dark hair. Mira sits cross-legged on a cushion by the hearth, stirring something in the pot, while the twins perch behind her on chairs. Her long brown hair falls like silk between their small fingers as they attempt to weave it into what I assume are meant to be braids. The firelight catches the strands, turning them to liquid amber. Of course, my little artists. Mira's voice carries that gentle patience I've never mastered. She doesn't flinch when Luna tugs too hard, just keeps stirring with steady movements. I lean against the doorframe, not wanting to interrupt. The twins have tangled most of her hair into uneven knots rather than braids, but Mira doesn't seem to mind. My fingers twitch with an unfamiliar urge to smooth those dark strands myself, to feel if they're as soft as they look. "Uncle Karn!" Nova spots me first. "We're making Mira beautiful." "More beautiful," Luna corrects, tongue stuck out in concentration as she wrestles with a particularly stubborn section. "She doesn't need help with that," I mutter before I can stop myself. Heat creeps up my neck when Mira's green eyes meet mine, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. "You can help too," Nova declares, patting the space beside her. "Your fingers are bigger." I shake my head, keeping my distance. I'd just mess it up. These hands are better with metal than hair. I flex my scarred fingers to prove the point. "Nonsense." Mira's voice is soft but firm. "Everyone can learn." The twins cheer their agreement, and suddenly I'm being pulled forward by two sets of tiny hands, their violet eyes, so like my own, sparkling with mischief. The twins maneuver me onto a cushion beside Mira. Her scent, herbs and fresh bread, mingles with the wood smoke. I try to focus on Luna's detailed instructions about proper hair braiding technique instead of how close Mira's shoulder is to mine. "Like this, Uncle Karn." Luna separates a section of dark silk into two parts, over and under. My fingers feel clumsy next to their small ones. I'm used to shaping metal, not handling something this delicate. A strand slips through my grasp. "Here." Mira reaches up, her fingers brushing mine as she guides them back to her hair. "Start at the roots and work down slowly." The contact sends a jolt through my chest. I clear my throat. "Sorry if I pull too hard." "You won't." Her voice carries absolute certainty. "You're gentler than you think." Nova hums a tune their mother used to sing while she works on her section. The familiar melody makes my throat tight. Mira picks it up after a few bars, her voice rich and warm as mulled wine. "You know that song?" I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's an old lullaby. I heard it before." She trails off, tension creeping into her shoulders. I recognize that look, memories best left buried. "Our mama sang it," Luna announces, breaking the moment. "Uncle Karn, you're doing it wrong again." I've somehow tangled 3 sections into a knot. "Told you, I'm better with metal." "No quitting," Nova declares, pointing her tiny finger at me. "Practice makes perfect." Mira laughs, the sound loosening something in my chest. "They're strict teachers." "Worse than my old forge master." I managed to untangle the mess I've made, though he never offered to make me beautiful. "We can do your hair next." Luna's eyes light up. "No." I grab my tied-back hair protectively. "This is staying exactly as it is." "Please." Both twins deploy their best pleading expressions. "I think you'd look quite fetching with braids," Mira adds, and there's a teasing glint in her green eyes that makes my pulse skip. "Maybe later." I look around Mira. "Is dinner ready?" She gives me a look like she knows exactly what I'm doing, but she nods. "Yeah. Can you get the girls settled?" "Come on, troublemakers." I scoop up both twins, one under each arm. They squeal and kick their legs as I carry them to the table. Time to eat. "I want the blue bowl," Luna announces as I set them in their chairs. "No, I want blue!" Nova's lower lip trembles. "You had blue yesterday." I tap her nose. "Your turn for green." Mira glides between us with steaming bowls of stew, rich with root vegetables and tender meat. Her movements are precise, practiced, like a dancer avoiding invisible obstacles. She sets the blue bowl in front of Luna and the green one before Nova. Nova peers into her bowl, pushing the vegetables around with her spoon. Don't like orange things. Zinthras make you see in the dark, I tell her, spooning up my own dinner. Don't need Zinthras, got magic. Nova scrunches her nose. A Zinthra chunk rises from her bowl, hovering at eye level. Nova, I use my warning voice. Food stays in bowls. She grins. The Zinthra spins lazily in the air, joined by 2 more pieces. They're dancing! Nova! But it's too late. More vegetables float upward, creating a small parade above our heads. Luna claps her hands. Make them go faster! No, don't! The vegetables shoot across the kitchen like tiny projectiles. I duck as a Zinthra whizzes past my ear. Mira laughs, actually laughs, and reaches up to snatch a floating quillnash chunk. Got one! The twins turn it into a game, jumping up to catch the runaway vegetables. Their giggles echo off the walls as they chase their dinner around the room. Even I can't help grinning as Mira gracefully plucks another carrot from the air. Uncle Karn, catch! Nova directs a piece of meat toward my face. I snap it out of the air with my teeth, making both girls shriek with delight. My turn! Luna bounces on her toes, pointing at a floating Zinthra. No more playing. I try to sound stern, but fail. Food goes in mouths, not air. But they're happier up there, Nova insists, watching her handiwork with pride. The kitchen becomes a battlefield of flying produce, but I can't take my eyes off Mira. Her careful movements transform into something fluid and free as she spins to catch another carrot. The firelight catches in her hair, still a mess from the twins' attempts at braiding, and her green eyes sparkle with genuine joy. Look, I got 3! She holds up her prizes, performing a mock bow that sends the twins into fresh peals of laughter. Whatever you catch, you eat. Who can catch the most? 4, Luna announces, stuffing her captured vegetables into her mouth all at once. Her cheeks puff out like a chipmunk's. Small bites, I remind her. But my heart's not in the scolding. Not when Nova's directing a quillnash to do loop-de-loops around Mira's head while she pretends to chase it. Almost! Mira jumps, her fingers just missing the chunk. So close! Something warm unfurls in my chest, watching her play with them. The careful mask she usually wears has slipped away, replaced by flushed cheeks and bright eyes. She looks younger, unburdened. Beautiful. Uncle Karn's staring, Nova stage whispers to Luna, making Mira stumble mid-reach. I clear my throat, just making sure no one breaks anything. The words come out gruffer than intended. We're being careful. Luna waves her arms, accidentally sending a Zinthra straight for my head. I catch it before it can connect. Very careful, I say dryly, but can't help smiling when Mira muffles a snort behind her hand. She catches my eye across the chaos, and for a moment, everything else fades away. The warmth in my chest spreads, settling deep in my bones like the comfort of a forge fire on a cold day. A Zinthra bouncing off my nose breaks the spell. Got you! Nova claps her hands in delight, and all the vegetables still airborne drop at once. Mira's quick reflexes save the pot from a direct hit by a particularly enthusiastic quillnash. We manage to make it through dinner and bath time without another incident, or as little as can be expected with 2 demon 2-year-olds. I take up my post at the door after, watching as Mira tells a new bedtime story about vegetables attacking a castle. I lean against the doorframe, watching Mira tuck the blankets around each girl. Her movements are precise but tender, smoothing wrinkles and adjusting pillows until everything's just right. Another story? Luna asks through a yawn, her copper curls spread across the pillow like a fan. Tomorrow, little light. Mira kisses her forehead. Sleep now. Nova reaches up with grabby hands. Kiss for me, too. Of course. Mira obliges, then brushes Nova's matching curls back from her face. Sweet dreams. Mira? Luna's violet eyes are heavy with sleep, but her voice carries that particular tone that means she's working up to something important. Yes. Are you staying with us forever? My breath catches. The question I've been too much of a coward to ask myself hangs in the air. The house feels different with her here, warmer somehow, more complete. The thought of going back to fumbling through each day alone, of the twins losing another person they love. Mira's hand stills on Nova's blanket. Even from here, I can see the slight tremor in her fingers. Nova's eyes open fully. Please stay. You make the best stories. And Uncle Karn smiles more. Heat creeps up my neck at that observation. Leave it to a 2-year-old to lay bare what I've been trying to ignore. Mira's shoulders tense, and I recognize the look that crosses her face, like a trapped animal searching for escape routes. The same expression she wore when she first stumbled into my forge, desperate and haunted. I want to step in, to tell the twins not to pressure her, but I find myself frozen, heart pounding as I wait for her answer. When did her presence become as essential as the air in my lungs? I hope to be here for a while longer, she finally whispers, and I turn away, ignoring the stab of disappointment at her words.
Chapter 6. Mira. The floorboards creak under my feet as I make my way down the darkened hallway. After putting the twins to bed, I couldn't sleep. I'm not even sure why when I'm normally exhausted after a day of chasing the 2 demon twins around. But it seems I'm not the only one. A warm glow spills from beneath Karn's study door. I pause at the threshold, my hand hovering over the handle. Through the gap, I catch glimpses of movement, floating needles dancing through the air, weaving delicate patterns in violet fabric that matches the twins' eyes. Karn sits in his oversized leather chair, his broad frame somehow making the furniture seem small. His violet eyes are fixed on the magical needles as they work, his usual stern expression softened in concentration. I clear my throat. I didn't know you could knit. But I had noticed that the girls and I had more clothes lately, none with the botched sewing patches that they had pointed out before. I merely thought he had bought them. The needles falter for a moment before resuming their dance. The needles do most of the work. His deep voice rumbles through the quiet room. I just guide them. May I? I step inside, gesturing to the chair across from him. He nods, the copper strands of his hair catching the low light as they fall loose from his tie. The dresses, they're beautiful. I lean forward to examine the intricate patterns. Is this because of their heritage? Half-demon children grow differently. His scarred hands adjust the fabric's flow. Human clothes stretch wrong, demon clothes bunch up. Their magic makes it worse, burns through fabric like acid sometimes. That's why Luna's dress dissolved during her tantrum yesterday. A rare smile tugs at his lips. Exactly. My brother had the same problem growing up, so I went and found some needles that could help. His voice trails off, fingers brushing over the delicate stitches. You're good with them, I say softly. Better than most would be. Most days I feel like I'm failing them. The needles slow their dance. They deserve someone who understands both sides of their heritage, someone who can teach them about their human mother's culture too. You're teaching them love, I counter. That's the most important part of any heritage. His eyes meet mine, the violet depths holding something I can't quite name. So are you. The silence stretches between us, broken only by the soft whisper of needles through fabric. My fingers trace the brand on my wrist, a habit I can't seem to break. My last master's wife used to make me untangle her yarn when she was angry. The words slip out before I can stop them. I reach for a skein that's twisted into knots beside his chair. May I? Karn's hands still. His jaw tightens, but he nods. I focus on the copper-coloured yarn, similar to the twins' hair. She'd throw it across the room, tangle it up on purpose. Said watching me fix it reminded her that even broken things had their uses. My fingers work through a particularly stubborn knot. I got quite good at it, actually. A low growl builds in his chest. I peek up to find his violet eyes blazing, but not at me. His gaze fixes on my hands as they work, on the brand that marks me as property. You're not broken. His voice comes out rough. And you're not a thing. I know that now. I keep my tone light, though my heart pounds. But I did learn some useful skills. See? I hold up the partially untangled skein. Though I admit, this is the first time I've done this sitting in a comfortable chair instead of on a cold floor. Karn pushes himself up, his impressive height casting a shadow over me. For a moment I tense. Old habits die hard. But he only grabs his chair, dragging it closer to mine. Here. He picks up another tangled mess of yarn. Show me how you do it. The twins keep turning their magic practice into impromptu cat's cradle sessions, and I end up with these. I hide my smile at his clumsy attempt to change the subject, to ease the weight of my revelation. His large fingers fumble with the delicate strands, so different from the metal he usually works with. Start from the outside, I demonstrate. Work your way in. Sometimes the knots that look the worst are actually the easiest to undo. The yarn slowly untangles beneath my fingers as we work in comfortable silence. A flash of purple light from the hall makes us both look up. That's the third time tonight. Karn's shoulders slump. Their magic's getting stronger. Luna turned her sister's hair green this morning. I set down the yarn. Nova retaliated by making Luna float to the ceiling. He runs a hand through his copper hair. I should have been there. What if Dash? I caught Luna before she fell. My fingers brush his arm. And Nova's quite good at reversing her spells now. His violet eyes fix on the floor. I don't know how to train them. Demon magic is different, more chaotic, and their human blood adds another layer I don't understand. You're doing better than you think. I lean forward. I know you feel like you have to manage it, but you're good at redirecting them, teaching how to use it in a better way. Pure instinct. My brother used to... His voice catches. He would have known what to do. Him and Sarah both. They had plans, books, teachers lined up. Another purple flash illuminates the hallway, followed by giggles. They're supposed to be asleep. Karn pushes himself up, but I catch his wrist. Let them be. They're safe. We're right here if they need us. My thumb traces one of the burn scars on his forearm. You're not alone in this, you know. We can figure it out together. He sinks back into his chair, closer than before. You have a lot of patience. Something I've seen in you. I pick up the yarn again. And the twins are learning too. Nova was able to calm down and redirect a spell today. They'll get there. Karn's expression softens. I forget how quickly demons grow. They're so young, and yet it feels like they know so much. They do. Another flash, this time blue. Though right now, I think they're just testing boundaries. Like their father used to. His voice holds equal parts fondness and pain. I just hope I can keep them safe while they learn. I look up, catching his gaze, and my fingers slow. Instead, I'm lost in Karn's violet eyes, in the pinch in the brow and this emotion pouring through my chest. I want him to see how much good he's really done for all of us, though I understand his fears. A knitting needle clatters to the floor, rolling under my chair. Clearly his magic forgot to hold them up as we stared at each other. We both reach for it at the same time, our fingers brushing. A shock races up my arm, stealing my breath. My head snaps up and I freeze. Karn's face is inches from mine, close enough that I can see flecks of darker purple in his violet eyes. The light catches the scar through his eyebrow, softening his usually stern features. My gaze traces the strong line of his jaw, the slight point of one fang visible against his lower lip. He's handsome. Not that I haven't noticed that before, but he's really, really handsome. Heat floods my cheeks as I realise I'm staring, but I can't look away. His copper hair has come completely loose from its tie now, falling around his face in a way that makes my fingers itch to brush it back. My heart pounds against my ribs. This is dangerous territory. He's a demon, not just any demon, but one who's trusted me with his nieces, giving me safety when I needed it most. I can't risk everything because my traitorous body suddenly decides to notice how his shoulders fill out his shirt or how gentle his calloused hands can be. It hits me just how attractive I find him. How much I want. I should go. I jerk back, nearly knocking over my chair. It's late and the twins will be up early and Mira, good night. I practically run for the door, not daring to look back at him. Thank you for letting me help with the knitting. I don't stop until I reach my room, pressing my back against the closed door. My fingers drift to where his skin touched mine, still tingling from the contact. Stupid, I whisper to myself. So stupid.
Chapter 7. Karn. The morning sun casts long shadows across the market square as I guide my small group between the crowded stalls. Today is market day, the only day I close the shop. I always bring the twins out here, but I was nearly as happy as the girls when Mira agreed to join us. Even if I was up all night after she ran away from my study, it was stupid of me. I know I've been alone for far too long, especially now that I have the twins. And she used to be a slave. I shouldn't have encroached in her space, made her feel so uncomfortable. I just thought there was a moment where she wanted me to kiss her. I shoved the thoughts away, hating my own damn foolishness, so I can focus on the crowds and the twins. Nova clings to Mira's right hand while Luna skips ahead, tugging at her left. I keep close behind them, my height giving me a clear view over the bustling crowd. Look, look! Luna points at a display of shimmering fabrics. Pretty. Those are beautiful. Mira's voice carries a softness I rarely hear in our demon town. Her shoulders tense as a group of warriors pass by, their eyes lingering too long as they rake over her body. Anger pours in me and I have to force it back to keep from bashing their eyes in. I step closer, my shadow falling over her protectively. The warriors catch my glare and move along. What's that smell? Nova wrinkles her nose, pressing closer to Mira's leg. Fresh bread. I point to old Kazik's stall. Want to try some? Both twins nod eagerly. As we approach, I notice more stares from the locals. Some curious, others hostile. A demon woman pulls her child away as we pass. My jaw clenches. 3 sweet rolls. I slap coins on Kazik's counter harder than necessary. The old demon's eyes dart between me and Mira before he hands over our order. Uncle Karn, up! Nova raises her arms. I scoop her onto my shoulders, keeping one hand steady on her leg while balancing the bread in the other. These are amazing. Mira's eyes light up at her first bite. A smudge of sugar dusts her lower lip. My fingers twitch with the urge to brush it away. I think I'm starting to have a bit of a control issue where she is concerned. Luna tugs at Mira's skirt. Can we see the pretty rocks next? Of course, little one. Mira's smile falters as another group passes too close, their whispers carrying clearly. Human. With the twins, too. Disgraceful. My free hand curls into a fist. Heat rises in my chest, magic crackling beneath my skin. But before I can move, Mira's cool fingers brush my arm. The gems? Her voice stays steady, though her eyes betray her hurt. I force my anger down, focusing on her touch. This way. A group of demon women huddle near the crystal merchant's stall, their voices carrying over the market noise. I, unfortunately, know them all, having grown up in the small town my whole life. Ash was better at dealing with the gossiping women than I ever was, and today, I know I'm already out of patience. Can't believe he lets that human near those precious girls. After what happened to their parents, probably warming his bed too. Nova's small hands tighten in my hair. Uncle Karn, why are they looking at us mean? I lift her off my shoulders, passing her to Mira. Take the girls to see the crystals, I'll be right there. I expect her to stop me again. But when Mira's green eyes meet mine, understanding and worry mixing in their depths, she says nothing. She guides the twins away, their excited chatter fading into the crowd. My boots crunch against the packed dirt as I approach the gossips. Their chatter dies. Good. The tallest one, Celia, straightens her spine but can't quite meet my gaze. Something to say about my family? My voice comes out as a low growl. The smaller demon woman steps back, but Celia holds her ground. Just concerned for the twins' well-being, after losing their parents. You don't speak of them. The temperature around us drops several degrees, and you sure as hell don't speak of Mira. She's human. Celia spits the word like poison. She's more honorable than any of you. I step closer, using every inch of my height. She protects those girls, loves them, while you stand here spewing poison about someone you don't know. But next time you want to question my choices for my family, I bare my fangs, letting my magic crackle visibly across my skin. Do it to my face. See how that works out. Celia pales, finally dropping her gaze. The other women scatter like leaves in a storm, a small tug at my pants leg. Luna stands there, crystal clutched in her tiny fist. Uncle Karn, Mira found pretty purple ones. Like your eyes. My anger melts. I scoop her up, pressing my forehead to hers. Show me, little star. I'm still admiring Luna's crystal when a gasp ripples through the crowd. Apples, pears, and berries rise from their baskets, floating in lazy circles above the market stalls. Nova's eyes glow with violet magic, fear spiking across her face as she seems to lose control, while Luna giggles, quickly joining into her sister's antics. Girls! My warning comes too late. The fruit shoots upward, creating a swirling vortex overhead. Merchants dive for cover. A cluster of plums pelts a warrior who'd been sneering at Mira earlier. Luna! Nova! Mira's voice carries over the chaos. She reaches for them, but they dance away, enchanted by their impromptu performance. Make them sparkle, Luna commands her sister. Nova scrunches her face in concentration. The fruit begins to shift colors, red to blue, green to purple, yellow to silver. By the 7? I lunge forward as a crate of melon joins the aerial display. That's enough. Pretty. Nova claps her hands. The fruit spins faster. A demon woman shrieks as berries rain down, staining her expensive silk dress. Market-goers scramble for shelter under awnings. Those damn gossips from earlier get bombarded by a particularly aggressive bunch of apples. It looks like I'm not the only one with a temper if Nova is targeting the people who glared at Mira. Girls. Mira kneels between them, her voice firm but gentle. Remember what we practiced? Deep breaths, like the ocean waves. Luna's bottom lip trembles. But in through your nose, Mira demonstrates. Out through your mouth. Nova follows first, her tiny chest rising and falling. The fruit slows its wild dance. Luna joins in, gripping Myra's hands. I watch in amazement as the twins sync their breathing with hers. The magical energy dissipates. Fruit drops everywhere, into baskets, onto tables, rolling across the ground. A single apple lands perfectly in my palm. Well done. Mira pulls them both close. Such good control. Sorry, they mumble in unison. I survey the damage. Bruised fruit litters the square. Several stalls need straightening. That warrior still picks plum pieces from his hair. But the twins' magic had been stronger, more focused than ever before. And Mira, you handled that perfectly. I help her stand, steadying her when she sways slightly. Where'd you learn that breathing technique? I used to calm myself in. She touches her brand, then forces a smile. It seemed logical it might work for them too. There's not much fruit to be salvaged, so I make my way over to the produce stands. I hand over coins to the fruit merchants while the twins help gather the salvage products. Their earlier display of magic still has the crowd muttering, but at least they're keeping their distance now. Mira moves between the stalls with practiced efficiency, her movements fluid as she rights toppled baskets and sorts salvageable fruit from bruised. The merchant women watch her like hawks, their violet eyes sharp with judgment. No, please. Mira's voice stays steady as she hands a basket to a sneering demon matron. Allow me to replace what was damaged. Her fingers tremble as she counts out coins from the purse at her hip. The same purse I know she's been saving from the wages I insist on paying her, despite her protests. Keep your human coin. The matron shoves the basket back at her. I don't want it tainted. Mira catches the basket before it falls, never breaking her polite smile. But I see the way her knuckles whiten around the handle, the slight hitch in her breathing. Of course. My apologies. She sets the basket down with care, each movement measured and precise, like a dancer avoiding invisible blades. Luna tugs at my sleeve. Uncle Karn, why's that lady being mean to Mira? Because she's jealous of how much better Mira is than her. I pitch my voice to Carrie. The matron's face darkens as she storms off. Mira shoots me a look that's half gratitude, half exasperation. That wasn't necessary. It was true. I step closer, noting how she squares her shoulders against the weight of hostile stares. You don't have to handle this alone. I'm fine. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. She reaches for another fallen apple, but her hand shakes so badly she drops it. I catch her wrist, my thumb brushing over her pulse point. Her skin feels cool against my demon heat. Let me help. For a moment she stays frozen. Then her shoulders drop slightly, some of the rigid control easing. The twins are helping old Kazik sort his bread. I nod toward where the girls carefully separate crushed rolls from whole ones, supervised by the baker. Let someone else be strong for a minute. By the time we finish cleaning up, the market is pretty much empty. Most of their sneers are directed toward me, but I give them a glare and a snap of magic, enough to keep them pushed back. Enough to keep the fear on their face that I prefer to see. The walk home stretches longer than usual. Nova dozes against my shoulder while Luna skips ahead, stopping to examine every interesting rock or leaf in our path. Mira walks beside me, close enough that her arm occasionally brushes mine. Luna spins around, copper curls bouncing. Uncle Karn? Yes, little star. Why people afraid of you? She tilts her head, violet eyes serious. Damn, these two watch more, I expect. You make best fluffy cakes, with extra syrup. My chest tightens. I shift Nova's weight, buying time to find the right words. Some people... Mira starts, but Luna shakes her head. I asked Uncle Karn. I crouch down, careful not to jostle Nova. Come here, Luna. She bounces over, cocking her head as she waits for my explanation. The gesture reminds me so much of her father, it hurts. Too often I forget to mourn my brother when I'm trying to keep his girls going. People get scared of things they don't understand. I catch her hand as she traces my scar. Like when you thought there were monsters under your bed. But no monsters. She frowns. Just toys and Nova's sock. Exactly. Sometimes people look at me and see what they expect to see. A big, scary demon. But you're not scary. Luna's brow furrows. You're just Uncle Karn. Who makes fluffy cakes? Nova mumbles against my neck, apparently not as asleep as I thought. The best fluffy cakes, Luna agrees, with faces made of berries. Mira's hand brushes my shoulder, steadying me as I stand. Her touch lingers longer than necessary. And float dishes even though they break, Nova adds. That was one time. I adjust her higher on my shoulder, and we fixed them. Most of them. Luna skips ahead again. Not blue plate. The wobble adds character, Mira says, her smile finally reaching her eyes. And looking at the three of them, tired but smiling and safe, something in my chest loosens. Maybe I'm not just a big scary demon after all.
From the depths of the darkness of Prothika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 8. Mira. I sit cross-legged on the floor with Nova and Luna, their copper curls glowing in the afternoon sunlight streaming through the shop windows. We've been practicing simple songs all morning, their sweet voices joining mine in nursery rhymes. Let's try the Thalivern song again, I suggest, smoothing my skirt. Remember the words? Nova's violet eyes light up. The pretty one about colours. Flutter high, flutter low, I begin, my voice soft but clear. The twins join in, their tiny hands moving in excitement. Through the garden watch them go, yellow, blue and purple bright. A burst of sparkling lights erupts above our heads as Luna waves her arms. Shimmering Thaliverns in the exact colours from the song materialise, their magical wings casting rainbow reflections across the wooden floor. Luna! I gasp, but can't help smiling at her proud grin. Not to be outdone, Nova furrows her brow in concentration. The magical Thaliverns transform, their wings growing larger, smaller, then swirling into different patterns. Red and orange in the light, we continue singing. More colours bloom overhead, the twins' magic feeding off each other. Luna adds glittering trails behind each Thalivern, while Nova makes them dance in perfect circles. Through the flowers, watch them play, I sing, trying to keep them focused on the actual song rather than their impromptu light show. But Nova has other ideas. She claps her hands, and the Thaliverns dive down, weaving between us. One lands on my nose, its wings cool and ticklish against my skin. Again! Luna bounces on her knees. More colours! Maybe we should take a break. The words barely leave my mouth before both girls launch into the song again, their enthusiasm making up for any missed notes. This time, their magic creates not just Thaliverns but blooming flowers that float through the air, petals shimmering with inner light. I watch them work their magic, their faces scrunched in concentration even as they sing. Nova carefully crafts each detail, while Luna adds wild bursts of colour and light, their different personalities clear in how they shape their power. A flower crown materialises above my head, woven from their magical blooms. It settles gently in my hair as the twins beam at their handiwork. Lost in the moment with the twins' magical display, I don't notice the heavy footsteps behind me. A deep voice joins our song, rich and resonant, weaving perfectly with my melody. Dancing through the summer sky, thaliverns bid the world goodbye. I startle, twisting around to find Karn standing in the doorway at the top of the stairs, his violet eyes reflecting the magical lights above us. His forge-stained apron is still tied around his waist, and there's a smudge of soot across his cheek that makes him look younger somehow. The twins squeal in delight. "Uncle Karn, look what we made!" Karn raises one hand, copper-red hair gleaming as he adds his own magic to their creation. The floating flowers and thaliverns pulse with deeper colours, taking on a metallic sheen. Each thalivern's wings now shimmer like polished silver, while the petals gain delicate filigree patterns. "Beautiful work, little stars." His gruff voice carries such tenderness. He steps closer, and I catch the scent of smoke and metal that always surrounds him. But what's this about making crowns without me? Luna bounces up. "Mira needs pretty things." "Does she now?" His gaze meets mine, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He lifts his hands again, and thin strands of magical metal weave through my flower crown, securing the blooms with intricate metalwork that catches the light. Nova tugs at his apron. "Make one for Luna too." "And Nova," Luna adds, not to be forgotten. Karn chuckles, the sound rumbling deep in his chest. He crouches down beside us, his broad shoulders blocking the sunlight, as he crafts two smaller crowns with a mix of metal and magic. The twins' power reaches out to tangle with his, adding their own sparkle and colour to his more structured spellwork. "Dance!" Luna shouts once their crowns are complete, starting to spin in a circle. "Like the thaliverns." Nova grabs my fingers, pulling me up from the floor. "You too, Mira." I let them guide me into their dance, which consists mainly of twirling in circles, while their magic continues to paint the air with light. Luna holds one of my hands, while Nova takes the other, and we spin together until their giggles make me laugh too. Karn leans against the wall, arms crossed over his broad chest. The smile on his face transforms his usually stern features, softening the scar across his eyebrow. His violet eyes track our movement, watching for any signs the twins might stumble. "Uncle Karn is being boring," Luna declares, releasing my hand to march over to him. She tugs at his apron strings. "You have to dance too." "I don't dance, little star." But his smile grows wider as Nova joins her sister's crusade. "Please?" Nova's freckled nose scrunches up. "Like us and Mira." "Yeah!" Luna demonstrates, grabbing Nova's hands. They spin in a wobbly circle. "Like this!" Karn shoots me a helpless look as the twins tug him forward. His large hands engulf theirs as they position him where they want him. "Now hold Mira's hands," Nova instructs, very serious about the proper dance formation. My heart skips as Karn steps closer, his calloused fingers gentle as they wrap around mine. He towers over me, and this close I can see flecks of darker purple in his eyes. "Round and round!" Luna commands, and we begin to spin. The twins' laughter echoes off the shop walls as they dance beside us, their magic swirling overhead in streams of light. Karn moves with surprising grace for such a large man, his steps careful to match my pace. The warmth of his hands spreads up my arms, and I find myself laughing along with the girls as we turn. "Faster!" Nova calls out, and Karn obliges, our circle widening. His copper-red hair comes loose from its tie, a few strands falling across his forehead. The corner of his mouth quirks up when he catches me looking. The room spins in a blur of colour and light, but Karn's steady grip keeps me anchored. His thumbs brush against my wrists, careful to avoid the brand mark on my right side. The simple consideration makes my chest tight, makes my mind think all the wrong things about this demon, This very handsome, very strong, very big and muscular demon who I can't seem to get out of my head, who I just want one taste of. Uncle Karn, you're doing it wrong. Luna plants her hands on her hips, pulling me from my very inappropriate thoughts about her uncle. You have to smile more. I am smiling. His deep voice carries a hint of amusement. Nova shakes her head, copper curls bouncing. No, a real smile, like when you finish a pretty necklace. Or when we help organise your tools, Luna adds. Karn's eyes crinkle at the corners. You mean when you turn all my hammers purple? They look better that way. Luna nods sagely. I can't help but laugh at her conviction. The purple does add a certain charm to the workshop. Don't encourage them. But Karn's grip on my hands tightens slightly as he spins us again. I still haven't figured out how to change them back. That's because Nova made them stick. Luna points at her sister, who tries to hide behind my skirts. Did not, Nova peeks out. Luna said to. Did too. Did dash. Little stars. Karn's voice cuts through their argument. What did we say about blaming each other? The twins exchange guilty looks. Nova's bottom lip trembles. Sorry, Luna. Sorry, Nova. Luna hugs her sister. Want to make more pretty lights? They join hands, their magic immediately sparking between them. Above our heads, the thalaverns and flowers multiply, creating a canopy of shifting colours. A few strands of magic escape their control, zipping past us to knock over a display of charms. Karn releases my hands to catch the falling pieces. He sets them aside quickly, his fingers brushing mine as he steadies me, making sure I don't stumble. Perhaps we should take a break before we knock everything off the shelves. But it's dance time, Luna protests. The kitchen has cookies, I counter, knowing their weakness. Nova's eyes light up. The ones with sparkly sugar. If you help clean up the magic first. The twins wave their hands, dissolving their magical creations into shimmering dust that settles on everything, including Karn's beard. He runs a hand through it, sending tiny sparkles floating through the air. Oh, that is a perfect addition, I tease as I look at him. Karn shakes his head, sending another shower of glitter through the air. The smile lingers on his face, softening the sharp angles of his jaw and the stern set of his brow. Even the scar above his eye seems less harsh when his whole face lights up like this. Kitchen, he rumbles. I'll get started on this mess before the glitter multiplies. Luna races for the door, her copper curls bouncing. Race you! No running, Karn and I call out in unison. Our eyes meet, and his smile widens just a fraction. I've got this. He gestures to the floor. If you want to go help them with the cookies. Of course. I turn, going toward the kitchen, even though I don't want to leave him. My fingers brush the flower crowns still nestled in my hair, feeling the delicate metalwork he added. The magic tingles against my skin, warm and protective, just like him. Every day I notice new things about him. The gentle way he handles the twins despite his intimidating size, how his violet eyes soften when they master a new spell, the quiet strength in everything he does. This feeling settles in my chest, warm and terrifying and wonderful all at once. How natural it feels to call out warnings about running, to know exactly which cookies they prefer, to catch Karn's eye across the room and share a silent laugh at their antics. How easy it is to forget I wasn't always here, wasn't always part of this little family they're creating. How long will it be until I'm not?
Chapter 9. Karn. I drag my hand across my face, grimacing at the sparkles that still cling to my fingers. 2 hours of scrubbing, and that damned glitter still shows up everywhere. Magic can't even seem to get rid of it. At least the living room is finally back to normal, or as normal as it can be with twin demon toddlers around. The house falls quiet as I make my way down the hall, checking each room. No giggling, no explosions of color, no floating toys. Strange. Usually the twins are still awake at this hour, plotting their next adventure, or begging for bedtime stories at the least. I pause at the entrance to my office. The sight stops me cold. Mira lies stretched across the worn leather couch, her long, dark hair spilling over the armrest. Luna's curled against her chest, tiny fingers tangled in Mira's dress, while Nova's tucked into the crook of her arm. A leather-bound book of fairy tales rests on the floor, probably slipped from Mira's grasp when sleep took her. My chest tightens. The three of them look right together. Peaceful. Mira's face has lost that guarded expression she usually wears, replaced by a gentle smile even in sleep. She's beautiful. It's a thought that has been creeping in more and more lately, but I can't stop myself from thinking it now. The sight of her nearly takes my breath away every day, and I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do about that feeling. Or the way warmth floods me when I see her caring for my girls. The twins press close to her warmth like they found their place in the world. I almost hate to move them, but I know I should get everyone in their beds. I ease Luna into my arms first, her copper curls tickling my chin. She mumbles something about sparkly dragons, but doesn't wake. Nova follows, a bit trickier to extract from Mira's embrace without disturbing either of them. The twins' room is only a short walk, and I've had plenty of practice moving them without waking them. After tucking them in, I return for Mira. The moonlight streams through the window, catching on her dark hair. Something in my chest clenches at how small she looks curled up on my oversized couch. I bend down, sliding one arm under her knees and the other behind her back. The moment I lift, her eyes flutter open. Green meets violet, and my breath catches. Her face hovers inches from mine, close enough I catch the faint scent of lavender soap. "Karn?" Her voice comes out husky with sleep. A slight flush creeps across her cheeks, but she doesn't pull away. "Was taking you to bed." The words come out rougher than intended. I clear my throat. "Your bed. The guest room." Her fingers brush against my chest where they're curled between us. "I can walk." "Let me." The words slip out before I can stop them. Gentler this time, I add, "I don't mind." She studies my face, that careful wariness creeping back into her expression. Then something shifts in her eyes and she relaxes against me. "All right." I try to ignore how perfectly she fits in my arms, how her breath ghosts across my neck. The scars on her wrist catch the moonlight and my grip tightens instinctively. No one will hurt her again. Not while I draw breath. I ease open her door with my foot, careful not to jostle her. The moonlight catches her face again, highlighting the curve of her cheek, the soft part of her lips. My heart hammers against my ribs. She must hear it. She's pressed so close I can feel her own pulse racing. As I lower her to the bed, her fingers tighten in my shirt. She doesn't let go. "Stay." The word's barely a whisper. My breath catches. "Mira." She tugs me closer, and I follow like she's cast a spell on me. Her sweet scent fills my head, muddling every warning that I need. That she needs to heal, that I don't want to give her a reason to be afraid of me, that she might leave and I can't let her crush me in the process. Her other hand slides up my chest, coming to rest over my thundering heart. "I see how you look at me," she breathes. "When you think I'm not watching." Heat floods my face. I've tried so hard to keep my distance, to respect her space after everything she's been through. But having her this close... Her fingers trace along my jaw, feather light. "I look at you too." I lean in, drawn by the warmth in those green eyes. Her breath hitches. Our lips are a whisper apart. A thunderous sneeze echoes from down the hall, followed by twin shrieks of surprise. The acrid smell of smoke hits my nose. "Uncle Karn!" Luna's voice rings with more excitement than fear. "Nova made the curtains pretty." It's bright, Nova corrects, followed by the distinctive crackle of flames. I jerk back, torn between the moment slipping away and parental duty. Mira pushes at my chest. Go! She's already sliding off the bed. Damn it! I sprint down the hall, magic crackling at my fingertips. I have to teach them how to control it better. The scene that greets me would be comical if it weren't so dangerous. Both twins standing in their beds, pointing at the merrily blazing curtains while violet sparkles rain down from Nova's latest sneeze. I extinguish the flames with a burst of magic, my heart still racing from the sprint down the hall. The curtains are a lost cause, but at least nothing else caught. Mira appears in the doorway, hair mussed from our earlier moment. She takes in the scene, smoking curtains, glitter-covered twins, and me standing in the middle of it all with singed eyebrows. Pretty? Luna bounces on her bed. Do it again, Nova. No. I catch Nova as she tries to work up another sneeze, scooping her up before more sparks can fly. No more fire magic at bedtime. But Uncle Karn? Bed. Now. I tuck Nova back under her covers while Mira handles Luna. The twins pout but settle as Mira starts humming a soft lullaby. Once they are somewhat settled, we slip out of their room, leaving the door cracked. The moment we're in the hall, Mira's shoulders start shaking. A snort escapes her lips. Your eyebrows. She covers her mouth, but her eyes dance with mirth. I cross my arms trying to look stern, but her laugh is infectious. Think it's funny, do you? You should see your face. She reaches up, brushing ash from my cheek. The touch sends a shock through my skin. You look like you stuck your head in the forge. Wouldn't be the first time. I catch her hand before she can pull away. Her palm is soft against my calloused fingers. Our earlier tension crackles between us. Her smile fades to something softer, more intimate. For a moment, I think about pulling her close, finishing what we started. A thump from the twins' room breaks the spell. Mira steps back, tucking her hair behind her ear. I should get some sleep. She glances up through her lashes. Good night, Karn. Good night. I watch her disappear into her room, the gentle click of her door echoing in the quiet hall. My fingers still tingle where they touched her skin. Damn it, I'm in trouble.
Chapter 10. Mira. I can tell instantly that the twins aren't awake when I come out of my room, which is the first sign that makes me start to worry. As soon as I push the door open, I see why. Sweat beads on Luna's forehead as she thrashes in her small bed, copper curls plastered to her temples. My heart races when I touch her burning skin. Nova whimpers in the adjacent bed, her own fever making the toy blocks spiral through the air like autumn leaves. Shh, it's okay. I fetch a cool cloth to press to Luna's face, dodging a floating pillow. The girl's magic has never acted this erratic before, at least not in sleep. I'm right here. A wooden Zarin crashes against the wall. I duck, scanning the room for more projectiles. Books flutter their pages, dolls dance in circles, and the curtains ripple despite the closed window. The chaos of their combined fevered magic fills the room with a wild energy that raises the hair on my arms. Heavy footsteps thunder up the stairs. Karn bursts through the door, violet eyes wide as he takes in the scene. His massive frame fills the doorway, work apron still tied around his waist. What's happening? His deep voice cracks with worry. They're burning up. I move to Nova, pressing my palm to her forehead. Both of them at the same time, and their magic. A glass of water on the nightstand explodes, sending shards skittering across the floor. Karn crosses the room in 2 strides, gathering Luna into his arms. His rough hands turn gentle as he cradles her. Uncle Karn, she mumbles, burrowing into his chest. I'm here, little spark. He presses his lips to her temple, then looks at me. We need to get a healer. How do I... I'll call one. He casts a wary look around the room, and I cross it. Go, I've got them. I take Luna from him, settling next to Nova so they're both within reach. I promise. I hold both girls close as Karn's footsteps fade down the stairs. The magical chaos continues around us, books flying, toys spinning, curtains whipping. I hum an old lullaby, one my mother used to sing, trying to soothe them through their fever dreams. The wait feels endless before I hear voices approaching. Karn returns with a short, plump demon whose grey hair is twisted into elaborate braids. Her wrinkled face breaks into a warm smile, despite the wooden block that nearly hits her head. Well now, this is quite the display. She sets her leather bag on the dresser, dodging another floating toy. I'm healer Zanul. How long have they been like this? I found them this way this morning. I stroke Nova's damp curls. The fever came on suddenly. She approaches the bed, pressing weathered hands to each twin's forehead. Ah, just as I suspected. Demon children often get these magical fevers around this age. Their bodies are adjusting to their growing powers. So they'll be all right. Karn's deep voice trembles slightly. Oh yes, perfectly fine. She rummages in her bag, pulling out packets of dried herbs. Mix these with honey and warm water. Give it to them every few hours. The fever should break by tomorrow morning. Luna stirs, violet eyes fluttering open. My head hurts. I know, little one. Zanul touches Luna's cheek. But you're being very brave. Both of you are. The toys gradually settle as the healer moves her hands over their bodies, the magical storm calming. Once she has helped settle them, she shows me how to prepare the herbal mixture, her movements efficient but gentle. The fever actually helps their magic settle into proper channels. She packs up her supplies. Think of it like a river finding its course. Right now it's flooding, but soon it'll flow smoothly. Thank you, I say, relief washing over me as both girls drift into calmer sleep. Just doing my job, dear. She pats my hand. Keep them cool and comfortable. They'll be running around causing regular mischief again before you know it. Karn doesn't leave with the woman. He stays with me, watching as the twins drift in and out of a fitful sleep, but their magic still pulses through the room in waves. I can't keep still, so I do what I can to keep the girls comfortable. We work to keep their skin cool, wiping away sweat as they writhe in their beds. I wring out another cloth in the basin, careful not to splash water on the floor. Karn's shoulder brushes mine as he reaches for it, his skin radiating warmth even through his shirt. Here. He hands me a fresh cup of the herbal mixture. Our fingers touch, rough calluses against my softer skin. Nova's due for another dose. Thank you. I shift on the edge of the bed, cradling Nova's head. Come on, sweet girl. Karn kneels beside Luna's bed, his broad frame somehow fitting in the small space. He dabs at her forehead with such tenderness that my chest aches. A strand of copper hair has escaped his tie, falling across his violet eyes as he bends over his niece. You're good with them, he murmurs, voice low and gravelly from exhaustion. So are you. I adjust Nova's blanket, smoothing out the wrinkles. Most men wouldn't know what to do with sick children. Most men wouldn't take in their brother's orphaned daughters either. His jaw tightens, then relaxes. Sorry, that came out wrong. No, it didn't. I pass him a fresh cloth. Our hands linger for a moment longer than necessary. You gave up everything to raise them. That's rare. It's rare for a demon to care. I know that firsthand. Luna whimpers in her sleep, and a book shoots off the shelf. Karn catches it mid-air without even looking, setting it gently on the nightstand. The casual display of his reflexes reminds me just how different we are. Him, a demon craftsman, me, a runaway human slave. They're all I have left of him. His voice drops even lower. Of them both. I reach across the space between the beds, squeezing his forearm. His muscles tense under my touch, then relax. We find solace in each other as we keep passing cloths back and forth, our movements falling into an easy rhythm as we tend to the twins through the night. But hours later, Luna's whimpers grow louder, and my heart clenches at the sound. Her small body trembles despite the cool cloth on her forehead. Nova's fever broke an hour ago, but Luna's temperature keeps climbing. Karn paces the length of the room, his shoulders tight with tension. It should have worked by now. The healer said. His voice breaks. He runs a hand through his dishevelled hair, copper strands falling loose around his face. Here. I press a fresh cloth into his calloused palm. Our fingers brush, and I feel him shaking. Let me check her temperature again. Luna's skin burns against my palm, worse than before. A sob catches in my throat as she tosses fitfully, her magic making the blankets writhe like living things. "Uncle Karn!" she cries out, reaching blindly. His face crumples. I've never seen him look so lost, so afraid. Without thinking, I grab his hand. His fingers curl around mine, rough and warm and desperate for comfort. "She's strong," I whisper, squeezing his hand. "Like her uncle." He doesn't pull away. Instead, his thumb traces circles on my wrist, right over my brand. But I don't flinch. I can't lose her too. I can't. You won't. I lean against his arm, offering what strength I can. We won't. We stand there together, watching Luna fight her fever. His presence anchors me as much as mine seems to steady him. When she finally stills, her breathing evening out, neither of us moves. Neither of us lets go. Nova snuffles in her sleep, and a smile tugs at Karn's lips as he feels Luna. Her fever seems to have settled. "She's okay," he murmurs. "They're going to be okay." I wrap my hands around his waist, squeezing him, and his hand settles on my back. We don't speak again, but we don't need to. Sometimes comfort is found in silence, in shared worry, in the simple act of holding on. We're still standing there when morning light creeps through the curtains, painting the nursery in soft amber. I've lost track of how many cool cloths we've pressed to fevered foreheads, how many doses of medicine we've coaxed down tiny throats. I'm basically asleep on my feet, but I don't dare move. Luna stirs first, her violet eyes fluttering open. Instead of the glassy fever shine, they're clear and bright. She yawns, stretching out like it's been another normal night. "I'm hungry." She pushes herself up, copper curls a wild nest around her face. Nova follows moments later, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "Can we have fluffy cakes?" The normalcy of their requests makes my knees weak with relief. No more floating toys, no more magical chaos, just two perfectly ordinary toddlers asking for breakfast. Karn's hand pulls me tighter against his solid warmth. His work-roughened fingers spread across my hip as he draws me closer. "We made it," he whispers, his breath stirring my hair. I tilt my head back to look at him, unable to stop the smile spreading across my face. The worry lines around his eyes have softened, replaced by exhausted joy. His copper beard is mussed from running his hands through it all night, and dark circles shadow his eyes, but he's never looked more handsome. "Uncle Karn!" Luna shifts forward, breaking us out of our thoughts as she holds up her arms. "Up!" He scoops her up with his free arm, still keeping me tucked against his side. Nova scrambles out of bed to wrap herself around my legs. "Fluffy cakes?" she asks again, giving me her best pleading look. I laugh, the sound light and free after hours of tension. "Yes, fluffy cakes. But first, both of you need baths." "Can we have bubbles?" Luna asks from her perch in Karn's arms. "And toys?" Nova adds. Karn's chest rumbles with quiet laughter. "I think we can manage that," and warmth settles through me as I look at the three of them, realizing how much they have come to mean to me. All of them.
Chapter 11. Karn. I drag myself down the hallway, muscles aching from a night of pacing with feverish toddlers and no sleep. After baths, fluffy cakes, and cleaning the kitchen, I feel like I've already done a full day's worth of work in a few hours. The sun's now fully risen, casting long shadows through the windows. Nova's back asleep in her bed, Luna curled against her sister like always. It only took a few hours before they needed a nap, still mildly tired. My footsteps halt in the living room. Mira's curled up on the couch, her dark hair spilling over one shoulder. One of Luna's stuffed creatures is clutched to her chest, her breathing deep and steady. She stayed up with us all night, singing softly, wiping noses, brewing remedies. She was incredible. I run a hand over my face. The sight of her hits different this morning. Maybe it's the exhaustion breaking down my walls, or how natural she looks here, like she's always belonged. Or the way she stayed next to me all night. Something just feels different. And I don't know how to squash it this time. A strand of hair falls across her face. My fingers twitch with the urge to brush it back. Instead, I grab a blanket from the back of the couch and drape it over her. She stirs, green eyes fluttering open. The girls? Her voice is thick with sleep. Finally down. You should have gone to bed. Couldn't leave you alone with two sick ones. She shifts, wincing at what must be a stiff neck. You looked overwhelmed. I was. The admission comes easier than expected. Still am, most days. But less so since you arrived. Her eyes widen slightly. I don't usually talk about my emotions, but after everything we went through, I'm feeling oddly out of character. And I need her to know that she is wanted here. The twins adore you, I continue, the words tumbling out before I can stop them. And I clear my throat. The house works better with you here. A small smile curves her lips. I like being here. The morning light catches the slave brand on her wrist as she tucks the blanket closer. The sight of it still makes my blood boil, but I take a breath, reminding myself that she is safe here now. She's made this space her own. Made us her own, in a way I never expected. I'm going to grab a shower, I tell her. You should rest while they are sleeping. I retreat before my sleep-deprived brain betrays me further. The urge to touch her, to close that careful distance we maintain, pulses stronger with each passing day. My heavy steps thud against the wooden stairs as I go to the master bathroom. The shower's enchanted water streams hot over tense muscles. I press my forehead against the cool tile, but it does nothing to wash away thoughts of Mira. The way she hums while cooking, how her fingers brush mine when we're playing with the girls or making dinner, the fierce protectiveness in her eyes when the twins skin their knees, how she looked at me the one time we almost kissed. I slam my palm against the wall. The metal fixtures rattle in response to my demonic energy. She deserves better than a gruff demon. Better than someone who spends his days covered in soot and metal shavings, who can barely string together a proper sentence about feelings, who can't tell her he wants her to stay here and not just for the twins, but God's. The way she moves through our home like she belongs here. The sound of her laugh when Luna levitates her toys. How she never flinches from my height, or my fangs, or my temper. I turn off the water with more force than necessary. Steam billows around me as I grab a towel, scrubbing roughly at my hair. The mirror shows my violet eyes blazing with frustrated want. Get it together! I growl at my reflection. She's here for the girls! But is that all? We've had some moments. Moments that I think meant something to her. Like the night she asked me to stay, though we've never addressed it since. Was it just a lapse in judgment? Or could she want me too? I pull on clean clothes, still damp from the shower, and head out of my room. The sound of giggling and pots clanking draws me to the kitchen. The twins sit at the table, their copper curls wild from sleep, while Mira stirs something that smells like herb soup. "Uncle Karn!" Luna waves her spoon in the air. "We're helping." Nova nods seriously, carefully arranging chunks of bread on a plate. Her freckled nose scrunches in concentration. "I can see that." I ruffle their hair as I pass. "Feeling better?" "Much better." Luna grins. "Mira made us special tea." I catch Mira's eye. She gives me a small smile before turning back to the stove. "Just a few herbs and honey, nothing special." "It was magic tea," Nova insists. She still works on sorting her bread around. "Looks very organized." I settle into my chair, watching her methodically arrange the food. She's always been the more precise twin. Between them sits parchment and colored wax. I point to where Luna is already drawing, abandoning her bread task. "What are you doing, Luna?" "Drawing," she answers simply. I thought it would be good for them to channel their energy elsewhere at the table. Mira brings over bowls of soup, setting them down with practiced grace. Her fingers brush my shoulder as she passes, and I fight the urge to drag her toward me. She drops her voice. Hopefully less magic protests. "Need salt?" Luna asks, already raising her hands. "No magic at the table," Mira and I say in unison. Nova giggles. "You sound the same." She takes a careful spoonful of soup, then beams. Good, Mama." The kitchen goes silent. Mira freezes, spoon halfway to her mouth. Her green eyes fill with tears, and she sets the spoon down with trembling fingers. It's shocking how quickly Nova sees what she's done. "I'm sorry," Nova whispers, looking between us. "I didn't mean..." "It's okay, sweetheart." Mira's voice breaks slightly. She reaches across to squeeze Nova's hand. "You can call me whatever makes you want." I watch a tear slip down Mira's cheek. She wipes it away quickly, but not before I see the mix of joy and fear in her expression. The twins have never called anyone but Sarah that, and it wasn't for long. Luna looks at her sister, then declares, "If Nova says it, I want to too." Mira presses a hand to her mouth. More tears fall, but she's smiling now. I want to pull her close, to tell her she deserves this, deserves them, deserves everything. Instead, I clear my throat. "Eat your soup before it gets cold." But I can't take my eyes off her face, memorizing the moment my family felt complete. Eventually, I glance over at the twins, now both hunched over their coloring pages while they take small bites of soup. Mira's clever idea is most definitely working. The scratching of their crayons fills the comfortable silence. Luna's tongue pokes out in concentration as she scribbles, her copper curls falling in her face. Nova meticulously stays within the lines, carefully selecting each color before using it. Complete opposites, even in how they draw. "Look what I made!" Luna holds up her paper, nearly knocking over her soup bowl in her excitement. My breath catches. There we all are. Stick figures with wild red hair for the twins. A tall figure that must be me with exaggerated pointed ears. And Mira with long brown lines for hair. But what makes my chest tight is how she's drawn Mira's hand linked with mine. Little hearts floating around us. That's beautiful starlight. Mira's voice is still rough from crying, but her smile is genuine. "I love how you drew everyone's hair." "See, that's you and Uncle Karn," Luna points proudly. "And me and Nova playing with magic in the garden." Nova peers at her sister's drawing. The hearts need to be purple like Uncle Karn's eyes. She reaches for the purple wax, but Luna snatches the paper away. "No, they're perfect like this." The longing hits me like a physical blow. The simple innocence of a child's drawing showing what I want, but can't have. Mira belonging here, her hand in mine, our family complete. The way she fits so naturally into our chaos. I grip my spoon tighter, the metal warping slightly under my fingers. Mira notices, she always notices, and gives me a questioning look. I shake my head, not trusting my voice. I should get to the shop. I push back from the table, the chair legs scraping against the floor. My hands still tingle from the warped spoon. God orders backed up. You barely slept. Mira's concern hits like a physical touch. The commissions can wait a day. Don't you want to stay and get some rest? My mind latches onto her words in the wrong way, thinking only of Mira and my bed and the things I could do that wouldn't be resting. No, I clear my throat. Work has to get done. Luna pouts. But we're drawing family pictures. Save them for me. I drop a kiss on her hair, then Nova's. I'll look at them tonight. I practically flee downstairs. The workshop's familiar scents of metal and smoke wrap around me as I descend the stairs. I grab my leather apron, trying to focus on the day's tasks instead of Mira's soft eyes or how natural that word, family, felt on Luna's lips. The forge roars to life under my hands. I feed it metal, watching it glow and bend. Hours pass in a blur of hammering and shaping, but every strike echoes with memories. All I can think of is how Mira looked as she slept earlier, of the way her body felt pressed into mine in that sweet hug I wouldn't let her out of. Oh, I'm dying for just one taste. Damn it! I've hammered this piece too thin, distracted by thoughts of her. It seems to be happening more and more. The metal screams as I crush it in my fist. My violet eyes reflect in the warped surface, accusatory. When did she become so essential? When did my chest start aching at the thought of her leaving? I grab fresh metal, determined to focus, but my hands move with purpose now, shaping something different than planned. Something worthy of her. Something to show what I can't say with words. The twins' laughter drifts down from upstairs, followed by Mira's warm voice. The sound settles into my bones like it belongs there, like she belongs there. My fingers trace the metal taking form beneath them. It needs to be perfect. She deserves perfect.
Prothika is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprothika.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 12. Mira. Nova wraps her tiny arms around my neck as I carry her to their room, her copper curls tickling my chin. Luna bounces ahead with Karn, who just came back upstairs and changed, her matching ringlets dancing with each skip. Story time! Story time! Luna chants, her violet eyes sparkling with that familiar mischievous glint. Inside voice, little spark, I remind her, though I can't help but smile. Nova nuzzles closer, her flower-dusted cheek pressed against my shoulder. Even after a bath, she somehow manages to retain traces of her kitchen adventures. Want the dragon story? Nova whispers into my ear, her small fingers playing with strands of my hair. Luna whirls around at the doorway to their bedroom. No, princess story. Both? Nova suggests, ever the tiny diplomat. I settle Nova onto the bed, but she immediately scrambles next to Luna, creating a nest of blankets and pillows. Luna climbs in next to her sister, patting the space beside them. Mama and Uncle Karn both, Luna declares, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. She tugs at my hand while Nova reaches for Karn. Please. Nova's freckled nose scrunches up as she puts on her best pleading expression. I perch on one side of their bed while Karn takes the other, effectively sandwiching the twins between us. Luna wastes no time burrowing under my arm, while Nova leans back against her uncle's chest. How about a story with both a dragon and a princess? I offer, running my fingers through Luna's curls. She hums in contentment, already growing heavy against my side. The brave one? Nova pipes up, her eyes drooping despite her obvious effort to stay awake. The smart one, Luna counters through a yawn. I catch Karn's eye over their heads, sharing a knowing look. At this rate, neither twin will make it past the first few lines of any story. Nova's small hand finds mine, her fingers tracing the edge of my sleeve where it covers my brand, a gesture that's become oddly comforting in its innocence. Once upon a time, I begin softly, there lived a princess who had a very special dragon friend. It doesn't take long before the twins' breathing deepens, their small forms curled together in a way that makes my heart squeeze. Nova's fingers go slack in mine, her other hand still clutching the edge of Karn's tunic. The light's warm glow catches the copper in their hair, turning it to molten metal. Karn's hand brushes mine as he adjusts Luna's blanket, his calloused fingers rough against my skin. Neither of us pulls away. The contact sends a flutter through my chest that I try to ignore. How did you feel this morning? I turn to look at him as he speaks softly. When they called you Mama? I trace the curve of Luna's cheek, marvelling at how quickly they've claimed pieces of my heart. If they want to, I don't mind, I whisper, careful not to wake them. I didn't encourage it, I swear. His violet eyes meet mine in the dim light, unexpectedly gentle despite his intimidating frame. I didn't say you did. He smiles at them. They're very attached to you. And you're okay with it? The question catches in my throat. More than okay. He shifts, his broad shoulders relaxing. They need a mother. Sarah would have wanted that. A shadow crosses his face, grief flickering beneath the surface. Besides, you're already doing the job. Might as well have the title. I just don't want to overstep. You're not. His voice carries that gruff certainty that brooks no argument. Look at them. Really look. He gestures to the twins, peaceful in sleep. They trust you, love you. That's not something you can force or fake. He sighs. And I don't want them to feel like they can't have that with you. The weight of his words settles over me like a warm blanket. Nova mumbles something in her sleep, her small hand tightening around my fingers. Luna burrows deeper into my side, and I feel tears prick at the corners of my eyes. His hand remains steady against mine, an anchor in the storm of emotions threatening to overwhelm me. We should probably let them sleep, he says after a moment. Karn's fingers brush my elbow, guiding me as I ease away from Luna's sleeping form. He lifts Nova's small hand from my wrist with practiced care, tucking it under her blanket. The twins curl closer together in their sleep, copper curls mingling on the pillow. I pause at the doorway, drinking in the sight of them. The light Karn's conjured casts dancing shadows across their peaceful faces, and my chest tightens with an emotion I'm still learning to name. Karn's presence fills the hallway behind me, radiating warmth like a forge. When I turn, he's closer than I expected, those violet eyes fixed on mine with an intensity that steals my breath. The scar across his eyebrow catches the light as he tilts his head. Tea? My voice comes out softer than intended. I could use something warm before bed. Lead the way. His deep voice rumbles through the quiet hall. In the kitchen, I busy myself with the kettle while he leans against the counter. The familiar routine helps steady my hands, but I can't shake my awareness of him, how his broad shoulders fill the space, the way his copper-red hair falls loose around his face now that he's not working. You're good with them. He breaks the comfortable silence. Natural. I focus on measuring the leaves, fighting the heat rising in my cheeks. They make it easy. My fingers trace the edge of my sleeve. Though I never thought I'd be. The words catch. That I would ever have children after. Hey. His calloused fingers catch my chin, turning my face up. The past doesn't define you. The gentle touch from such powerful hands sends sparks through my skin. I've seen those same hands shape metal, lift the twins, protect his family. Now they're cradling my face like I'm something precious. The kettle's about to whistle, I murmur, but I don't step back. His thumb traces my jawline. Let it. His eyes search mine, and I find myself swaying closer, drawn by the warmth radiating from his body. My heart pounds against my ribs as his fingers slide from my jaw into my hair, tender in a way that makes my chest ache. Tell me if you want me to stop, he whispers, his breath ghosting across my lips. He's always gentle, always careful. I've seen him be fierce with others. I've seen a hint of the demon nature I fear. But it has never been turned against me, and although I have never been asked if I want something to stop, never listened to when I begged for it to, this time I want nothing more than to keep going, want nothing more than him. Instead of answering, I rise on my toes, closing the last breath of space between us. His lips brush mine, soft and questioning. The gentleness from such a powerful man undoes me. I melt into him, my hands finding purchase on his broad chest. Mira. My name falls from his mouth like a prayer. Something wild and wanting unfurls in my chest. I slide my arms around his neck, pulling him down to me, needing him closer. His grip tightens in my hair as he deepens the kiss, and a small sound escapes me. It's nothing like the empty touches I've known before, nothing like the way bile usually burns at the back of my throat with every press of a pair of lips. This burns, consuming me from the inside out in a delicious heat that I want more of. His other hand spans my lower back, pressing me against him until I can feel the solid wall of his chest through my dress. I trace the muscles of his shoulders, marvelling at how perfectly I fit against him. His tongue sweeps across my bottom lip, and I open for him, desire coursing through my veins like liquid fire. Gods, you're perfect, he growls against my mouth. I arch into him, fingers tangling in his copper hair. Every brush of his lips, every stroke of his tongue sends sparks shooting down my spine. I never knew it could be like this, that I could want someone so much it hurts. And as that snaps into place, so does the fear. The kettle's sharp whistle pierces the air. We jump apart, breathing hard. My lips tingle, and my legs feel unsteady. Karn's violet eyes are dark with desire. His hair mussed where I grabbed it. Damn kettle, he mutters, running a hand over his face. My chest heaves as I try to calm the racing heart in my chest as reality crashes back down on me. Fear and confusion pour through me. Karn must see it because he reaches for me, but I hold up my hand. I dot. My voice trembles. I should go to bed. Mira, wait. His violet eyes search my face, concern replacing the heat from moments ago. We should talk about this. I shake my head, wrapping my arms around myself. The brand on my wrist seems to burn beneath my sleeve, a reminder of everything I've survived, everything I have to lose. No, I take in a deep breath and flash him a smile. I don't want the tea anymore. I need to think. You're running. His words hit like a physical blow, gentle despite their accuracy. Please. I back toward the doorway, fighting the urge to return to his warmth. I can't. I need space. Before he can respond, I flee to my room, shutting the door behind me. My legs give out and I slide down against it, heart hammering against my ribs. My fingers drift to my lips, still tingling from his kiss. No one has ever touched me like that, like I'm precious instead of property. I should love that, want that, but it's hard to feel his lips and not think of the times I've begged for others not to touch me. Sometimes it's hard to look at his horns and not feel the pain of someone lashing at me. But more than anything, it's hard to be here, to want something, to hope. Because I know that hope is more deadly than anything, and the happier I am, the more comfortable I get, the more terrified I become. The moonlight streams through my window, painting silver patterns across my bed. This room, this home he's given me, it's more than I ever dared dream of having. The twins sleeping down the hall, their copper curls and demon eyes so like their uncles, the way they call me Mama now, freely giving the love I thought I'd never deserve. And Karn, a demon who shapes metal with the same gentleness he shows his nieces, who opened his home to a broken runaway without question, who kisses like he's discovering something sacred. Tears slip down my cheeks as confusion wars with longing in my chest. I press my palms against my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. All my life, I was taught to fear demons, their power, their pride, their cruelty. But Karn defies everything I thought I knew. Still, how long will I hold his interest? Is this because he's lonely? I fear to let down my guard with him completely. Let myself want more than a human is ever promised in this God's forsaken world. What am I doing? I whisper to the empty room. My heart already knows the answer, even as my mind rebels against the risk.
Chapter 13. Karn. I spot Nova trying to sneak another cookie from the kitchen counter while Luna creates a diversion by floating her stuffed Rono in front of my face. These two are getting too clever for their own good. But my mind keeps drifting to last night's kiss with Mira, to the way she melted against me before pulling away. It is hard to focus on anything else when I barely slept, caught between the need to taste her again and the desire to squash the fear I saw written all over her face. I knew better than going that far. This morning she won't meet my eyes, keeps her distance, busying herself with breakfast preparations. The kitchen feels colder without her usual warmth. "Uncle Karn, look!" Luna waves the Rono closer to my face. "He's dancing!" I catch the Rono midair. "Nice try, little troublemaker. Nova, put that cookie back." Nova freezes, hand in the jar. Her violet eyes, so much like mine, go wide with feigned innocence. "Sharing is nice. Not before breakfast." I scoop her up, cookie jar and all. Behind me, Mira slips out of the kitchen without a word. My chest tightens. I quickly gather some breads, jams, and fruits, managing to coax the twins into eating a little. I clean them up and dress them with no signs of Mira. I'm sure she's waiting for me to call out that I'm headed down since I'm typically gone by now, but I'm lingering. This distance between us is killing me. "Down to the shop today, you two." I set Nova on her feet next to her sister. "Got some special projects that need my favorite assistance." Luna bounces in her seat. "Can we make sparkles again?" "No sparkles. The last time they helped with enchanted metal, we were finding glitter in the forge for weeks. But you can sort the pieces by size." I catch Mira's scent as she pauses in the doorway of the twins' room. The urge to pull her close, to taste her lips again, hits me like a hammer strike. But her rigid shoulders and downcast eyes tell me to keep my distance. "Time to go, troublemakers!" I hoist a twin under each arm, their giggles echoing through the room. "Mira, take some time for yourself today. We'll be in the shop if you need anything." She gives a slight nod, still not looking at me as she walks away. Damn, his hurt's worse than any forge burn. But I won't push her. Can't risk frightening her away, when just having her near feels like finding a piece of myself I never knew was missing. The twins shout goodbye as we head downstairs, already plotting their next mischief. At least their chaos might distract me from thoughts of soft lips and the lingering, sweet taste of her. I set up the twins at their usual spot, a low table covered in scratches and scorch marks from previous helping sessions. Dumping out a box of scrap metal pieces, I arranged them by size to give the girls an example. Big ones here, tiny ones there, like a puzzle. I ruffle Nova's curls. She's already laser-focused on organizing, while Luna's more interested in making the pieces dance across the table. "Luna, no floating!" "But they want to fly!" She pouts, copper curls bouncing as she waves her hands. At my workbench, I pull out the delicate silver chain I worked on the day before for Mira's bracelet. The metal practically hums under my fingers, ready for enchantment. Each protection rune needs to be perfect. No room for error when it comes to keeping her safe. I hear giggling behind me, never a good sign. "What are you making?" Nova appears at my elbow, standing on tiptoes to peek at my work. "Something special for Mira." I carefully etch the first rune, channeling protective magic through my tools. The silver glows faintly purple. "Pretty." Luna abandons her sorting to join us. "Can we help? Please. This needs to be..." Before I can finish, both girls press their hands to the bracelet. Light flares, bright enough to make me squint. When it fades, the previously elegant silver chain is now covered in swirling patterns of pink and gold. "We made it prettier." Luna claps. Nova nods seriously. "More protection, like hugs." I examine their handiwork. The twins' magic has woven itself through mine, creating something unexpected but perfect, just like Mira. The protection runes are still there, but now they pulse with warmth and light. "This is..." I freeze as I turn to look at the girls. "Look what you did to my workbench." I gesture at the glitter explosion around us, trying to sound stern but failing. They beam up at me, covered in sparkles again despite my best efforts to avoid it. "Uncle Karn, the sparkles are dancing!" Luna's declaration makes me turn just in time to see another explosion of glitter erupt from the metal shavings across the room. The twins' combined magic sends iridescent clouds spiraling toward the ceiling beams. I pinch the bridge of my nose. That's not what sorting means. Nova at least has the decency to look sheepish. They were lonely. Footsteps on the stairs draw my attention. Mira appears, green eyes widening at the disaster zone my workshop has become. "I heard an explosion." She takes in the scene, a smile tugging at her lips despite her earlier awkwardness. "Ah, glitter again." My heart stutters at the sight of her. She's tied her dark hair back with a ribbon, exposing the elegant curve of her neck. The morning light catches on her beautiful features, making her look like a goddess in her own right. I'm 2 seconds away from breaking. I want her so much it hurts, but instead, I turn away. "Sorry about the mess." I grab a broom, trying not to stare. These two decided the metal shavings needed more personality. "Pretty." Luna waves her hand, sending another shower of sparkles raining down. Mira grabs a cloth and starts wiping down the workbench. "Can your magic not get rid of glitter?" I make the mistake of looking up. Nothing seems to, I'm afraid. I answer, watching the graceful movement of her hands, remembering how they felt tangled in my shirt last night. The broom handle creaks in my grip. "We helped with Mira's present," Nova announces proudly. Mira's eyes meet mine for the first time today, curiosity replacing her earlier hesitation. "Present? Thanks for ruining the surprise, little star." I ruffle Nova's hair, earning a giggle. "Uncle Karn's turning red!" Luna points at my face with delight. "I'm not." I focus on sweeping, painfully aware of Mira's presence as she moves around the workshop. The scent from her soap mingles with metal and magic, making it hard to concentrate. She reaches past me for another cloth, her arm brushing mine. The contact sends a jolt down my spine. The broom clatters to the floor, and I curse under my breath. "Language," Mira reminds me softly, a hint of playfulness in her tone. When I look up, the smile in her eyes makes my chest tight. The twins take advantage of our distraction to create another sparkle explosion, filling the air between us with swirling lights. The glitter settles around us like fairy dust, coating every surface in the workshop. Myra's hair sparkles with it, making her look otherworldly in the morning light. My fingers itch to brush the shimmering specks from her cheek. "Uncle Karn! Mira needs sparkles too!" Luna waves her hands again, but I catch her wrist gently. I think we've had enough magical accidents for one morning. I grab a clean cloth and hold it out to Mira. Our fingers brush as she takes it, sending that same jolt through my system. "Thank you." Her voice is soft, but she doesn't pull away as quickly as before. Progress. Nova tugs at my pants leg. "Can we show Mira the present now? Please." It's not done. I try not to look at the bracelet from my workbench, now glowing with the twins' added magic. Mira shakes her head. "You don't have to, Ma." "I want to." My eyes drop to her mouth for just a second. It's just not ready yet. Her teeth drag over her bottom lip, and I can't think straight anymore. I swallow hard, trying to think of anything that will not get me aroused in front of the 2-year-olds. But damn, all I can think of is her body pressed against mine, her hands in my hair, and how much I want her, how I can't push her, but I can't stand to be away from her anymore either. "I'm going to take these two upstairs," Mira says, snapping me out of my thoughts. I clear my throat and nod, dropping my eyes to the floor. "I'll be upstairs in a bit." I don't manage to get anything else done besides chastising myself for all the thoughts of Mira that I can't seem to shake.
Chapter 14. Mira. The afternoon sun streams through the windows as I lift Nova from the bed after their nap. They had used a lot of magic this morning, making Uncle Karn's shop pretty. Luna's already bouncing by the door, her copper curls wild from sleep. "Can we play outside, Mama?" Luna tugs at my skirt. The word catches in my chest. Not with pain anymore, but with a warmth I'm still getting used to. "Let me fix your hair first, little star." I gather her curls, identical to her father's shade. My fingers work through the tangles while Nova patiently waits her turn, arranging her stuffed animals in a neat row. "Mama, look!" Nova waves her tiny hands, and sparkles of purple light dance between her fingers. "I made it pretty." "Beautiful magic, sweetheart." The endearment slips out naturally now. "Just remember what your uncle said about using it inside." Luna bounces on her toes. "Outside, outside." Once they're appropriately dressed, we settle in the small garden behind the workshop. The twins immediately start their favourite game, Luna creating tiny whirlwinds to chase the fallen leaves, while Nova changes their colours. I sit cross-legged in the grass, ready to intervene if their magic gets too enthusiastic. "Mama, catch!" Luna sends a golden leaf spinning my way. I snatch it from the air, and Nova immediately turns it bright blue. "Again!" They both clap their hands, and I find myself laughing along with them. The sound surprises me. 6 months ago, I wouldn't have believed I could laugh like this again. A cool breeze ruffles my skirt, and I wrap my arms around myself. The garden's stone wall provides shelter from prying eyes, something I still appreciate, even knowing I'm safe here. The twins' laughter rings pure and sweet, untouched by the shadows in their past. "Watch this, Mama." Luna spreads her arms wide, face scrunched in concentration. 3 leaves rise from the ground, spinning in a circle. Nova's eyes light up, and the leaves shift from red to purple to gold. "My turn." Nova waves her hand, and 1 leaf transforms into a thalivern. It flutters for 2 seconds before reverting back with a pop. Her lower lip trembles. Almost had it that time. I scoot closer, opening my arms. She crawls into my lap, while Luna plops down beside us, pressing against my side. "Remember what your uncle said about transformation magic?" "Small steps," Nova mumbles into my shoulder. "That's right, even the greatest mages started with baby steps." Luna pats her sister's back. You can do it! Try again! Her enthusiasm sparks another smile from Nova. The girls return to their play, and I watch them work together, Luna lifting the leaves, Nova practicing her transformations. They move in perfect sync, even their failures becoming part of their game. My fingers trace the brand on my wrist absently. These moments still feel like stolen treasure, precious and fragile. Mama, sing the Thalivern song. Luna tugs at my sleeve. Nova claps in agreement. Please, please, please! My throat tightens. Old habits die hard, but their violet eyes shine with such hope, and I find myself softening. The melody rises naturally, words flowing like water. The twins sway to the rhythm, adding their own voices in sweet discord. Nova's next leaf Thalivern stays transformed a few seconds longer, encouraged by the song. Luna creates a gentle breeze to make it dance. By the time I finish, I notice that the sun has started to dip, casting long shadows across the garden. Time to get cleaned up, little stars. I gather their small hands in mine. Your uncle will be done with his forge work soon. Can we have bubbles? Luna skips beside me while Nova holds my other hand, still focused on changing a leaf's colour as we walk. If you promise not to float them all over the ceiling again. I guide them through the back door, through the kitchen and to the bathroom. While the water warms, I help them out of their play clothes. Luna twirls naked around the bathroom, while Nova carefully folds her dress, as well as a 2-year-old can. The contrast between them never fails to make me smile. In you go. I lift them one at a time into the tub, adding the soap that creates their beloved bubbles. Nova immediately starts shaping them into tiny castles, while Luna splashes water at imaginary dragons. After we do story time, Nova asks, knowing that I will say yes like I do every night. Of course. Now, hold still so I can wash your hair. I work the soap through Luna's copper curls that only make me think of Karn right now. She squirms, distracted by a floating bubble. Mama! Luna turns those violet eyes on me. I want the princess story. Okay, I answer. We can do that. And then, with all the innocence a 2-year-old can muster, she bluntly asks, why don't you kiss Uncle Karn like the prince and princesses in the storybooks? The soap slips from my hands, splashing into the water. Heat floods my cheeks. That's... Nova pauses her bubble castle construction to watch me with equal curiosity. Uncle Karn looks at you like the prince looks at the princess. He does not. The words come out too quick, too defensive. I focus on rinsing Luna's hair, trying to ignore how my hands shake slightly. Your uncle is very kind to let me stay here, that's all. But you look at him too. Luna nods, as if she's solved a great mystery. When he's working and gets all sweaty. Time to wash your face. I scoop up a handful of bubbles, gently cutting off that particular observation. My cheeks burn hotter, remembering exactly how it felt for their uncle to kiss me. The way his muscles felt beneath my hands. The way he growled against my mouth. Mama's turning red. Nova giggles, splashing water at me. Am not. I reach for a towel, grateful for the distraction. I turn to grab a towel and freeze. Karn fills the doorway, his violet eyes wide as they meet mine. His work shirt clings to his broad chest, which looks to be slightly damp from a shower. My mouth goes dry. Why does he have to look so freaking good? Heat floods my cheeks as I remember Luna's words about princes and kisses. Uncle Karn! The twins squeal in unison, standing up in the tub. Water sloshes everywhere. Careful! I reach for them, but Karn's already there, his movements swift despite his size. He catches Nova as she leaps, wrapping her in the towel I'd dropped. Little troublemakers. His deep voice rumbles with affection. Luna bounces impatiently, arms raised for her turn. I grab another towel, doing everything I can to stop the thoughts from bubbling up in my mind again. I haven't stopped thinking about our kiss, about how much I want to give in to him, and how stupid I'll feel if I do, and it goes wrong. I feel trapped in a different way than I ever have been. Up! Luna demands. Karn scoops her up one-handed, Nova tucked in his other arm. I follow him down the hall. Here. I hand him Luna's nightdress, and when our eyes meet, I forget why I'm holding back. But then he looks away, and I try to shake off the feelings that come with being beneath his gaze. I've been avoiding him since our kiss, drowning in my own confusion and thoughts even as the memories plague. But the twins notice everything, especially the way my eyes follow him when he's near. Story time? Nova asks through a yawn as Karn helps her into her nightgown. Of course. Karn's voice softens. He carries them toward their room while I clean up the water, trying to steady my racing heart. Just his presence has triggered the thoughts again. Kissing him was everything. And the more I've thought about it, the more I've wanted to do it again. I'm tired of overthinking it when I'm craving him like he is damn air. In their bedroom, I watch him tuck them in with gentle hands that can bend metal to his will. His copper hair falls loose around his face, and I remember how it felt sliding through my fingers that night. Luna grabs her favourite book. The Princess Story. My cheeks burn again. Karn glances at me, a question in those violet eyes. I look away first, but I can still feel the weight of his gaze. I wonder how much he heard earlier. I settle beside the girls, letting Karn take care of the story tonight. He does great voices as he practically recites the book, and I let myself stare at him. Emotion washes over me with the way his eyes brighten with magic, how he gives his all to the story. He loves his nieces so much. He's been so kind to me. He's smart and strong, and hotter than the forge downstairs. He makes me feel safe and like I can smile and laugh, and he won't let anyone get in the way. I don't know what tomorrow holds. I don't know if I'll be here forever. But I want to be. And I'm damn tired of holding back from the only one who has ever treated me like a real person. I miss the end of the story, but soon Karn is closing the book, kissing the girls goodnight. I climb out of the bed as he tucks them in, following him out. My body thrums with this need to give in, to feel him, to taste him. My mind screams not to trust him, but I've learned that Karn is not like other demons. Last night alone proves it. I can trust him, and I don't want my past to define us any longer. He shuts the door and turns to me, his eyes lifting from the floor. Mira. He doesn't get the words out as my resolution snaps into place. I surge forward, pressing my lips to his. My fingers tangle in his copper hair as I pull him closer, desperate to taste him again. His strong hands span my lower back, burning through the thin fabric of my dress. Mira. He breaks away, but I chase his mouth. No more running. I kiss him harder, deeper. I'm done being afraid. His grip tightens, and a low growl rumbles in his chest. The sound shoots straight through me, igniting every nerve ending. He tastes like smoke and metal, and something uniquely Karn that makes my head spin. My back hits the wall opposite the twins' door. His massive frame cages me in, but for the first time in my life, being trapped doesn't terrify me. This is Karn, the demon who gave me sanctuary when I had nothing, who trusted me with his precious nieces, who looks at me like I'm a real person when no one else has. I arch into him, my hands sliding down to grip his shoulders. The solid muscle beneath my fingers reminds me of all those times I've watched him, dreaming of touching him like this. You've given me everything, I whisper against his mouth. A home, a family, a life worth living. My voice breaks. I never should have let my past keep us apart. Because now I want to give him everything. His violet eyes blaze with an intensity that steals my breath. the same intensity I've caught glimpses of when he thinks I'm not looking. His calloused thumb traces my cheek with impossible gentleness. You didn't. His voice is rough, desperate. I've just been waiting until you were ready, since the moment you walked into my shop. I pull him down for another kiss, pouring everything I feel into it. All the gratitude, the trust, the want that's been building for months. His arms tighten around me like he never plans to let go. And for the first time in my life, I pray he never does.
Chapter 15. Karn. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 16. Mirror. I blink awake to unfamiliar shadows dancing across rough wooden beams. The bed beneath me is wider than mine, and the heavy blanket carries a scent of smoke and metal that makes my heart flutter. Karn's bed. The events of last night rush back. His gentle touches, the way his violet eyes burned with need, how careful he was with me despite his size and strength. After our first time, I became insatiable, and he took me 2 more times before I was desperate for sleep. I'm only sad I couldn't wake to the feel of his body covering mine again. A clatter from the kitchen snaps me from my thoughts. Sunlight streams through the window. I never sleep this late. Years of servitude trained that out of me. I slip from the bed, reaching for my forgotten clothes on the floor. As I dress, my fingers brush against the brand on my wrist, a habit I can't seem to break. The wooden floor is cool under my bare feet as I pad toward the kitchen. The sight that greets me stops me in the doorway. Karn stands at the hearth, his broad back to me as he tends to something that smells divine. The twins sit at their little table, faces sticky with honey, and matching grins spread across their cherubic faces. Mama! Luna bounces in her seat, copper curls wild around her face. You slept forever and ever. Nova nods, somehow managing to look somewhat more put together than her excited sister, despite the honey dripping down her chin. Uncle Karn made sweet rolls. Karn turns, and the intensity of his gaze makes my cheeks heat. His hair is tied back messily, flour dusting his forearms. Thought you could use the rest. His gruff voice carries an undercurrent of tenderness that makes my heart skip. I'm not used to sleeping in. I twist my fingers in the nightdress. You didn't have to cook. We helped, Luna announces proudly. She turned all the honey blue, Nova tattles, pointing at her sister's plate. Did too. Karn's low chuckle fills the kitchen as he sets a plate of sweet rolls on the table. Sit, eat. His hand brushes my lower back as he guides me to a chair, the touch sending warmth through my whole body. I can't stop stealing glances at Karn as we eat. His massive frame dwarfs the wooden chair, yet he handles the delicate sweet roll with surprising gentleness. A streak of flour marks his cheek, and my fingers itch to brush it away. He catches me looking and slides his free hand under the table to squeeze my thigh. The touch sends sparks through my body, and I have to focus on not dropping my roll. Uncle Karn, can we help in the forge today? Luna's question makes me tense, but Karn shakes his head. Not today, little spark. Got some dangerous work. Nova's lower lip trembles. But you promised. Tomorrow, he rumbles, then winks at them. Besides, your mama might want help in the garden. The way he says, Mama makes my chest tight. I lean into his solid warmth, savouring how natural it feels. His violet eyes soften as they meet mine, and I see none of the cruelty I'd been taught to expect from demons. Just tenderness, protection. Something deeper that makes my pulse race. Gonna need to head down soon, he murmurs, but his arm wraps around my waist, contradicting his words. I know. I trace the burn scars on his forearm, mapping each mark of his craft. The forge won't run itself. Luna floats a piece of sweet roll across the table, clearly trying to sneak more food. Karn snatches it mid-air without looking. Nice try, little spark. She giggles, not even pretending to be sorry. Nova rolls her eyes at her sister's antics, but I catch her eyeing the remaining rolls too. When Karn finally stands, the loss of his warmth is physical. He presses a kiss to my temple, then ruffles each twin's hair before heading for the door. The sight of this fierce demon being so gentle with us fills me with a warmth I never expected to feel again. I'm falling for him. The realization doesn't terrify me like it should. Instead, it feels right. I spend the morning in a pleasant haze, my thoughts drifting to Karn, even as I help the twins clean sticky honey from their faces and hands. Mama, you're humming, Nova points out as we gather baskets for the garden. I hadn't realized. The melody dies in my throat, old habits of staying quiet rising up. But Luna's face falls at the silence, so I force myself to continue the tune. The garden welcomes us with the scent of herbs and warm earth. Through the open workshop windows, I hear the rhythmic clang of Karn's hammer, the sound oddly comforting. The twins help me weed, which mostly involves Nova changing the colour of the vegetables, while Luna makes the pulled weeds dance through the air. Uncle Karn likes when you sing, Nova says suddenly, her tiny hands covered in dirt. Does he? Heat floods my cheeks. Luna nods enthusiastically. He smiles real big when you do. The thought of Karn watching me, smiling at my voice, makes my stomach flutter. I catch myself staring at the workshop windows more than the garden beds. By late afternoon, I'm practically vibrating with anticipation at seeing Karn again, as if I don't see him every day. I start dinner early, choosing his favourite spices for the roasted meat. The twins help set the table, though Luna's floating plates nearly crash twice. Need more salt, Nova declares, reaching for the jar. Don't you dare change its colour again. I catch her hand just in time. Heavy footsteps on the stairs make my heart leap. Karn appears in the doorway, still in his work clothes, earlier than usual. His violet eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that steals my breath. Couldn't focus, he rumbles, crossing to me in 2 long strides. With the twins just out of sight, his hand cups my cheek, work-roughened fingers gentle against my skin. Kept thinking about you. My heart stumbles, and I blush, looking away as Luna screams for me. Go wash up, I whisper, and then, even though my brain is screaming at me not to, I add, I thought about you too. He's not gone long, and by the time I'm done setting the table, Karn is there helping me into my chair. I sit close enough to Karn that our thighs press together under the table. His heat bleeds through my dress, making it hard to focus on my food. When he reaches for his cup, his knuckles brush my arm. The contact sends tingles across my skin. Luna chatters about the garden vegetables she made float today, while Nova pushes her food around her plate, studying us with those observant eyes she got from her mother. Karn's hand finds my knee under the table, and I nearly drop my fork. His thumb traces small circles that make my breath catch. Uncle Karn? Nova's voice cuts through my Karn-induced haze. He takes a bite of meat, his hand never leaving my leg. How come your heart goes boom-boom faster when Mama's near? I inhale sharply, choking on my mouthful of food, Beside me, Karn coughs violently, his hand clenching on my knee. Luna perks up. Ooh, it's doing it again! Really fast now! Damn magic, Karn mutters under his breath once he catches his. His ears have darkened, and he won't meet my eyes. I grab my cup with trembling fingers, trying to hide my flaming cheeks behind it. Of course Nova would notice. She's always been sensitive to changes in people's bodies with her magic. I should have expected this. Is Mama's heart doing it too? Luna asks innocently. No more listening to hearts at dinner, Karn growls, but there's no real heat in it. His hand slides off my knee, and I immediately miss his touch. Nova smirks, actually smirks, and takes a dainty bite of her vegetables. It is, she announces, with all the satisfaction of someone who just proved their point. I've never wished harder for the floor to swallow me whole. After dinner, Karn helps me wrangle the twins into their nightclothes and bed. It takes 2 stories, 1 song, and a stern look from Karn when Luna tries to float her blanket away before they finally settle. While he kisses them goodnight, I hover in the hallway outside their room, uncertain. Last night feels like a dream, and I'm not sure of the rules now. Do I go to my room? Stay? The brand on my wrist burns with phantom pain as old anxieties surface. Karn's heavy footsteps approach from behind as he shuts the twins' door. Before I can overthink further, he spins me around and captures my lips with his. His kiss is hungry, desperate, like he's been holding back all day. My back hits the wall as he presses closer, one hand tangling in my hair while the other grips my hip. Been wanting to do that since I woke up, he growls against my mouth. Before I can even ask, he kisses me again, picking me up and carrying me to his room. Inside, he lays me out on the bed and shows me just how much he missed me. Afterward, we lay tangled in the sheets, his massive frame curled protectively around mine. His fingers trace lazy patterns on my bare shoulder. Let me take you somewhere, he murmurs into my hair. Just us. I twist to look at him. The twins. Mrs. Blackwood from the bakery can watch them for an evening. His violet eyes are earnest. I want to do this properly. Caught you right. Caught me? I prop myself up on an elbow. I didn't think demons. We don't usually. His ears darken slightly. But you deserve better than stolen moments between work and twins. I'd like that. I trace one of the burn scars on his chest. Where would we go? There's a place up in the hills. Good view of the stars. He catches my hand, pressing a kiss to my palm. Could pack some food, wine, proper romantic stuff. I laugh at his gruff attempt at romance. Very proper. Hush, he murmurs against my bare shoulder as he presses a kiss there. But he's grinning, pulling me closer. Day after tomorrow? Give me time to arrange everything? Yes. I tuck my head under his chin, breathing in his scent of smoke and metal. It's a date.
Chapter 17. Karn. I guide the twins down the cobblestone street, their tiny hands clasped in mine. Nova's already covered in flour. Somehow she manages that even before reaching Mrs. Blackwood's bakery. I've known the older matron all my life. She never once sneered at Ash and Sarah, or their daughters. And while she might be a gossip, she's not said a word about Mira at my home. That's why I felt comfortable enough letting the girls stay with her for a few hours. Remember what we talked about? I crouched down to their level. Best behavior for Mrs. Blackwood. Yes, Uncle Karn. Nova nods solemnly while Luna bounces on her toes, distracted by the sweet scents wafting from the shop. Mrs. Blackwood opens her door, her weathered face breaking into a warm smile. Her curved horns are decorated with tiny bells that jingle as she bends to greet the girls. They're all my favorite little helpers. I've got cookie dough waiting to be shaped. The twins rush inside without a backward glance. I straighten up, brushing flour from my work clothes. Thank you for watching them. Always a pleasure. Go on now. Enjoy your evening. The walk back to the shop takes half the time without 2 toddlers in tow. I just need to change after getting covered in flour and more glitter. How did that even happen? And I'll be ready to go. I unlock the door to my shop, climb the steps up to the living area, and freeze. Mira is standing in the living room, stealing my breath as I take her in. She's wearing a deep blue dress that flows like water around her curves. The neckline dips just low enough to make my mouth go dry. Her dark hair falls in soft curls past her shoulders, and a hint of color stains her cheeks as I stare. I found this in one of the boxes you left for me, she says, fingers playing with the fabric. I'm not sure how I feel. Damn! The word comes out rough. You look... I cross the room in 3 strides, backing her against the wall. My hands find her waist, feeling the silk beneath my calloused fingers. Her green eyes dart up to mine, pupils wide. I can change if... Don't you dare. I lean down, breathing in her scent, though I'm having thoughts about getting you out of it myself. Her breath hitches. The dress might get wrinkled. Worth it. I brush my lips against her neck, feeling her pulse race beneath my touch. Karn, she admonishes with a laugh, and I sigh. Romantic, right. That's what I wanted, and she laughed, though rightfully so given how quickly this went off the rails. Well, now I'm determined to show her I can be romantic as hell. Let me change. I take a step back, hating it already. And then we can go. I rush to my room, stripping off my work clothes and yanking on the formal outfit I'd laid out. The black silk shirt and fitted pants feel foreign after days in the forge. At least the boots are comfortable. I'm not suffering through fancy shoes for anyone. Fine, I would if Mira asked. Back in the living room, Mira's waiting by the stairs. The conjured light catches the silver threads woven through her dress, making her shimmer. I offer my arm, leading her outside to where the carriage waits. An enchanted carriage? Her eyes widen at the ethereal vehicle, its framework traced in softly glowing purple runes. This must have cost... worth every coin. I help her up, settling beside her. The carriage starts moving on its own, following the path I'd specified, though I might have traded some specialty work instead of paying outright. She laughs, relaxing against the plush seat. Of course you did. The ride takes us through winding streets and up into the hills. When we reach the grove, Mira's quiet gasp tells me I chose right. Floating lights drift between the ancient trees like stars come down to dance. A stream winds through the clearing, its water singing soft harmonies as it flows over enchanted stones. The whole place is filled with magic and gorgeous. Almost as gorgeous as she is. This is beautiful. She steps down from the carriage, turning slowly to take it all in. Ash brought Sarah here to propose. My voice roughens at the memory. He spent weeks setting up the enchantments, wanted everything perfect, drove me crazy asking for help with the spell work. Did she like it? She cried. I smile, remembering Sarah's joy, Ash's relief. Then she tackled him into the stream. They were soaked in laughing and so damn happy. Mira's hand finds mine, her fingers intertwining with my scarred ones. Thank you for sharing this with me. I squeeze her hand gently, watching the lights reflect in her eyes. Maybe I can do this romantic stuff after all. Grabbing the supplies I brought from the carriage, I spread the blanket near the stream, setting out dishes from the basket. The floating lights cast a soft glow over the feast I'd arranged. Roasted meats, fresh bread, and those little fruit tarts Mira loves. She settles beside me, tucking her dress beneath her. This is too much. She picks up a tart, inhaling the sweet scent. You haven't eaten properly all week. I fill a plate for her, but between the twins' magical mishaps and me keeping you busy at night. Thanks. Her face turns red as she cuts me off. I think it's adorable that she's shy about what I do to her, though I hate to think of the reasons why she shies away from talking about sex. I'm working on changing that for her, replacing her memories and her emotions associated with them in every way I can. They're getting stronger. She accepts the plate, her fingers brushing mine, especially with their transformations. Ash could do that at their age. The words slip out before I can stop them. He was very powerful, very good at manipulating things the way the twins do, where I focused more on runes. Mira shifts closer, her shoulder pressing against my arm. Tell me about them. I take a long drink of wine. This wasn't the kind of conversation I imagined, but I've never told Mira no, and I don't intend to start now. Sarah was the practical one. Always had herbs drying in the kitchen, knew exactly what to do when the girls got sick. My throat tightens. He'd sing to them. Had a horrible voice, but they'd laugh and reach for him. A smile touches my lips. You sing to them, too. Only when they can't sleep. Though I hope I don't sound like a dying animal like he did. I chuckle softly as I pick at my food. Sometimes I wonder if I'm doing this all wrong. They need a mother's touch. Someone gentle. I hold up my scarred hands. The gentlest man I've ever known. Mira covers my hand with hers. If only she knew what my hands have done. They've withstood forge fire. They've been covered in blood from stupid fights. They've ripped people and things to shreds from the anger I've worked hard to master. You dropped everything to raise them. Changed your entire life. Learned to braid hair, stayed up countless nights. Still feels like I'm failing them sometimes. You're not. She meets my eyes. They're happy, loved, safe. Sarah and Ash would be proud. Sarah would laugh at my attempts at fancy hairstyles. Luna's triple braid was creative. I snort. It fell apart in 10 minutes. Nova wouldn't let me try again for a week. She only giggles at that. We eat in comfortable silence, watching the lights dance above us. Mira leans against my chest, and I wrap an arm around her waist. They'd have loved you, I murmur into her hair. Sarah always said I needed someone to keep me in line. And Mira would have loved Sarah. She was definitely louder, bolder than Mira, but I think they would have balanced each other out. I shift back onto the blanket, pulling Mira with me. She settles against my chest, her hair tickling my chin as we gaze up at the stars, peeking through the ancient branches. The floating lights dim slightly, as if sensing our desire to stargaze. Her fingers trace idle patterns on my arm. I used to do this as a child, count the stars until I fell asleep. Outside. We had this little patch of roof outside my window. Her voice grows distant, lost in memory. I'd sneak out there when everyone was asleep. I tighten my hold on her waist, knowing how rare these glimpses into her past are. She never talks about what happened, about the brand on her wrist that I want to kiss and curse away at the same time. What did you dream about? Up on that roof? She's quiet for so long, I think she won't answer. When she does, her voice is barely a whisper. I always wanted to paint, she whispers. But my family was poor, and we all worked until... Her voice catches. Until they had nothing left to sell but me. My teeth grit together so hard that I fear they might break. I have to swallow back my rage, hating that the only people who were supposed to protect her made her pay for their problems. After that, I stopped dreaming, she admits. There was only one thing I wanted. A family. Just having people who were mine, who I belonged to. Her finger's still on my arm. It sounds silly now. It's not silly. I press my lips to her temple, breathing in the scent of her hair to calm myself. Of course, she'd want someone to care for her after everything she had been through, the way she'd been treated. Not silly at all. Something in my chest aches, fierce and protective. Because she is mine now. Mine and the twins. Part of our mismatched, magical, chaotic family. I want to tell her this, but the words stick in my throat. Instead, I guide her hand to where a constellation burns bright overhead, needing to take us off this path before I demand names and end our first date in bloodshed as I hunt down everyone who has ever caused her hardship. See those 3 bright stars? The twins love that one. They call it the cookie jar because Nova swears it looks like where Mrs. Blackwood keeps her treats. Her laugh vibrates against my chest. Of course they do. I trace another pattern of stars with her finger. And that's the dragon's crown, though Luna insists it's actually a princess hat. They see the world so differently. She turns her head slightly, looking up at me. You've given them that freedom. To dream. To imagine. My throat tightens, because that's what family does. What she does for them too, though she might not see it yet.
From the depths of the darkness of Prothika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 18. Mira. The night air wraps around us as we walk down the cobbled street toward Mrs. Blackwood's bakery after taking the carriage back. Karn's massive frame towers beside me, his violet eyes catching the moonlight. The scent of fresh bread still lingers in the air, despite the late hour. Mrs. Blackwood meets us at the door, her flour-dusted apron and bright smile a welcoming sight. Oh, they were absolute angels. She leads us inside where Nova and Luna are curled together on the settee, copper curls tangled. They helped me decorate cookies all afternoon, even cleaned up after themselves. Karn's eyebrow raises, the scar there catching in the floating lights. Are you sure these are my girls? Hush. I elbow him gently. Thank you for watching them. Any time, dear. They're a joy. Karn scoops both girls up with practiced ease, their tiny bodies fitting perfectly against his broad chest. I gather their shoes and stuffed animals, following him out into the night. The walk home is quiet, peaceful. The twins don't stir once, even when we climb the stairs to the second floor. Their room glows softly from the magical stars on the ceiling as we lay them in their shared bed. I brush Nova's freckled nose with a gentle kiss, while Karn tucks the blanket around Luna. As we slip out, Karn's calloused hand catches mine. He pulls me down the hall, and a giggle escapes before I can stop it. What? His fanged grin gleams in the darkness. You think you were going somewhere else? I should just move my things to your room. The words tumble out before I can catch them. My heart skips when his steps falter. He turns, those violet eyes intense. I'm not opposed to that. My breath catches. The brand on my wrist seems to tingle as I process his words. You're serious? When am I not? His thumb traces circles on my palm. I want you there, Mira. Have for a while now. The simple honesty in his voice makes my chest tight. This isn't just about convenience or passion. This is Karn, the demon who dropped everything to raise his nieces, making space for me in his life. Maybe this is more serious than I let myself think. Maybe I can hope. Just this once. Karn pulls me into his room, the door clicking shut behind us. Before I can draw breath, he's on me. His hands, rough and calloused from years at the forge, grip my waist, pulling me against him. His kiss is fierce, demanding, and I melt into it, a moan escaping my lips. Karn, I whisper, my voice barely audible between kisses. His mouth moves down my throat, hot and hungry. It feels so good, and I cling to him as I try to stay upright. His fingers find the laces of my dress, working them loose with an urgency that sends a thrill through me. This dress, he growls, his lips trailing down my collarbone, following the path his hands make as they push the fabric aside. I shiver, not from cold, but from the intensity in his movements. Karn, can the twins? I start, a flicker of worry cutting through the haze of need. I didn't even think about it last time. He pauses, his breath hot on my skin. Sound shield. Around their room. His voice is low, gravelly. I can hear them, they can't hear us. Relief washes over me, and I relax into his touch. His hands, confident and sure, slide the dress down my body, leaving me bare before him. But when he moves us toward the bed, I hesitate. Wait, I breathe, a hand on his chest. His heart beats strong and steady under my palm. He stops immediately, concern etched in the lines of his face. What's wrong? His voice is soft, a stark contrast to the heat in his gaze. I run my hands down his chest. I want to see you. I tug at Karn's shirt, a silent plea for him to bear himself to me. He obliges, ripping the fabric off with a swiftness that sends a thrill down my spine. His chest heaves, muscles shifting beneath my gaze. The scars from his craft crisscross his skin, a testament to his strength and dedication. I run my hand along his torso, tracing the lines of his muscles, feeling the heat of his skin. His violet eyes watch me, intense and hungry. But there's a warmth there too, a softness he reserves only for me.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Chapter 19. Karn. The morning sun streams through the window, painting Mira's sleeping form in gold. Her dark hair fans across my pillow, and my chest tightens at how peaceful she looks curled against me. The urge to stay, to wrap her in my arms and forget the world exists, nearly wins. But the forge won't tend itself. I brush my lips against her temple, breathing in the lingering scent of night flowers from our picnic. She stirs, making a soft sound that tests my resolve. "Sleep," I whisper, tucking the blanket around her shoulders. The wooden stairs creak under my weight as I head down to the shop. My fingers trace the railing, but I'm really lost in the memories from last night. The way her eyes lit up when she spotted the constellations. The way she felt curled up against me as we talked. As she told me things that made me feel like this is real between us. The forge stands cold, waiting. I strike the flint, watching sparks catch the kindling. Some demons use magic, but I think the flint produces a steadier fire, and I can pour all my magic into the runes. The bellows pump steadily as I build the fire, but my usual morning routine feels different. Brighter. The shop that's been my sanctuary for years, but right now, I'd rather be upstairs. I touched the scar across my eyebrow, remembering how she traced it last night, asking its story. No pity in her eyes when I told her about protecting my brother. Just understanding. Acceptance. The forge roars to life, but for once, the day's work doesn't hold my full attention. My thoughts keep drifting upstairs, to the woman who somehow slipped past every wall I've built, who fits into my life, my family, like she was always meant to be here. I want to forge her future with mine, to protect her from anyone who'd try to cage her spirit again, to wake up every morning with her hair spread across my pillow. The metal heats, and I grab my hammer. My eyes skim over the projects I need to be working on before landing on what I'm truly after. The protection bracelet gleams on my workbench, delicate spirals intertwined with runes of safety and peace. I trace each curve with calloused fingers, checking the spell work one final time. The twins' magic pulses pure and sweet beneath my own darker power, their contribution woven through the metal like threads of sunrise. Just needs the clasp. My voice echoes in the empty workshop. The final pieces click together under my hands. Simple work compared to the complex enchantments, but I triple-check every link. The thought of Mira's scarred wrist wearing my work, my protection, sends a possessive heat through my blood. And I know she'll be safe if I'm ever not there for her. Though I'd have to be dead for that to happen. I set the finished bracelet aside and pull fresh metal from the forge. It gleams, a twin to the bracelet I just finished, glowing white-hot and ready for shaping. I barely think as I start my work. My hammer falls in familiar rhythm as I begin forming a band, each strike precise. This piece needs to be perfect. A mating ring. The thought stops my hammer mid-swing. I run a hand through my hair, loosening strands from their tie. Moving too fast? But the band calls to me and my hands return to their work. I can just finish it and hold on to it. The metal flows under my touch, taking shape like it knows its purpose. I infuse each fold with protection spells, weaving them so fine they'll never fade. My demon magic burns violet around the edges, marking this as more than just jewelry. I shape delicate curves into the silver, matching the flow of Mira's movement when she dances with the girls. The design emerges under my hands, not the traditional demon knots my family would expect, but something uniquely hers. Free, unbound, protected. Never letting anyone cage you again. The words come out as a growl, and I pour that promise into the metal. The morning bleeds into afternoon as I work. I force myself to move on from Mira's pieces while I let my mind ruminate over what it means that I am even making them for her. My hands shape metal into daggers, shields, and ornate pieces, but my eyes keep drifting to Mira's gifts. The mating band catches the forged light, throwing silver sparks across my workbench. What would she think if she knew I had made them? The thought nags as I hammer a sword into shape. We've shared meals, stories, beds, shared our lives. The twins adore her. But demons mate for life, and humans, yeah. The blade warps under my distracted hands. Damn. Toss it back in the forge, watching the metal glow. A merchant needs his protection charms by sunset. I force myself to focus on the intricate spell work, weaving demon magic through the metal. But even as I work, memories surface. Mira teaching Nova to braid hair, Luna falling asleep in her lap, the way she hums while cooking. The way she fits against me. Screw it. I snap the merchant's box closed. The charms are done, along with 3 swords and a ceremonial dagger. Good enough. I leave them out for him to pick up and shut down the forge. Eager to get back to my girls, I take the stairs 2 at a time, following the sound of laughter. Mira stands at the kitchen counter, flour dusting her cheek as she helps the twins cook. My chest tightens at the sight. She turns, smile brightening. I catch her waist, pulling her close for a kiss that tastes like sugar and possibility. We hadn't discussed if we would tell the girls, but given how easily Nova's magic reads us, it's pointless to hide it. Her fingers trace my jaw, leaving flowery prints. Missed you too. She laughs against my lips. Going to clean up. I rest my forehead against hers, breathing her in. Save some of whatever you're making for me. If the twins don't eat it all first. I shower quickly, scrubbing away soot and sweat. Maybe I just need to talk to Mira. See if she's interested in something like mating. It's not like we've really addressed the trauma she carries. But I see it easing a bit day by day. Clean and changed, I find the girls sprawled in the living room. Luna's showing off her latest magical creation, floating sparkles that rain down like stars. And these miraculously don't dissolve into glitter and stick to me. Thank the seven. Nova's attempting to change their color, tongue stuck out in concentration. Uncle Karn, look! Luna waves, sending glitter everywhere. I drop onto the floor beside them, catching Nova as she launches herself at me. Beautiful little star! Mira touches my shoulder as she passes. My turn to clean up. Make sure they don't turn the ceiling purple again. The twins exchange a look that says that's exactly what they were planning. I grab them both, tickling until they shriek with laughter. Their magic sparkles around us, painting the room in joy. Once Mira disappears, I pull the twins closer. Hey, stars, can I ask you something? Luna bounces in my lap while Nova settles against my chest. Purple ceiling was not our fault. No, it's about Mira. I clear my throat. This is probably a terrible idea. How would you feel if she stayed with us forever? Nova's eyes go wide. Like in the stories? Yeah, like that. If I asked her to be my princess. Luna jumps up, her copper curls bouncing. With a pretty ring, and flowers, and... Her excitement triggers her magic, sending sparkles shooting across the room. Shh! Quieter! I catch her hand. It's a secret right now, so you can't tell Mira. It's just between us. We can help! Luna tugs my sleeve. You practice, Nova. You be mama. Nova shakes her head, burrowing deeper into my shirt. You do it. Fine. Luna straightens up, putting her hands on her hips in a perfect imitation of Mira's serious pose. Uncle Karn, ask me. I bite back a laugh. All right. I shift to one knee like I remember Ash doing when he practiced with me before he proposed to Sarah. It makes me smile a little. Mira, will you... No, no! Luna waves her hands. More pretty! More sparkles! Nova peeks out. You need flowers, too. I don't think I... But Luna's already waving her hands, creating a shower of magical lights that rain down around us. Now try again. More sweet. How do you know what I should be doing? I ruffle her hair, but she ducks away. From the stories, you say nice things first. Luna taps her chin. Like how pretty she is and how good she cooks. Nova tugs my sleeve. And how she sings to us at bedtime. And catches us when we float too high. And likes glitter. I pull them both close, my chest tight with love for these little troublemakers. You're right. She's pretty amazing. Try again, Luna demands, adding another layer of sparkles. Mira. I take Luna's tiny hand, playing along. You've made our home brighter than any magic, will you? More glitter! Luna waves her free hand, and even Nova joins in, turning the falling lights rainbow colors. I don't think Mira needs quite this much glitter. Always need more glitter, Luna says with absolute conviction. Look who's back. Mira freezes in the doorway, taking in the shower of magical sparkles and me on my knee. What's happening here? I jump up, nearly tripping over Luna. Nothing. Just practicing magic control. Nova buries her face in my leg while Luna opens her mouth. I clamp a gentle hand over it before she can spill everything. Kitchen. Time to eat. But Uncle Karn, the sparkles. We'll wait. I scoop both twins up, making them squeal. What smells so good? Mira raises an eyebrow, but doesn't press. Pies. Though someone, she taps Nova's nose, ate half the berry filling before it made it into the pastry. Nova grins, berry stains still visible at the corners of her mouth. I set them in their chairs, watching Mira move around the kitchen with practiced ease. She's made everything quick and efficient. The twins' cups already have protection spells to prevent spills. The food's cut into perfect toddler-sized bites. Luna waves her hands, trying to make her vegetables float. No magic at dinner, Mira reminds her, and Luna actually listens. Wow, how has she managed that? Can we do shadows before bed? Nova asks between bites. After you eat your vegetables. Mira winks at me. All of them, Karn. I mock growl at her, but eat my greens. The twins giggle, and something in my chest expands watching them. Mira reaches across to wipe Nova's face, humming a tune while refilling Luna's cup. These little moments we've built mean the most to me. Can we have cookies? Luna asks. We just made pies. Mira cuts another slice. But cookies are different. Tomorrow. Mira's voice holds that perfect blend of firmness and love that took me months to master. We'll make some together. Nova's eyes light up. With sprinkles? As many as you want, Mira promises. If you finish your dinner. I watch them eat, these three who've claimed my heart. Mira catches my stare and smiles, a bit of flour still on her cheek. I want this. Dinner conversations and cookie promises, magic lessons and bedtime stories. Forever.
Chapter 20. Mira. The heat from the forge wraps around me as I descend the wooden stairs into Karn's workshop. The familiar scent of metal and fire brings a strange comfort, so different from the perfumed halls I once cleaned. The twins play in their designated corner that I set up this morning when they begged Karn that we all go to work with him. He was reluctant, but I have them surrounded by wooden toys and cushions, safe from any sparks or tools. Karn's broad shoulders flex as he hammers a piece of metal into shape. His copper-red hair catches the forge light, tied back but with a few strands escaping around his pointed ears. The rhythmic clanging fills the space, punctuated by the girls' giggles, and I can't take my eyes off his chest as it flexes while he works. And then she said, "Oh, you should have seen the look on her face." A customer's shrill voice cuts through the workshop noise. The woman leans against the counter, fanning herself. But that's not even the worst part. Did you hear about those slave traders skulking around the market? My hand freezes on the railing. It's like my biggest fear has materialized right here, in my little safe haven. They were so bold, even questioning some of us, like we would take someone's spoiled goods by letting in a runaway, checking people's wrists for a brand, they said. The room spins. My chest tightens, each breath shorter than the last. The brand on my wrist burns like it's fresh. I grip the railing harder, my knuckles white. Apparently they're looking for some valuable runaways. I stumble backward, nearly tripping on the stairs. The walls close in. I need air, need to run, hide. The stairs feel impossible right now, but I need to go. I need to calm down. Through the panic, I see Karn still working, his violet eyes focused on his craft. The twins remain absorbed in their play. No one notices as I slip into the storage room, pressing myself against the cool stone wall. My heart pounds against my ribs. I slide down to the floor, pulling my knees to my chest. Breathe, just breathe. They can't find me here. I'm safe. The girls are safe. Karn would never. I press my hand over my mouth, muffling any sound that might escape. Can't let him see. Can't be a burden. Can't risk. The customer's voice drifts through the door again. She seems to have come closer, and now I'm really glad that I am hiding in the storage room because my knees would have immediately gave out at her next words. Through the storage room door, the customer's voice becomes clearer. My fingers dig into my arms as I try to stay silent. Oh yes, Lord Duskfire himself came to the market. Can you imagine? He never leaves his estate these days. The woman's voice rises with excitement. Such presence, such refinement, those golden eyes of his. My stomach lurches. The room spins faster. He's offering quite the reward too, said one of his most precious acquisitions was stolen. A pause. A girl with green eyes and long dark hair. He said she's not like the other slaves, but all demon males say that about their toys. Metal clangs against metal as Karn sets something down. Not interested in gossip. His deep voice cuts through the workshop. Your order will be ready next week. But aren't you curious? They say she has a brand on her right wrist. I said next week. The temperature in the workshop seems to drop with his tone. Well, I never... Footsteps stomp toward the door, followed by its slam. I curl tighter into myself, pressing my face against my knees. He's here. He's actually here. After 6 months of running, of finally feeling safe. A soft whimper escapes my throat. The walls press closer. I need to run, need to disappear before... Bah! Luna's voice pipes up from the workshop. Mira sad? Shh. Little spark. Karn's voice is gentle with the twins. Stay here with Nova. Play with your blocks. My breath catches. He knows I'm here. Of course he knows. Nothing escapes his notice in his own workshop. I should stand up, brush it off, pretend everything's fine. But my legs won't move. Heavy footsteps move outside the storage room, and I press myself further into the corner, between crates of metal ingots. The brand on my wrist throbs with phantom pain, memories of its creation flooding back. Screams fill my ears, making sheer fear crawl up my throat and nearly strangle me. I'm overwhelmed with what it was like to be under my old master's thumb, to feel like I'm back there. I shouldn't have stopped running. I should have gone off this island. I need more distance, and for him not to find me, and... I can't stay. The thought pierces through the panic. The twins. Karnal. They'll be in danger if I remain. Lord Duskfire will tear apart anyone who helped me escape. His golden eyes flash in my mind, that cruel smile when he branded me himself. My fingers trace the rough wood floor, seeking something solid to ground me as I spiral. 6 months of freedom. 6 months of watching the twins grow, of learning to smile again, of catching Karn's violet eyes across the workshop. All of it has to end. I force myself to breathe deeper, quieter. But it doesn't stop my thoughts from spinning out of control. The twins need their afternoon snack soon. I should make it for them one last time. Then I'll pack some food while everyone sleeps. Leave before dawn. I'll go before Duskfire can find me here. But then I hear footsteps approaching outside the storage room. Heavy footsteps, ones I would know anywhere. Karnal, number I can't face him, can't risk him offering to help. He'd hide me, protect me, and Lord Duskfire would destroy him for it. The twins need their uncle. I won't be responsible for more orphans. My nails dig into my palms. The pain helps clear my head. I need coin, supplies, a new hair colour perhaps. The port city is 3 days' walk. I could lose myself in the crowds there. Mira? Karn's voice is soft through the door. I bite my lip until I taste blood. Don't answer. Don't let him in. He'll see right through me just like he always does. One look at my face and he'll know I'm planning to run. The handle turns again. I press my face into my knees, shoulders shaking. My thoughts start to swirl again. Just go away. Please, let me do this. Let me protect you all the only way I know how. Running is what I'm good at. It's all I've ever been good at. The door creaks open. But I guess Karn doesn't see me because then it shuts, and I'm left alone, drowning my panic and regret and heartbreak. Because I dared to hope, I finally got what I wanted. And it's going to crush me to leave it. But I don't want them to know what I'm planning, so I need to get it together now. I press my palms against the rough stone floor, forcing myself up. My legs shake, but I lock my knees, Deep breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. The panic ebbs, replaced by a hollow ache in my chest. I smooth my skirts, brush the dust from my sleeves, check my hair in the reflection of a polished shield hanging on the wall. Nothing out of place. Nothing to give me away. Except everything will give me away to him. The storage room door feels heavier than usual as I push it open. Violet eyes snap to me immediately. Karn's hands still on his work, the metal cooling on his anvil. His jaw tightens, and his eyes scan over me. It's only a second before he shuts down the shop and makes me confess. I turn away before he can speak. Luna, Nova, who's ready for afternoon snacks? Me! Luna bounces up from their play corner, copper curls wild around her face. Can we have honey bread? Nova looks up from her wooden blocks, more reserved but equally hopeful. With milk? Of course, little stars. My voice nearly cracks on the endearment. I memorize the way Luna's eyes crinkle when she smiles, the slight furrow in Nova's brow as she carefully puts away each block, so much like her uncle. Race you upstairs! Luna grabs her sister's hand. No running on the stairs, I call after them, but they're already halfway up, their giggles echoing through the workshop. I follow, keeping my eyes forward even as I feel Karn's gaze burning into my back. One foot in front of the other. Don't look back. Don't let him see how my hands tremble. Mira. His deep voice stops me at the base of the stairs. The girls need their snack. I climb faster, blinking back tears. They get cranky if they wait too long. I reach the top step just as Nova calls down. Hurry, Mama! I'm hungry. The title pierces my heart like a blade. I pause, gripping the railing to steady myself. 6 months of coming to love them as my own, and now. Coming, sweethearts. I force brightness into my tone. Let's see what we can find in the kitchen.
Chapter 21. Karn. I climb the stairs from my workshop, my muscles aching from a long day of metalwork. The scent of roasted meat and herbs fills the air, but something feels off. Usually by now the twins would be racing down to tackle me, their squeals echoing through the house. The kitchen is unnaturally quiet. Mira stands at the stove, stirring a pot with mechanical movements. Her green eyes are distant, fixed on some point beyond the wall. Smells good. I run a hand through my hair, loosening it from its leather tie. Everything all right? She startles, the wooden spoon clattering against the pot. Oh, I didn't hear you come up. A forced smile crosses her face. Just lost in thought. I nod, not feeling convinced. But if Mira doesn't want to talk to me, then I won't force her. Maybe it needs to wait until the girls are in bed. Instead, I turn my attention to the twins. Nova and Luna sit at the table, pushing bread around their plates, instead of creating their usual chaos. No sparkles dance in the air, no transformed objects trying to escape. Even their copper curls seem subdued. What's wrong with my little troublemakers? I crouch between their chairs, touching each of their heads. No magic tricks today. Luna just shrugs, while Nova leans into my touch without speaking. It makes my chest pinch with worry. I think everyone is tired. Mira's voice wavers slightly as she sets a plate in front of me. Her fingers brush my shoulder, but she pulls back quickly. I catch her wrist before she can retreat, careful to avoid the brand I know marks her skin. You too? Her pulse races under my thumb. Yeah. She tugs free, busying herself with wiping down already clean counters. Just one of those days, I suppose. The twins exchange a look I can't decipher. There's clearly something going on, but trying to get a straight answer out of any of them right now feels like trying to forge cold metal. Dinner is completely silent. The twins pick at their food, taking tiny bites only when Mira gently reminds them. No floating spoons or magically color-changing vegetables tonight. Just the soft clink of silverware against plates. And I hate it. Time for bed, little stars. I push back from the table, expecting their usual protests and negotiations for more stories. Luna just slides off her chair and takes Nova's hand. Kay. My eyebrows shoot up. Since when do they not bargain for a game or a cookie? I follow after them and they climb into their bed without the usual jumping and giggling. The magical stars I crafted into their ceiling cast a soft purple glow across their copper curls. Which story tonight? Mira settles into bed next to them, her dark hair falling forward as she reaches for their favorite book. The princess one. Nova's voice is barely a whisper. With the prince, Luna adds. I lean against the doorframe, watching as the girls curl into Mira's sides. Their small fingers twist into her dress as she reads, clinging tighter with each page turn. Like they know something I don't, but no one will tell me what. And they all lived happily ever after. Mira closes the book. Time for sleep now. I'm stunned when the twins don't even protest. Instead, Luna wraps her arms around Mira's neck. Love you, Mama. Love you too, precious. Mira's voice catches as she hugs them both. When she tries to stand, they hold on tighter. One more hug. Nova's lower lip trembles. Mira gathers them close again, pressing kisses to their foreheads. Her green eyes shine with unshed tears in the starlight. Something's definitely wrong. These aren't my chaos-causing nieces who normally require 3 stories, 2 songs, and multiple bed checks before settling down. But before I can ask, they're tucked in, and Mira's slipping past me into the hallway. I follow Mira into the hallway, catching her arm and pulling her against my chest. She stiffens, keeping her face turned away, but doesn't pull back. Still, she doesn't sink into me, and I'm unnervingly nervous now. The scent of herbs from dinner clings to her hair, mixed with something salt-sweet that might be tears. What's going on? My voice comes out rougher than intended. And don't tell me it's nothing. She shakes her head, dark hair falling forward to hide her expression. I need to shower. Mira. I cup her chin, trying to tilt her face up. She resists, hands pressed flat against my chest. I've never seen her like this. Never seen her treat me like this. I can feel it so acutely. Something is very, very wrong. Please. Her voice cracks. I need a minute. My fingers itch to pull her closer, to demand answers, to fix whatever's causing this shadow over my family. But the tension in her shoulders warns me away. I don't want to force her. I want to be different than the demons that broke her. Fine. I drop my hands, stepping back. The loss of her warmth leaves an ache in my chest. Let's talk about it after. She nods once, wrapping her arms around herself as she disappears into the bathroom. The soft click of the lock echoes in the quiet hallway. Damn it. I press my forehead against the wall, violet eyes closed. Metal, I understand. Heat it right. Strike true, and it bends to your will. But this? These subtle currents of emotion running through my house? I'm lost in the dark without a torch. I can't stand this waiting. My hands itch for work, for the simple honesty of metal and fire. The stairs creak under my weight as I head down to my workshop, the runes that illuminate the path flickering to life as I pass. The bracelet and band I've been working on for Mira sits nearly finished on my workbench, a delicate and intricate piece that just needs to be finished off, rounded and polished. Beside it lies the mating band, metals braided together with threads of my own magic worked through each twist. I settle onto my stool, picking up my tools with practiced ease. The metal warms under my fingers as I shape the protection bracelet's final curves, each movement precise despite my distraction. Purple sparks dance along the bracelet as I work, smoothing it out for the perfect finish. But it's the mating band that draws my eye. 2 metals, 2 lives, bound together like we have been. A copper color shimmers with the same warmth as my hair. The inlay gleams a bright green, like her eyes when she laughs at the twins' antics. I set down my tools, running a hand over my face. The scars on my arms catch the lamplight, reminding me of every mistake, every misjudgment that left its mark. What if I've read this wrong? The way she stiffened against me tonight, how she's suddenly being distant. Maybe I've taken this too far, too fast. She came here seeking safety for herself. Perhaps that's all she wants, and we've all become too much for her. I pick up the bracelet, testing its weight. The magic pulses against my palm, reaching for its intended bearer. The runes are meant to bond to her, to protect her. But if she's not ready, if she doesn't want this... The metal grows cold in my grip. I've spent my life learning to read the language of forge and flame, but people, especially Mira, remain harder to interpret than the most complex enchantment. I set the bracelet down with more force than necessary, the metal clinking against my workbench. This isn't solving anything. I need to talk to her, need to understand what's changed. Taking the stairs two at a time, I pause at the top landing. Her door is closed, a barrier we haven't had between us in months. Light seeps beneath the wooden frame, a thin golden line mocking my uncertainty. My knuckles brush the door, but I can't bring myself to knock. What if she tells me to leave? What if she confirms every doubt clawing at my chest? Mira? My voice comes out rough, barely above a whisper. No answer, just the soft rustle of movement inside. I press my palm flat against the wood, feeling the grain beneath my calloused skin. The urge to break down this barrier burns in my muscles, but I force myself still. She's not some piece of metal I can bend to my will, and after what she's been through, she deserves the choice to keep her distance. I'll be in my room if you... The words stick in my throat. If you what? If you want me? If you change your mind? If you finally realized you deserve better than a demon raising his dead brother's kids? I drag my fingers through my hair, yanking the tie free completely. The copper strands fall around my face, wild as the thoughts I can't seem to control. My bedroom feels wrong without her. Cold. The bed that seemed perfectly fine before she came into my life now stretches empty and vast. I sit on the edge, elbows on my knees, head in my hands. The violet of my eyes reflects in the window, a reminder of everything I am, everything she isn't. Maybe that's what finally hit her, the reality of binding herself to a demon and his haunted family. And she didn't want it like I hoped.
Chapter 22. Mira. The wooden floor creaks beneath my knees as I sink down, pressing my forehead against the rough grain of the door. Karn's footsteps fade down the hall, each one driving a spike deeper into my chest. My fingers curl against the floorboards, nails scraping against splinters as I struggle to breathe through the tears. I can't stay. Not when they're hunting for me. Not when they could hurt him, hurt the twins. I'm sure that Karn can handle himself, but I don't want to put him in that position. Even the thought of leaving makes my chest cave in. The alternative, seeing Karn ever in trouble because of me, that would destroy me completely. And I know I can't face him and say that. I could barely handle it when Nova noticed my mood earlier. Stupid. I press my palm against my mouth, trying to muffle the sob. So stupid to fall for him. But I have. Gods help me, I've fallen for his quiet strength, his gentle hands, the way he pretends not to smile at my jokes, how he makes the twins laugh and doesn't mind being silly, the protective fury in his eyes when he saw my brand that first day, and our first date, our nights together. They've only pulled me in deeper and deeper, and I know that I love him. I couldn't stop if I wanted to. But now I wonder, does he love me too? Or will he even miss me when I'm gone? I swallow back that question, not wanting to know that answer. I don't think either way it will make it easier, so I need to calm down and get out of here before Karn comes back. A part of me is surprised he hasn't, that he's not forcing me to talk. But he never has, something I always appreciated. But if he did, I'm not strong enough to resist if he asks me to stay. I have to be. Have to protect him, even if it means tearing myself apart. My hand presses against my chest, trying to hold the pieces together. Please, I whisper, though I don't know who I'm begging. Please let him understand. Let him forgive me. The tears won't stop. They drip onto the floor, onto my hands, onto the life I desperately want but can't keep. I don't have time to sit here and mourn the only life I've ever wanted, though. I push myself up from the floor, legs shaky. The room spins for a moment before settling, and I force myself to take slow, steady breaths. Crying won't help. Action will. My movements are precise, economical, habits burned into me from years of service. The small leather pack I'd hidden under my bed slides out easily. I've spent the day tucking things away that I'll need, at least for the next 3 days. I run through my mental checklist. Clothes, basic supplies, the few coins I've saved. I look over pictures the twins have drawn me, and I almost leave them behind. But I can't. Folded, they join the rest. My door thankfully stays silent as I slip out. Karn's door is closed, and even though my body is begging me to go to him, my instinct, the one that has kept me alive, that has told me to never rely on anyone else, has me moving toward the stairs. The workshop downstairs is dark and quiet, moonlight streaming through the high windows. Metal gleams on every surface, Karn's creations catching the light like fallen stars. My heart clenches at the familiar smell of smoke and steel. A shelf of finished pieces catches my eye. I shouldn't, but I need funds to get far away, and these are worth more than anything else I own. My hand hovers over an intricate necklace before my eyes move to another piece on his workbench that seems to call to me, a bracelet etched with protective runes. The metal is warm against my skin, almost alive. It pulses gently, like a heartbeat, and I recognize Karn's magic signature, that mix of strength and gentleness that's uniquely him. And the twins? The bracelet feels like their magic too. I'm sorry, I breathe, slipping it into my pack along with 2 smaller pieces. I'll find a way to repay you someday. The guilt sits heavy in my stomach as I add a few more valuable items, but it's better than the alternative. Better than seeing him hurt because of me. Better than watching my past destroy everything he's built here. I pause by his workbench, running my fingers over the smooth wood. The twins' drawings are tacked to the wall above it, bright splashes of colour against the dark stone. I force myself to turn away before the tears can start again. I can't leave without a word, though. So I look for parchment and ink, my hands shaking as I hover the quill, ink splattering across the page. The words won't come. How do I explain that leaving is the only way to keep them safe? That my past is catching up, and I can't let it touch them? Dear Karn, I write, then scratch it out. Too formal. I try again. Karnal I. The ink blots where my tears fall. I crumple the paper, starting fresh. My fingers trace the slave brand on my wrist, the raised flesh a constant reminder of what I'm running from. What I can't let touch this family. I have to go. Please don't look for me. You and the twins deserve better than... My throat closes up. The quill snaps in my grip. Damn it. I brush ink off my hands, smearing it across my dress. The green fabric, the first gift Karn ever gave me, now stained with black spots like my heart. Another piece of parchment. Another attempt. The twins need someone whole. Someone who won't bring danger to their door. I'm so sorry. I love Dash. The words blur as tears stream down my face. I can't write that, Can't make it real. Can't let him know how deep this goes, or he might try to follow. In the end, all I manage is something simple. Thank you for showing me what family could be. Keep them safe. It's not enough. It's nowhere near enough. But it has to be. I fold the note with trembling fingers, placing it on the workbench. My pack feels heavy on my shoulder as I slip through the shadows toward the door. The eastern port's a 3 days' journey. If I can make it there, find passage on a ship. I try not to let the thought of all that space tear me apart as I pause, looking around the shop one last time. Then I'm gone, slipping into the night like the ghost I need to become.
Chapter 23. Karn. The first rays of dawn filter through my windows, and I'm already awake. Years of smithing have trained my body to rise with the sun, though these days it's the twins who keep me on schedule more than anything. I stretch, my muscles protesting after a terrible night of sleep. Mira never came to my bed, and at this point, I need to talk to her. The twins' soft breaths drift from the bedroom. For once, they're still asleep. Perfect time to check on Mira. The floorboards creak under my weight as I move to the guest room. My knuckles hover over the door, but something stops me. The silence from within feels wrong. Mira? I keep my voice low, not wanting to wake her if she's sleeping. No answer. I ease the door open, wincing at the hinge's protest. The bed is empty, sheets pulled tight with precision. Her few belongings are gone. My heart pounds as I search the other rooms upstairs. Nothing. The bathroom is empty, towel perfectly hung to dry. The kitchen is spotless, and my study is exactly as I left it. Moving faster now, I head downstairs, hoping that this is some misunderstanding. But my emotions are turning more and more volatile by the second. Heading to my workbench, a piece of parchment catches my eye. I suck in a deep breath, but it does nothing to calm me. My hands shake as I write the note. 2 sentences that I read over and over, trying to decipher what exactly happened. Of course she'd leave. I saw it was coming, and yet I did nothing. I kept my mouth shut when I should have shown her that I cared. That whatever it was that was bothering her, I would take care of it for her. I slam my fist into the workbench, tools rattling across the surface. Thank the gods for the sound shield, or I would have woken the twins. The impact sends shockwaves up my arm, but the physical pain does nothing to dull the storm inside me. My breath comes in harsh pants as memories flash through my mind. Her smile at dinner, the way she is with the girls, how she seemed to really care about me when she shared my bed. Heat builds behind my eyes, and I grip the edge of the bench until the wood creaks. The demon in me claws at my chest, demanding action, demanding I hunt her down and bring her back. A growl rips from my throat as I sweep my arm across the closest shelf, sending projects clattering to the floor. The sound echoes through the empty shop, mocking me. Empty, like the guest room upstairs, like the space beside me at breakfast will be. But before I can rip the shop apart, another wave crashes over me. Fear coils in my gut. She's alone out there, branded, hunted. The market guard won't show mercy to a runaway. They'll drag her away in chains, and possibly back to whoever was hunting her. The emotions keep coming. Rage and worry and anger and fear. More emotions than I have ever felt crash through me, and I don't know what to do as I try to breathe through the rage and terror fighting for control. The twins trusted her, I trusted her, and now I suck in deep breaths, my eyes scanning over my workbench when I notice something else. There are items missing, which I don't care about. If Mira needed the whole damn shop, I would have given her. But there's one thing I'm looking for, and it's gone. The protection bracelet I spent weeks crafting, pouring protection spells into each delicate metal, weaving them with strands of my own magic and the twins. I wanted to propose to her, and, even though I didn't, The irony of her taking the one object with runes designed just for her isn't lost on me. She took it. Not the nodals in the drawer, not the valuable tools, but the bracelet that would have bound her to me, would have shielded her from anyone trying to claim her. If I ever got the chance to finish binding the runes to her, if I had manned up and gave it to her. The demon in me roars, violet magic crackling across my skin. She has no idea what that bracelet means, what power it holds. Or maybe she does, and that's exactly why she ran. But there's one upside to this. The magic in the bracelet, it linked to me, and I can feel it even now calling to me. My breath catches as I realize I can feel her. Not far, maybe the edge of town. I focus on it, and the connection thrums like a second heartbeat, each pulse drawing me toward her location. The rational part of my brain whispers that she left for a reason, that tracking her down might push her further away, that she deserves the right to make her own choices, even if they tear me apart. But the demon in me drowns out those whispers. The need to protect her when no one else has rises like a tide, flooding my senses until all I can focus on is that magical signature. The bracelet's enchantments weren't just protection spells. They were pieces of my soul, woven with the twins' innocent magic, a beacon calling me home. She's moving, but slowly. Walking, not running. The direction suggests the eastern road, toward the forest markets. The thought of her alone in those markets, where slavers prowl for easy marks, sends ice through my veins. One glimpse of her brand and they'll have her in chains before she can scream. The magic crackles more intensely, responding to my fear. And I know I have to get to her. I take the stairs 2 at a time, my heart hammering. The twins are still asleep, curled together like always. Nova's got her thumb in her mouth while Luna's sprawled across most of the bed. Any other morning, I'd stop to appreciate how peaceful they look. Not today. Girls, wake up. I shake them gently. We need to go. Luna blinks first, violet eyes foggy with sleep. Uncle Karn? Where Mama? Nova's already looking around the room, too used to Mira getting them up. The question stabs through my chest. These girls love her as much as I do. When did I start thinking of it as love? I'm going to get her. I grab clothes from their dresser, helping them dress faster than I ever have. Arms up, Nova. My hands shake as I button Luna's dress. In 6 months, Mira's become everything I never knew I needed. She makes the twins laugh, keeps the house running, brings warmth to every room she enters. And somehow she's wormed her way past all my walls, made me want things I've never wanted before. A real family, a partner, someone to share my bed and my life with. I've never fought for anyone besides my brother. Never needed to. But for Mira, I'd fight the whole damn world. I'd tear apart anyone who tried to take her from us. From me. Uncle Karn is angry. Nova touches my face, her tiny hand cool against my skin. I force myself to breathe, to calm the magic crackling beneath my skin. No, sweetling. I'm okay. I just have to go do something. I've never been good with words or feelings. Always let actions speak instead. But maybe that's why she left. Because I never told her what she means to us. To me. That's going to change. I'm going to find her. And I'm going to make damn sure she knows exactly how much we need her. I'll put an end to whatever it is that sends her running. Because I realize now that I can't go on without Mira. I rush down the familiar path to Mrs. Blackwood's house, a twin in each arm. Their questions about Mira pierce my heart with each step, but I keep my focus on the pull of the bracelet's magic. She hasn't left town limits yet. Mrs. Blackwood opens her door before I knock. The demon matron's ancient eyes narrow as she takes in my face, the crackling magic around me, and the confused twins. Inside, little ones. She beckons to Nova and Luna. I made sweet rolls this morning. I set the girls down and Luna tugs my sleeve. When you coming back? Soon. I kneel, pulling them both close, Their copper curls tickle my nose as I breathe in their scent. Be good for Mrs. Blackwood. Nova's lip trembles. With Mama. My throat tightens. I'll do my best. Mrs. Blackwood's wrinkled hand grips my shoulder. Go, I've got them. I nod, unable to speak. The twins hug my legs before following Mrs. Blackwood inside, already distracted by the promise of treats. As I stride away, my thoughts race faster than my feet. We've danced around everything for months. Her past, my feelings, all the things we didn't want to discuss. I let her keep her secrets, thinking time would heal whatever wounds she carried. But I was wrong. Those wounds festered in silence, drove her to run rather than trust me with her fears. I failed her by not pushing, by not showing her that whatever demons chase her, I'm bigger. That I'd tear apart anyone who tried to hurt her. The bracelet's magic pulses stronger now. She stopped moving. This time I won't let her hide. This time I'll make her face everything. Her past, her fears, and most importantly, what she means to me. What she means to all of us. Because the truth is, she's become our everything. I'm not letting her go without a fight.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about 1 ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents if you marry me.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Godhood is mine for the taking.
Chapter 24. Mirror. My heart pounds against my ribs as I weave through the crowded marketplace on the outskirts of the city. The dense press of bodies offers brief cover, but I catch glimpses of grey-brown skin and dark horns moving in parallel paths through the crowd. I duck down a narrow alley between 2 crumbling buildings. The shadows lengthen as the red sky darkens overhead. Wrong choice. Dead end. Did you really think you could hide from me forever? That velvet voice freezes my blood. I spin around to face him. Valek Duskfire stands at the alley entrance, his elaborate braids catching the dying light. Golden threads and tiny bells woven through his hair chime with each graceful step he takes toward me. His golden eyes fix on mine, vertical pupils contracting to thin slits. I don't belong to you anymore. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. His lips curve into an indulgent smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Everything in my collection belongs to me. Always. He gestures to the brand on my wrist. Or have you forgotten whose mark you wear? That mark means nothing. I'm free now. Free? He laughs, the sound rich and cruel. You're as free as a painting that's walked out of its frame. I simply need to put you back where you belong. I back away until I hit the wall. 2 more demons block the alley entrance behind Valek, their massive forms casting long shadows. Your northern friends can't protect you here. Valek's perfectly manicured fingers trace the ritual scars on his hands, ancient patterns I remember all too well. It's time for you to fix what you've done. I press myself against the rough stone wall, heart hammering. His golden eyes bore into mine as he closes the distance between us, each soft chime of his hair ornaments marking another step closer to my capture. You were such a perfect addition to my collection. Valek trails a finger down my cheek. I jerk away from his touch. But now, the time and resources spent hunting you down have exceeded your value. My stomach drops at the cold calculation in his voice. This isn't the possessive collector I remember. This is something worse. Perhaps I can still salvage something from this investment. He grabs my chin, forcing me to meet his gaze. The slave markets always need fresh merchandise. I hear there's quite the demand for educated humans these days. I slam my knee up, but he catches my leg before I make contact. His fingers dig into my thigh, claws pricking through the fabric of my dress. Oh, you've got that delightful spirit back. The buyers will enjoy breaking that, just like I did. Horrid memories wash over me at those words, sending my body shaking. He shoves me backward into the waiting arms of his guards. Take her to the auction grounds, and do try not to damage her too badly. I'd like to recoup at least some of my losses. The demon's rough hands clamp around my arms like stone bands. I thrash and kick as they drag me from the alley, my feet barely touching the ground. They take my bag too, and I lose all my leverage with it. Let me go! I drive my heel into one guard's knee. He grunts but doesn't loosen his grip. Keep fighting, pretty thing. Valek's voice floats after us, those cursed bells in his hair chiming with each step. I forgot how the sound made me nauseous. It will only drive up the bidding. We emerge onto a dirt road leading away from the city. My struggles grow more desperate as I spot the auction grounds ahead, rows of wooden holding pens packed with miserable figures awaiting sale. No! I twist and writhe, not caring about the bruises forming under the demon's grip. I won't go back to being property. One guard cuffs me across the face. Shut up, human! Blood fills my mouth, but I keep fighting, kicking up clouds of dust as they haul me toward the pens. The red sky seems to mock my efforts, painting everything in the colour of fresh wounds. I don't get away. Instead, rough hands shove me into a dimly lit tent. Two women, human, but with the dead-eyed stare of long-time slaves, strip my clothes without ceremony. Arms up, one barks when I resist. Please, A sharp slap cuts off my words. Quiet. Master Valek wants you presentable. They force me into a gauzy dress with fabric so thin it might as well be air. My skin prickles in the cool evening breeze that cuts through the tent walls. Hold still. The second woman drags a brush through my dark hair, yanking out the tangles. Though I doubt they'll care much about your hair when they can see everything else. They paint my lips red, line my eyes with kohl. Every touch makes my skin crawl. I'm being packaged, prepared like meat for market. Through the tent walls, I hear Valek's distinctive voice, the soft chime of his hair ornaments carrying clearly. Quite the prize. Not only educated, but she spent months living among the northern demons. Specifically with that metalworker everyone's so curious about. The one making those peculiar trinkets. A new voice, oily and eager. How fascinating. And you say she's unmarked besides your brand. Pristine condition, though she's developed some unfortunate habits during her time away. Nothing a firm hand won't correct. The second voice chuckles. I do enjoy a challenge. My clients pay well for unique specimens. And one with insider knowledge of northern demon crafting. That's quite valuable. I thought you'd appreciate that particular detail. The bells in Valek's hair chime as he moves. Shall we discuss terms? Their voices fade as they walk away. I wrap my arms around myself, the thin fabric offering no protection from their calculating words or the growing chill. One of the women catches my defensive posture and snorts. Save your modesty, girl. Where you're going, you won't need it. Soon someone comes to collect me, and I'm forced to walk through a crowd as demons leer at me. The setting sun paints everything in shades of blood, turning the wooden auction block into a looming shadow against the crimson sky. Next up, a rare opportunity! The auctioneer's voice booms across the grounds, An educated human female, previously part of an elite collection. My bare feet scrape against splintered wood as they force me onto the platform. The gauzy dress offers no protection from the hundreds of hungry eyes below. Note the quality of her features, the grace of her movements, trained in the arts, literature and... He pauses for effect. Recently acquired valuable information about northern demon crafting techniques. The crowd murmurs with interest. My throat tightens as I spot several wealthy merchants leaning forward, calculating my worth with cold eyes. Karn warned me about this part of the city. "Stay close to the shop," he'd growled that morning, his violet eyes dark with concern. The southern quarter isn't safe, but I'd been so sure I could handle a quick trip to the market. So convinced that my months of freedom had made me strong enough, smart enough to avoid capture. Starting bid at 5,000 nodals. The auctioneer's voice jolts me back to the present. Hands grab my arms, turning me like a doll for the crowd's inspection. My hair falls forward, hiding my face, my one small act of defiance. "Look at them," the guard hisses, yanking my head back by my hair. "Show them that pretty face Master Valak invested so much in." Karn would have torn these men apart for touching me like this. The thought of his protective fury makes my chest ache. He offered me shelter, safety, a chance at a real life, and I threw it away because I couldn't trust that someone might actually want to help me without ulterior motives. 10,000! 12! The bids rise as tears blur my vision. I wish that Karn was here, but my stubborn pride may have just cost me my freedom forever.
Chapter 25. Karn. I can't think over the roaring in my head. I can feel the bracelet acutely now, and it's inside a goddamned auction house. If anyone has touched Mira... The auction house doors slam open under my power, wood splintering as demonic energy pulses through my veins. The scent of fear fills the air, sweat and panic from the gathered crowd as they scramble away from me. My violet eyes lock onto the stage where Mira stands, her dark hair falling around her shoulders, looking scared to death. What happened? Get away from her! My voice booms through the room, making the chandeliers rattle. The auctioneer, a sleazy bastard in an expensive coat, stumbles back from Mira. "This is a private auction, demon." He tries to sound authoritative, but his voice cracks. "You have no right." I stride forward, my copper hair crackling with energy. People tend to think that because I'm more reclusive, I'm not dangerous. They forget how strong my magic is to produce runes and charms all day, every day. It's time I remind them. My voice booms over the crowd. That woman is under my protection. Karn. Mira's green eyes meet mine, a mix of relief and apprehension in them. She takes a step toward me, but a guard grabs her arm. Bad move. The floor beneath us trembles as my power surges. I bare my fangs, feeling the demon side of me rise to the surface. Take your hands off her before I remove them permanently. The guard releases Mira like she's burning hot. Smart man. "This is outrageous!" the auctioneer sputters. "She was found without papers, clearly a runaway. She's mine." The words come out in a growl. I reach the stage in 3 long strides, stepping on it without even breaking the rhythm. The crowd gasps as I wrap an arm around her waist, pulling her close. The familiar scent of her, herbs and honey, helps calm the rage coursing through me. "You can't just..." The auctioneer starts. I turn my head slowly, letting him see the full demon fury in my eyes. "Try to stop me, please." The threat hangs heavy in the air as silence falls over the room. A slow clapping echoes through the auction house. The crowd parts like water as a tall figure emerges from the shadows, his gold-threaded braids chiming with each deliberate step. How touching. Valek's golden eyes fix on Mira. She tenses against me, her fingers digging into my arm. But I'm afraid you're mistaken about ownership, Northerner. My jaw clenches at his accent, at the way he looks at her like she's a prize painting. She belongs to no one. Oh? He pulls a scroll from his elaborate purple robes. These documents say otherwise, as do the marks on her skin. His gaze slides to Mira's wrist where his brand mars her flesh. Paper burns. I shift Mira behind me. And brands can be removed. Valak's perfect composure cracks for a moment, his eyes flashing blood red. You dare steal from me? Do you know who I am? I know exactly what you are. The metal fixtures in the room start to vibrate with my anger. Many people here are my customers. A collector who treats people like trinkets. Such barbaric accusations. He gestures to his guards. Return my property, and I may let you leave with all your limbs attached. I bare my fangs in what could almost pass for a smile. Touch her, and I'll show you how barbaric a northern demon can be. Karn! Mira's voice is soft but steady. He won't stop. No, he won't. I meet Valak's gaze, but neither will I. She leaves with me, free and clear, or we find out if southern blood runs as red as northern. The air crackles with tension and barely contained magic. Valak's perfect mask slips again, showing the cruelty beneath. You're making a grave mistake. The only mistake was ever letting someone own her in the first place. I back toward the door, keeping Mira safely behind me. Come for her again, and I'll remind you why even southern demons used to fear the north. The metal fixtures rattle and groan as my power builds. I keep Mira close while spreading my other hand, drawing the raw energy up through the floorboards. The nails and wiring hidden in the walls sing to me, resonating with my magic. Last chance to walk away. My voice comes out deeper, rougher as the demon side rises. Valak's lips curl. Take her! His guards surge forward. I don't move, don't flinch. Instead, I release the power I've been gathering in a controlled wave. Metal screeches as I rip it from the walls, nails, pipes, decorative fixtures transforming into a deadly storm around us. The guards stumble back as razor-sharp shards hover at throat level. Impressive parlor trick! Valak's voice stays steady, but his eyes betray his unease. But mere metalwork can't... I clench my fist. The beams above him collapse on top of him as I reshape it into a cage of twisted metal around him. His guards draw weapons but freeze as I tighten the metal bands. I could crush you. The words rumble from my chest. Turn that pretty cage into a coffin with a thought. To demonstrate, I flex my fingers. The metal constricts just enough to make Valak's breath catch. My control over the metal stays precise even as more power floods my system. The floating shards dance and weave, forming a protective barrier between us and them. This is what my craftmaster taught me, not just strength, but finesse. The power to shape, not just destroy. Your reputation doesn't do you justice, Northerner. Valak's silky voice holds a note of calculation now. Perhaps we could... No deals. I guide Mira toward the door, the metal barrier moving with us. No negotiations. Just a warning. Come near her again, and I won't be so restrained. Surely we can. Mira's pained gasp ignites something primal in my blood, and I turn to see that Valak has motioned a guard forward. Metal spears through him, his body falling to the ground before he can so much as bruise her. You should have listened. The words come out in a demonic growl as I release my hold on the bit of civility I have, which, granted, isn't much. Power surges through me, making the very foundation of the building shake. Valak's golden eyes widen. You wouldn't dare. I rip every scrap of metal from the walls in a single, violent burst. The pipes, nails, and fixtures swirl around us in a lethal storm. His guards, who had been looking for a way out, scramble away, but I'm focused solely on him. His lips curl into that cultured sneer. She's mine. The words cut off as I drive a nail through his hand, pinning him to the ground. His magic flares trying to fight it, but he clearly doesn't know how to work with runes. Barbarian, he snarls, his eyes flashing red. You think mere metal can... I silence him by wrapping wire around his throat. His braids chime as he struggles, those golden bells catching the light. You're right. I am a barbarian, and you just made your last mistake. His blood magic flares, trying to counter my control, but I've spent years mastering my craft. The metal responds to me like it's alive, constricting as I lift him off the ground. The Great Southern Collector. I twist the metal, watching him gasp. Always taking what isn't yours. He tries to speak, but I tighten my grip. The wire bites deep, drawing rivulets of red that stain his perfect clothes. This is what happens when you touch what's mine. With a savage jerk of my hand, the metal tears through flesh and bone. His body drops to the floor as his head rolls away, those golden bells chiming one final time. The silence that follows feels absolute. Blood pools around his corpse, seeping into the expensive carpet as his guards flee in terror.
Chapter 26. Mirror. I press back against the wall, my heart still racing from everything that's happened. The crowd that had gathered disperses like scattered leaves, giving Karn a wide berth. His violet eyes lock onto mine, searching, assessing. Are you hurt? His deep voice carries across the space between us. I shake my head, tears welling up despite my best efforts to hold them back. You came for me, I whisper, the words catching in my throat. His expression softens, just slightly, the kind of subtle shift most would miss, but I've learned to read the tiny changes in his stoic face. Of course I did. He closes the distance between us. I'll always come for you, Mira. Always. I'd do anything for you. The intensity in his voice makes my chest tight. Here is this powerful demon who could snap a man in half, looking at me like I'm something precious. His rough fingers brush my cheek, surprisingly gentle for hands that bend metal daily. Want to go home? I nod, tears spilling over. The events of the day crash over me, the fear, the uncertainty, the relief. My legs feel weak. Karn scoops me up against his chest before I can fall. One arm slides under my knees, the other supporting my back. I curl into him, breathing in the familiar scent of forge smoke and metal that clings to his clothes. His warmth seeps into my cold limbs. He pauses only to snatch up the bag containing my things from where it had been left at the back of the auction house. The motion jostles me slightly, but his grip never falters. I rest my head against his shoulder, finally feeling safe. The steady thrum of his heartbeat under my ear drowns out the lingering echoes of fear. He came for me. Despite everything, despite the danger, he came. I cling to him as he skirts around the city, keeping my body covered and glaring at anyone that dares to look in my direction. I have so many questions for him, but right now, I just soak in his presence. Karn carries me straight through the shop and up the stairs, his steps purposeful. The familiar surroundings of home wrap around me like a blanket, but I still can't stop shaking. He shoulders open the bathroom door and sets me on my feet, keeping one steadying hand on my waist. Let's get you cleaned up. His fingers brush the scratchy fabric of the dress they forced me into. May I? I nod, unable to find my voice. The dress falls away and I wrap my arms around myself, feeling exposed in more ways than one. Karn presses a hand to the run that turns on the shower, steam filling the space between us. Talk to me. His voice is quiet, but firm. Why didn't you come to me instead of leaving? His eyes track over me. Did you know he was here, looking for you? I nod as my stare drops to the floor, watching water droplets splash against the tile. You already have so much to deal with. The shop, the twins. My voice cracks. I couldn't dump my problems on you too. Look at me. When I don't move, his fingers cut my chin, tilting my face up. Those violet eyes burn into mine. Your problems are my problems. You think I want you carrying these burdens alone? The tears start falling again. I'm not your responsibility. His jaw tightens. Is that what you think? That you're some kind of burden? He steps closer, backing me against the cool wall. I want your burdens, Mira. I want your fears, your dreams, your past, everything that makes you who you are. My breath catches as his thumb traces my lower lip. Karn. I want your thoughts when you wake up in the morning. His voice drops lower, rougher. I want your smile across the breakfast table, your laugh when the twins do something ridiculous. His forehead presses against mine. I want your breath mixing with mine. I want everything you are, everything you'll be. The kiss, when it comes, is gentle at first, a contrast to his fierce words. But then I make a small sound in my throat and something in him breaks. His hands tangle in my hair as he deepens the kiss, claiming my mouth with an intensity that makes my knees weak. I clutch his shoulders, feeling the solid strength of him, anchoring me in this moment. When we finally break apart, my lips tingle and my head spins. I rest my forehead against his chest, catching my breath. A question surfaces through the haze. How did you find me? I lift my gaze to his face. I was so careful not to leave any trace. Karn reaches for the fallen bag, his movements precise. You took something. There's no accusation in his tone, just a gentle understanding that makes my chest ache. From the bag, he pulls out the bracelet I'd spotted on his workbench. Up close, the intricate runes catch the light, seeming to pulse with their own inner glow. I remember how it had called to me, practically humming with magic, begging me to take it with me when I fled. I'm sorry, I whisper. I don't know why It was meant for you. His thumb traces one of the delicate runes. I've been working on it. Each rune is specifically crafted to your energy signature. A ghost of a smile touches his lips. That's why it called to you. I blink up at him. What do you mean? Protection spells. He holds the bracelet up to the light. Designed to keep you safe when I'm not there, to warn me if you're in danger. His free hand cups my cheek. The magic led me back to you, even unfinished. It recognized you as its intended wearer. He sighs. It would have cast spells against the demons that grabbed you if I had finished tying it to you. You made this for me. My voice cracks on the last word. Every rune, every curve of metal. His eyes hold mine. I shaped each piece thinking of you, infusing it with my magic, my need to keep you safe. He lets out a rough laugh, though I didn't expect its first use to be tracking you down after you ran. The metal feels warm against my skin when he slides it onto my wrist, like it's greeting an old friend. The runes pulse once, bright violet, the same shade as his eyes, before settling into a subtle shimmer. Karn covers it, and I feel his magic flowing over it, over my arm, and when he pulls back, I can tell he's imbued it with something more, the completed protection. I trace the shimmering runes with trembling fingers. Why would you spend so much time making this for me? The words catch in my throat. Karn's hands frame my face, his violet eyes blazing with an intensity that steals my breath. Just what? The woman who brought light back into this house, who makes the twins laugh every day, who ... His voice roughens. Who makes me feel whole for the first time in my life? I don't understand. I love you. The words fall from his lips like a confession, raw and honest. I have since that first day you walked into my shop, covered in dirt and rain, when you fell to your knees and smiled at the twins when they came up to you. My heart stutters. All this time I'd been so afraid of letting myself hope, of believing I could have something real. But looking up at him now, seeing the vulnerability beneath his usual gruff exterior, everything clicks into place. The way he always makes sure I eat when I'm lost in playing with the twins. How he'll bring me cups of tea if I have a hard time sleeping. The gentle way he tucks my hair behind my ear as he holds me at night. This is what family feels like, what love feels like. I surge up on my toes, catching his lips with mine. My fingers curl into his copper hair as I pour everything I can't say into the kiss. Every moment of longing, every flutter of hope I'd tried to suppress. His arms band around my waist, pulling me closer until there's no space left between us. When we break apart, I rest my forehead against his chest. I love you too. The words come easily now, like they've just been waiting for the right moment. You and the twins, you're my family. That's why I had to leave. If they found me here. I swallow hard. I couldn't let them hurt any of you. We protect each other. His fingers thread through my hair. That's what family does.
Chapter 27. Karn. I cup Mira's face between my hands, her skin soft against my calloused palms. My heart still pounds from earlier, the fear of something happening to her lingering in my blood. Her green eyes search mine, reflecting the lamplight. We need to talk from now on. About the important things. My thumb traces her cheekbone. I can't. I thought... The words stick in my throat, but I force them out. When I couldn't find you, my mind went to the worst places. Her hands come up to cover mine, delicate fingers wrapping around my wrists. I'm sorry. I thought I was doing the right thing. I know. Just no more secrets about things that matter. You don't have to tell me everything, but... I press my forehead to hers, breathing in her scent. I need to know you're safe. Deal, she whispers, her breath warm against my lips. And so you know, I never left because I wanted you to. No? I ask softly, needing to hear it. She shakes her head, leaning forward toward me. No, I don't want to be anywhere else but right here with you and our girls. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
But the passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 28. Mira. The late afternoon sun casts long shadows across the cobblestone street as Karn and I approach Mrs. Blackwood's bakery, now freshly showered and dressed. My heart quickens with each step, already anticipating those little arms wrapping around me. You're fidgeting. Karn's deep voice carries a hint of amusement. I smooth my hands over my skirt. I can't help it. I miss them. Before we reach the door, excited squeals erupt from inside. Two copper-haired blurs burst through the entrance, leaving poor Mrs. Blackwood calling after them. Mama! Mama! Luna launches herself at my legs while Nova hangs back, violet eyes bright with joy. I drop to my knees, opening my arms wide. Come here, my little loves. Nova needs no further invitation. She joins her sister, and I pull them both close, breathing in their sweet scent of honey and fresh bread. Luna's hair sparkles with what looks like magical glitter, while Nova has flour dusting her nose and cheeks. "We made cookies!" Luna bounces in my embrace. "And changed all the colours," Nova adds softly, touching my face with flour-covered fingers. Mrs. Blackwood appears in the doorway, shaking her head. "Those cookies were supposed to be brown. Somehow they ended up purple." "Purple tastes better." Luna nods with complete conviction. Karn crosses his arms, trying to look stern but failing miserably. The corners of his mouth twitch. "Did you at least save any magic for home?" "Always have magic for home, Uncle Karn." Nova's quiet words make his expression soften completely. I brush the flour from Nova's cheeks while Luna climbs up my back, her little hands playing with my hair. The familiar weight of them both, the sound of their giggles, fills that empty space inside me I never knew existed before them. "Thank you for watching them," I tell Mrs. Blackwood, standing with Nova on my hip and Luna still clinging to my back. "Any time, dear. Though perhaps next time we'll stick to non-magical baking." "No promises," Luna sings out, and Nova hides her conspiratorial smile against my shoulder. The walk home feels lighter, filled with the twins' chatter about their baking adventures. Once we reach the house, Luna tugs at my skirt. "Garden! Garden!" "Want to see the new flowers?" Nova adds, her violet eyes pleading. Karn clears his throat. "Actually, that's not a bad idea." The late afternoon sun bathes the garden in golden light as we step outside. The twins immediately race to their play area, their copper curls catching the sunlight like flames. I move toward the herbs section, checking on the mint I planted last week, when Karn's hand catches mine. "Wait." His voice sounds rougher than usual. I turn to find him running his other hand through his hair, mussing his copper-red strands. His broad shoulders are tense, and for the first time since I've known him, he seems uncertain. "Everything all right?" He takes a deep breath. "More than all right." His fingers trace the protection bracelet on my wrist, smiling down at it. "You know what this means to me. What you mean to me." My heart stutters as he drops to one knee. Even the twins have gone quiet, watching from behind the herb garden with wide eyes. "I'm not good with words." He pulls something from his pocket, a ring that catches the light like captured starfire. The metalwork mirrors my bracelet's intricate patterns, but where the bracelet holds protective runes, the ring bears different ones. But I'm good with metal, and I poured everything I am into this. Everything I feel for you. Tears blur my vision. His violet eyes hold mine, vulnerable yet determined. "Marry me, Mira. Be my mate. Be their mother, though you already are in every way that matters. Make our family complete." Luna bounces on her toes. "Say yes, Mama." "Please?" Nova whispers, clutching her sister's hand. I drop to my knees before him, my hands framing his face. "Yes. 1,000 times yes." His arms wrap around me as he slides the ring onto my finger, and suddenly we're knocked sideways as two small bodies crash into us, squealing with delight. Karn's deep laugh rumbles against me as he gathers all three of us into his embrace. Still tangled in our group hug, Luna wriggles free first and grabs my hand. "The ring needs magic." Her violet eyes spark with determination. "Like the bracelet," Nova adds, her fingers already glowing with a soft purple light. Karn shifts me in his lap. "Girls, the ring already has protective enchantments." "But not our love magic." Luna stamps her foot, sending a shower of sparkles cascading around her copper curls. Nova touches my bracelet, her voice soft but sure. "We made stronger last time. Remember, Uncle Karn." He sighs, but I feel his chest shake with silent laughter. Can't argue with that logic. I hold out my hand, the new ring catching the setting sun. "Just be careful, my loves." The twins circle us, serious expressions on their small faces as they join hands. Luna's magic manifests first, bright, eager swirls of light that dance around the ring like curious thalavernes. Nova's follows more deliberately, weaving between her sister's sparks in careful patterns. "For keeping Mama safe," Luna declares. "And happy," Nova whispers, adding a swirl of deeper purple that reminds me of Karn's eyes. The magic settles into the metal, making the runes shimmer with new life. Where Karn's craftsmanship created elegant flowing lines, the twins' magic adds bursts of joyful colour, like sunrise breaking through stained glass. "Look," Luna points excitedly. "It changes with your heart." She's right. As I watch, the colours shift subtly. Warm golds when I look at Karn, soft lavenders when I gather the twins close, all threaded through with that deep, steady purple that speaks of home and family and belonging. "Now it's perfect," Nova says with quiet satisfaction, patting my hand before curling into my side. Karn brushes his thumb across the ring, his expression tender. They're right, it was missing something after all. Luna beams, already climbing back into his lap. "We're good at fixing things." "The best," I agree, pulling Nova closer and leaning into Karn's embrace as we watch our daughter's magic sparkle in the fading light. The afternoon melts into a golden haze of laughter and magic. Luna races around the garden, leaving trails of sparkles in her wake, while Nova meticulously arranges flower petals into patterns that shift colours with each passing cloud. "Watch this, Mama!" Luna waves her hands, and suddenly we're surrounded by floating bubbles filled with rainbow light. Nova tugs at my skirt. "I can make them dance." She scrunches her nose in concentration, and the bubbles swirl in elaborate patterns. Karn settles beside me on the grass, his large frame relaxed as he watches the twins play. They've gotten better at working together. Makes them twice as dangerous. I lean against his shoulder, my new ring catching the light. Luna spins in circles until she falls, giggling. "Uncle Karn, do the voice!" He raises an eyebrow. "Which voice?" "The dragon one!" Both twins chorus, scrambling over to climb him like their favourite tree. His violet eyes spark with mischief as he scoops them up, one in each arm. "Who dares enter my lair?" His voice drops to a playful growl that sets them squealing. "We do," Luna declares, while Nova adds, "because we love you." "Ah, but love won't save you from the tickle monster." He tumbles them gently onto the grass, his large hands making them shriek with laughter. I join the fray, rescuing Nova who hides behind me. "Quick, my brave knight, protect me from the dragon." Nova puffs up her chest and waves her hands, turning Karn's copper beard a brilliant pink. Luna howls with delight, rolling in the grass. "Now you match the sunset." She points at the sky, where pink clouds drift lazily overhead. As twilight approaches, the twins curl up in our laps, their energy finally waning. Nova traces the runes on my bracelet while Luna hums softly, her eyes heavy. "Best day ever," Luna murmurs, snuggling closer to Karn. "Every day is best with you," Nova whispers back, her small hand finding mine. Karn carries them up to bed once they drift off, their copper curls still sparkling faintly. When he returns to the garden, he pulls me close under the first stars. "I love you," I whisper against his chest, breathing in the scent of metal and magic that's become home. His arms tighten around me. "I love you too," he murmurs into my hair, his voice rough with emotion. More than I have words for.
Chapter 29. Karn. 6 months later. I look up from my forge as Mira bursts through the workshop door, her cheeks flushed and a genuine smile lighting up her face. She's carrying a basket full of fresh herbs, and her dark hair is braided with small wildflowers. Definitely Vashti's doing. You look happy. I set down my hammer, wiping the sweat from my brow. Vashti showed me her garden. Did you know she grows healing herbs? She's teaching me which ones work best for burns. Mira sets the basket on my workbench, pulling out various bundles. This one's for that stubborn burn on your forearm. Mrs. Blackwood's niece is turning you into a healer now? I examined the herbs, touched by her thoughtfulness. She says every metalworker's mate should know basic burn treatment. Her eyes widen as she realizes what she said. A blush creeps across her cheeks. The words make my heart swell. I'm glad that Mrs. Blackwood has helped Mira get more friends and build a nice community with us. Now that Mira doesn't have to worry about hiding, she's really come out of her shell in the area. I give her a smile. Where are the twins? Still at Mrs. Blackwood's. That woman spoils them rotten. Mira starts arranging the herbs to dry. Luna's convinced her to teach them cookie recipes, and Nova's fascinated by her collection of transformation scrolls. Demons who actually want to help us. I shake my head. Never thought I'd see the day. It's been nice. She touches my arm gently, giving me a smile. We're not alone anymore, Karn. The warmth of her hand sends sparks through my skin. I clear my throat. Good thing, too. Those twins need all the supervision they can get. Mira laughs, the sound pure and unguarded, so different from the frightened woman who first stumbled into my shop. Vashti's already offered to teach them proper demon etiquette. Says if they're going to cause chaos, they might as well do it with style. 7 help us all. I grin despite myself. Soon enough, I go to pull the 2 little troublemakers home, closing up shop early to join my family in the garden. The twins run to Mira as soon as we make it to the garden. It takes no time for them to start showing off new magic to their mom. Luna's tongue pokes out in concentration as she makes a flower spin in circles, while Nova methodically changes each petal from white to purple and back again. Higher! Luna commands her flower, which shoots up like a startled bird. No, wait! Come back! The flower drifts toward the neighbor's yard. I step forward to intervene, but Nova's already on it. Her flower floats up to intercept her sister's runaway bloom, gently nudging it back toward our garden. Good save, Nova. I ruffle her copper curls. You're getting better at control. She beams up at me, her violet eyes bright. Watch this, Uncle Karn. The petals on her daisy shimmer through a rainbow of colors before settling on a deep crimson that matches my hair. My turn! Luna waves her hands and both flowers start dancing in formation. It's like they're at a ball. More like a tavern brawl, I mutter as the flowers bounce erratically. But I can't help smiling at their progress. Just last week, Luna accidentally sent a whole bouquet through Mrs. Blackwood's window. Nova tugs at my sleeve. Can we practice with the sparkly ones now? The enchanted roses? Not yet, little star. Those are special for the ceremony. I tap her nose. But if you two can keep practicing with regular flowers... Luna's daisy immediately steadies into a perfect hover. Like this? Exactly like that. Pride swells in my chest. Their parents would be amazed to see how far they've come. Now let's see you bring them in for a landing. Gentle this time, Luna. We don't want another crater in the garden. That was one time. She pouts, but guides her flower down with exaggerated care. Nova's follows with perfect precision, still cycling through colors as it descends. Mira pulls the girls toward her, sitting cross-legged on the grass with Luna and Nova mimicking her posture. Their copper curls catch the light as they sway to the rhythm. Let's work on a song instead. Mira starts to sing, and the twins echo her, their small voices earnest. It's beautiful as they join in together, focusing on the lyrics instead of sending flowers flying. Unable to resist, I step behind Mira and sweep her up mid-verse. She lets out a startled laugh as I spin her in a proper ceremonial dance. Uncle Karn's dancing! Luna claps her hands, sending sparks of magic into the air. He's not bad, Nova observes with her usual gravity. Mira follows my lead perfectly, her movements fluid and graceful. I didn't expect a metalworker to know how to dance. I was raised in a normal household, remember? I guide her through a complex turn. Some lessons stick, no matter how hard you try to forget them. Her green eyes sparkle. And here I thought you were all brawn and no refinement. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. I wink, dipping her low. The scent of herbs clings to her hair, mixed with the sweet summer air. Again! Luna demands, tugging at my pants leg. Spin Mama again! My heart skips at Luna's slip, but Mira just smiles and opens her arms to the twins. Come here, little ones. I'll teach you the dance, too. I watch as she shows them the basic steps, her patience endless as they stumble and giggle. Nova's face scrunches in concentration, while Luna spins until she's dizzy, both of them still trying to sing the blessing between breaths. For a moment, I forget about the ceremony preparations, the shop orders, everything except the joy in their faces and the warmth spreading through my chest. The next evening, I lead my family up the path to Mrs. Blackwood's manor. Luna races ahead, her copper curls bouncing, while Nova holds tight to Mira's hand, eyeing the glowing demon runes that line the walkway. Pretty, Nova whispers, reaching out to touch one. The purple light flares at her fingertips. Just like the ones at home. I squeeze her shoulder. Mrs. Blackwood's husband helped me set those up, remember? The door swings open before we reach it. Vashti stands there in her typical flowing tunic and pants, her curved horns adorned with silver chains that catch the lamplight. There's my favorite little chaos makers. She sweeps the twins into a hug. I've got fresh cookies cooling in the kitchen. Mira looks to me and mouths the words with Luna. With sprinkles? Luna bounces on her toes. I grin and mouth. Purple ones? As Nova asks hopefully. It's like their script where cookies are involved. Both, of course. Vashti ushers us inside where other demon families mingle. Some I recognize from the shop, others from the twins' magic lessons or Mrs. Blackwood introducing me. All of them wave or nod in greeting, a far cry from the suspicious looks we got a year ago when I first came to stay with my family. Dezoth, Vashti's brother, appears at my side, clapping my shoulder. His massive horns brush the doorframe as he leans in. You look good, but like something's on your mind. That obvious? He snorts. Might as well get it out of the way. I catch Mira's eye across the room where she's chatting with Arnon, a friend of Vashti. Her smile still takes my breath away. Everyone! I call out, my voice carrying over the chatter. The room falls quiet. Mira and I have an announcement. Mira moves to my side, her hand finding mine. The twins crowd around our legs, vibrating with barely contained excitement. We told them this morning. We've decided we're having the mating ceremony next month, I say. We've been taking our time planning, not that it's stopped everyone from asking when it's going to happen. And we'd be honored if... The rest of my words are drowned out by cheers. Arnon actually jumps up and down while Dezoth's booming laugh fills the room. Vashti dabs at her eyes with her sleeve. Finally! Old Kazik shouts from his corner. Took you forever to finally get it handled! Mira buries her face in my chest, but I can feel her laughing. The twins join the celebration, Luna creating tiny fireworks above our heads, while Nova turns everyone's drinks different shades of purple. The celebration winds down as the twins start to droop, Nova's head nodding against my shoulder while Luna fights to keep her eyes open in Mira's arms. The walk home is peaceful, broken only by Luna's sleepy mumbles about purple cookies. We tuck them into bed together, a routine we've perfected over the months. I brush Nova's curls from her forehead while Mira adjusts Luna's blanket just the way she likes it. Their matching violet eyes flutter closed as Mira hums their favorite lullaby. Come with me. I take Mira's hand once we're sure they're asleep. In the months since I thought I lost Mira, we've worked on our communication. I tell her when something bothers me. She tells me about her nightmares, and we don't let our past hurt us. It seems to be going well. So, I wanted to do this. In our room, I pulled a leather-bound book from my bedside drawer. The cover is worn smooth, edges softened by years of handling. I've been waiting for the right moment to share this. Mira settles beside me on the bed, her fingers tracing the embossed demon runes. What is it? Ash and Sarah's journal. They started it when they found out about the twins. I open to the first page where a sketch shows Sarah laughing as Ash tries to build a crib. My brother was terrible at drawing, but he insisted on documenting everything. They look so happy. Mira's voice catches as she turns the pages. There's Sarah's elegant handwriting describing their first kicks, Ash's messy scrawl telling jokes about midnight cravings. Photos show the proud parents holding their newborns, Sarah's tired smile, Ash's horns gleaming as he cradles his daughters. Sarah wrote letters to the girls. I flip to the middle section. She wanted them to know their story, how their parents fell in love despite everything. Mira traces Sarah's words with gentle fingers. A demon noble and a human healer. They must have faced so much opposition. Ash didn't care. Said Sarah was worth fighting the whole damn world for. I watch Mira's face as she reads. Sound familiar? She looks up at me, green eyes shining. Thank you for sharing this with me, Karn, for trusting me with their memory. You're their mother now. You deserve to know where they came from, all of it. I pull her close, breathing in the scent of herbs and home. And you're worth fighting for, too.
Chapter 30. Mira. The late afternoon sun streams through the garden's floating flowers, pinks and purples that complement our eyes, Nova and Luna's latest magical creation. The flowers bob gently in the air, creating an ethereal canopy above our gathered community. Those little ones have outdone themselves. Mrs. Blackwood adjusts her apron, dusted with the day's flour. She's spent all day baking for our celebration. Her weathered face breaks into a smile as Nova chases a particularly vibrant violet flower. Though I do hope they don't decide to make my bread float next. Too late for that. I laugh, remembering last week's incident at the bakery. At least they only lifted the honey rolls. Vashti sidles up beside me, her dark curls adorned with the floating blooms that seem drawn to her. You look radiant. She squeezes my hand. Who would have thought that grumpy blacksmith would end up being your perfect match? I glance across the garden where Karn stands with Diost, both men deep in conversation about swords or something. Even now, on our mating day, Karn's sleeves are rolled up, revealing the intricate burns and scars that map his dedication to his craft. A shriek of laughter draws everyone's attention. Luna has somehow managed to create a shower of rainbow sparkles that trail behind her as she runs. Nova, not to be outdone, waves her tiny hands and turns her sister's hair a brilliant shade of purple. By the gods! Arnon chuckles from his seat near the refreshment table. Those two are going to be a handful when they're older. Going to be? Karn's deep voice carries across the garden as he makes his way toward us. Try raising them now. But I catch the pride in his violet eyes as he watches his nieces play. I turn to see Vashti whispering to the twins. She smiles and nods to them, stepping back, and I turn Karn to look. A gasp ripples through the crowd as the twins join forces, creating a cascade of floating flower petals that swirl around us in a magical dance. The petals spiral upward, forming shapes, first a heart, then a star, before dissolving into a shower of soft light. Show-offs, Karn mutters, but his hand finds mine, fingers intertwining. The touch sends warmth through my entire body, erasing memories of cold chains and darker days. The floating flowers drift lower, creating a natural arch above us as our community gathers closer for the ceremony. The twins rush over to us. "It's beautiful, girls," I tell them, taking in the arch. I didn't know Vashti was teaching them this. Karn's calloused fingers tighten around mine as Elder Voss steps forward. The twins wiggle their way between us, Nova clutching Karn's leg while Luna tugs at my skirt. "Uncle Karn, up!" Nova lifts her arms. Without hesitation, Karn scoops her into his massive arms. The sight of this towering demon smith, cradling his tiny niece with such gentleness, makes my heart swell. I lift Luna, and she immediately starts playing with my hair. "Pretty mama," she whispers, making the strands shimmer with her magic. Elder Voss clears his throat, motioning us forward. Today we witness not just the joining of two souls, but the binding of a family. Karn's violet eyes lock with mine. His usual gruff demeanour softens as he speaks, voice rough with emotion. Elder Voss tells Karn he may start. "Mira, you walked into my forge carrying nothing but determination and hope. You helped me see that being strong isn't about how much weight you can bear alone." He glances at Nova. "You showed me that family isn't about blood or obligation, it's about choice. I choose you, not just as my mate, but as their mother." Tears blur my vision. Luna pats my cheek, turning my tears into tiny crystals that float away. "I promise to protect all three of you," Karn continues. "To be the shelter you need, the strength you can lean on. To never let anyone hurt you again." His free hand brushes against my branded wrist. I take a shaky breath. "Karn, you gave me more than sanctuary when I stumbled into your shop. You gave me purpose." I look at the twins, their copper curls glinting in the sunlight. "You showed me that love doesn't have to be earned or bartered, that sometimes it just is." Nova reaches across the space between us to grab my hand. "I promise to be the mother these precious girls deserve, to nurture their magic, their mischief, and their hearts, to stand beside you as we guide them, even when they turn the forge tools into thalaverns." "That was one time," Luna protests, making everyone laugh. "I promise," my voice strengthens, "to build this family with you, day by day, moment by moment, to turn your house into our home and your love into our legacy." We set the girls down, and they run to Vashti. Turning toward each other, Elder Voss binds our hands with a silken cord infused with protection runes that glow faintly purple against our skin. "By the power of the old ways and new, I declare you mated for life." Karn's lips crash into mine, fierce and tender all at once. His free hand cups my face like I'm made of precious metal he's crafted. The twins squeal, Luna's magic making sparkles rain down. "Now we feast," Elder Voss announces, and cheers erupt from our gathered friends. We process down the cobbled street toward the celebration hall, the twins skipping ahead while still holding our hands. Each step feels lighter than air. Nova hums a tune she made up, making the floating flowers from the garden trail behind us like a magical train. "You're stuck with us now," Karn rumbles, his violet eyes soft as he looks down at me. The scar across his eyebrow crinkles with his smile. "Promise?" I squeeze his massive hand. "Mama, look!" Luna points ahead where lanterns float above the feast tables, casting warm light in the growing dusk. The hall's stone walls are draped with shimmering fabrics, and the air smells of roasted meats and sweet pastries. Karn lifts both girls onto his shoulders with practiced ease, their copper curls matching his own as they giggle above us. "No turning the food different colours tonight," he warns, but his stern tone holds no real bite. "Not even a little purple?" Nova asks innocently. "Not even a little." I laugh, watching my family. My heart swells at finally being able to think those words. The brand on my wrist seems to fade away under the warmth of belonging. Inside, Mrs. Blackwood has outdone herself with a towering cake decorated with sugar flowers that actually bloom and change colours. The twins gasp in delight. "You've got frosting in your beard," I tell Karn later, reaching up to brush it away. He catches my hand and kisses my palm, making me blush. "Worth it." His eyes crinkle. "Though not as sweet as you." "Uncle Karn's being mushy," Luna announces to the entire hall, making everyone laugh. I lean into his solid warmth, watching Luna attempt to teach Elder Voss a made-up dance. Nova creates tiny stars that dance around Luna and the Elder. Karn's hand rests on my lower back, steady and protective as always, while he discusses metal tempering with Master Roth. Nova tugs at my skirt. "Mama?" "Yes, sweet one?" I bend down to her level, smoothing a wild copper curl from her face. "When will we get a baby brother?" she asks with all the innocence of her 3 years. Luna whirls around, stars forgotten. "Yes, baby brother, now." I stare at her shocked. Beside me, Karn's coughing fit drowns out Master Roth's hearty laugh. "That's not..." Karn's voice comes out rough. "Girls, that's not how it..." "But Uncle Karn, you're our papa now." Luna clings to his leg, violet eyes wide. "And Papa and Mama make babies." My cheeks flame hot enough to rival Karn's forge. The surrounding tables erupt in good-natured laughter. "You've got your hands full already with these two." Mrs. Blackwood winks as she passes by with another platter of sweets. Karn recovers first, clearing his throat. "How about more cake instead?" "Cake and baby brother," Nova negotiates, already reaching for a frosted flower. I catch Karn's eye, and his slightly panicked expression matches my own. But there's something else there too. A softness, a possibility. The moment breaks as Luna accidentally turns all the wine into juice, much to the guests' amusement. I lean back in my chair, taking in the scene, the twins' laughter, Karn's proud smile as he watches them, our friends and neighbours sharing in our joy. The fear and loneliness that haunted me for so long feels distant now, replaced by the warmth of belonging. "Perfect night?" Karn's deep voice rumbles close to my ear. I turn to face him, seeing past his gruff exterior to the gentle heart beneath. Perfect everything. 1 year later. Sunlight streams through the shop's windows as I organise the display cases, careful of my growing belly. The twins' latest magical creation, crystal thalaverns that change colour with the weather, float lazily above the protection charms. "Mama, look!" Luna points at a particularly large thalavern that's shifted from blue to purple. "Storm coming!" Nova peers up from her spot near Karn's workbench, where she's helping him polish a ceremonial sword. "Can we make thunder too?" "Absolutely not." Karn's voice carries that familiar mix of sternness and affection. His violet eyes catch mine across the shop, crinkling at the corners. "Your mother needs rest, not magical storms." I settle into the cushioned chair he insisted on placing behind the counter. "I'm fine, love. The baby's just active today." "Like us." Luna bounces over, placing her tiny hands on my stomach. Her magic ripples, creating small sparks of light that dance across my dress. Karn sets down his work and crosses to us in 3 long strides. His calloused hands are impossibly gentle as they cover Luna's. "Careful with the magic near your brother." "Sister," Nova corrects, not looking up from where she's now turning the sword's polished different colours. "Nova!" Karn's exasperated tone makes me laugh. She's been getting into fights with Luna about it, she's so insistent. "Let them guess." I catch his hand, pressing it where the baby kicks. Though I think Nova might be right. His face softens as he feels the movement. Even after a year, these moments still surprise me, how this towering demon smith melts at his family's touch. A customer's arrival sends the twins scampering upstairs, their giggles trailing behind them like musical notes. Karn returns to his forge, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a familiar comfort as I tend to the shop. Later, as evening approaches, I find him in the garden teaching the girls to control their growing powers. Nova concentrates on transforming each petal of a flower individually, while Luna tries, with limited success, to stop her hair from changing colours with each emotion. They've been getting stronger. "Uncle Karn, will the baby do magic?" Luna asks, her hair shifting to curious yellow. Karn gathers them both in his arms. "We'll love them just the same, magic or not." His eyes meet mine over their copper curls. "Just like we love your mama." The protection runes on the house pulse softly purple as our family settles in for the night. A perfect blend of magic and mundane, demon and human, chaos and love. I could not have dreamed up a better family.